Chapter 1 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E Tayaban. Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City by Clara Louise Burnham. Chapter 1, Fair Harvard. "Well, Jack," said Mr. Van Tassel, entering his son's room at Cambridge, "the deed is done. Behold you a full-fledged alumnus of glorious old Harvard." The speaker grasped the young fellow's hand, his face expressing his pride and gratification. "Yes, sir," answered the graduate, springing to his feet as he cordially returned his father's greeting. "Full-fledged, but rather reluctant to try my wings, I must confess. It is hard to fly away from all this." As he spoke, he glanced around the room, one of the most luxurious and historic Holworthy. Each familiar object seemed newly invested with pleasurable association. His eyes lingered upon a silver chafing dish, resting amid a lot of congenial litter on a mantelpiece. Jack was accustomed to admit modestly that when it came to maneuvering with a chafing dish, he could not deny his own genius. "You know it has been home to me for 4 years," he added half apologetically, as he pushed forward the easiest chair for his father, who dropped into it. I know," returned the latter, nodding. "I am glad college life has been such a satisfactory experience to you. I have felt the lack of it myself often. Well, yesterday was a glorious day," he continued, with a reminiscent smile. "Fine weather, fine people. As good a climax as you could have desired. Those exercises around the tree are very amusing," the smile broadening. "I give you my word I didn't know you in that scramble. I didn't know my own boy. You were the worst-looking tramp of them all to begin with, Jack, and at the end you were the most demoralized bundle of rags of the lot." The speaker's hearty laugh rang out. It was a matter of course that Jack should have been superlative in any college undertaking. But now a pensive smile was the young man's only response to his father's mirth. Today's reaction found him in a rather thoughtful and sentimental mood. The Van Tassels had always been well-looking as a family. Richard Van Tassel was a handsome man of a florid, thick-set type, and he admired this sole remaining child the more that his physique was so dissimilar to his own. Tall, slender, athletic, Jack stood unconscious of his father's scrutiny, which took in every detail of his appearance, from the wavy black hair scrupulously parted in the middle, to the feet planted apart on the thick rug. It was a delicate-featured, refined face that the young fellow had, a transparent face that betrayed feeling, that flushed with annoyance or radiated pleasure from brilliant brown eyes and perfect teeth. But now the eyes were shadowed, and when they caught the father's gaze after a half-minute's abstraction, Jack smiled with the gentle, winning expression which was his birthright, and had uncalculatingly won for him every favor he had ever asked. "Pardon me, did you speak? My wits are wool-gathering today." Mr. Van Tassel seized his silent, satisfied survey and picked up a book from a neighboring table. "I was about to ask you, what next?" he said. "What next?" "Yes, or perhaps I should say, where next? I have business in Washington regarding the World's Fair, which may detain me there some time. Are you with me?" "No, Jack appeared to rouse himself with an effort from his mental pictures. "The fact is, I've a lot of invitations that I should like to accept before I go back to Chicago." "Very well. We will postpone talking plans, then, until that time comes. You are to go abroad for a year if you like, you know." "Yes, thank you. I've a fancy that I would rather put off that trip a while." "Why so? A wedding journey in view later, perhaps?" Jack did not appear to think this raillery required a specific answer. He smiled again, in the thoughtful mood so foreign to him. Mr. Van Tassel, however, had been glad of an opening for the question. He listened with veiled eagerness for his son's reply, and was disappointed that none came. When he spoke again, It was with new seriousness and a shade of embarrassment. You must have met many charming women during the past 4 years who are strangers to me, he said. Yes, I've met a lot of women, returned Jack, with a patient sigh at this irrelevance. What were charming women to a man who was saying goodbye to his crew? But old friends are best still, persisted his father. Yes, no doubt, responded the other, vaguely courteous. You haven't forgotten the girls at home, said Mr. Van Tassel. No, no indeed, replied his son, shaking himself together with a realization that he was playing poorly the part of host to this kindest of fathers, for whom it was impossible in the nature of things to enter into the subjects which were uppermost in Jack's interest just now. How? With spasmodic eagerness. How are they all? Who? Anybody in particular? The young man stirred restlessly. This was persecution. Oh, no, my Hyde Park friends generally. There is no especial news, I believe. Mrs. Bryant fails very slowly, I think, but of course I do not dare hint such a thing to her devoted daughter. Aren't they all devoted? Asked Jack with waning vigor. Oh, Clover is the chief one. She is son and daughter both in that family. All responsibility falls on her. A fine girl, said Mr. Van Tassel emphatically. A pretty one, too, returned his son, stifling a yawn. Mildred is coming along, though. I thought she was after Clover pretty sharp, the last time I was at home. Growing to her hands and feet, you know, and all that. You will be glad to see Clover again, said Mr. Van Tassel tentatively. Yes, very glad to see them all, was the reply, delivered with conscientious heartiness. Not especially glad to see Clover? Continued Mr. Van Tassel, and now it was impossible even for the preoccupied graduate not to see that his father was, in his own words, driving at something. He looked in surprise at the strong face thrown out against the dark blue cushions of the chair, and straight into the steady gaze of the gray eyes that had never looked unkindly on him. Before he could speak, the older man continued. I had an idea that there was a boy and girl attachment between yourself and Clover Bryant, a preference on your part, perhaps on hers. Mr. Van Tassel's face had never looked more attractive to his son than now. Its expression was so loving, so earnest, that Jack forbore to laugh, as he at first felt inclined to do. His father did not appear to think this a laughing matter. Moreover, his attitude gave promise of consent and sanction in case such compliance was called for. No, sir, you were mistaken, answered the young man respectfully. There is never any sentiment there. It was further mystifying to him that a shade of relief certainly passed over his father's face at this reply, and yet it might be explicable on the ground that although Mr. Van Tassel would not refuse his son's wishes, he was glad to find that there was no question of a union between his own family and one so poor and obscure as the Bryants. There might well have been a preference, was the grave answer. Clover, young as she is a pearl among women. The Breckenridges have just gone abroad for a year, and Mrs. Breckenridge, before she left, told me that she had invited Clover to accompany them, but the girl refused to leave her mother and the children. Think of the way the Breckenridges will travel, and what it cost her to refuse. Whew, that was rough. Clover is a brick, declared Jack, his eyes bright enough now with their accustomed interest in life. It ought not to be allowed. Can't we do something? Get a trained nurse for Mrs. Bryant and invite her and the children to our house for the year? Mr. Van Tassel smiled at this outburst. We not only can't do anything, he returned, but we mustn't say anything. Clover bound Mrs. Breckenridge to secrecy, because it would be such a grief to Mrs. Bryant to discover what her daughter had renounced for her. She's strong, Clover is, said Jack, with an admiring shake of the head. I shall be glad to see her again. Then he asked his father a question regarding business, and the subject of the Bryants was dropped. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 2. Uncle Adolph's Letter. Several weeks later, in the long, narrow backyard of one of a block of wooden houses in Chicago, a girl was hanging out clothes on a line. An occasional hot breeze blew the soft brown hair in stray locks across her forehead, and the sun beat down from the glowing sky on her unprotected head. "Clover, Clover, darling," called a weak voice from an open window. "You've been out there so long. Aren't you almost through? You will get a sunstroke. Do at least put on a hat." The girl brushed her flying hair back with one hand. "I'm all right, Mother," she called, her cheery tones contrasting pleasantly with a sad voice. "She is doing too much, I know she is," murmured the feeble watcher within, keeping her yearning gaze on the lithe young figure. "Bless her brave heart." The dim eyes filled. The front door, slamming, broke in upon the mother's meditations, and another girl entered the shabby room where she sat. She was a tall, broad-shouldered young creature of 17, the face under her heavy, half-falling brown hair flushed with heat, health, and happiness. She seemed to fill the room as she skipped up to the white-haired figure and pressed the infantile curve of her peachy cheek against the pale face. "Oh, I wish for the 1,000th time that we could live nearer the lake," she said in hearty young tones. "Every block one comes inland, one feels the difference in heat. Where is Clover?" "In the backyard, hanging out clothes," was the anxious response. "I'm afraid for her, Mildred. I wish you would take her a shade hat." "Hanging out clothes," repeated Mildred, amazed. "What in the world?" She did not wait to finish her sentence, but hastening into the hall, seized a broad-rimmed hat hanging there and hurried to the back of the house. Running down the steps, the dancing light quite gone from her clear eyes, she approached her sister. "What does this mean, Clover?" she exclaimed accusingly. The elder, already highly colored, now looked uneasy. "You know Mrs. O'Rourke couldn't come today to do the washing," she answered. "No, but she can come Wednesday," retorted the younger, placing the hat upon the sunny roughened hair of the head, which was decidedly below her own in height. "Don't stick the hat pin into me," cried Clover, smiling up into the displeased eyes. "I don't know, but I will. Just look at your fingers, all white and parboiled." Clover clasped the offending hands behind her. "What did you do it for?" asked the young girl severely. "Here I've been having the most elegant jouncey sail. It is deliciously rough. Sitting at my ease on a cushion while you've been working like this. It isn't a bit fair." "All right. Help me to hang the rest of these clothes, and I'll tell you why I did it." Mildred snatched up a small blouse waist and a couple of clothespins. What was the use of cooling off on Lake Michigan if one must return to this? How the sun did broil down! "Was Elsie with you?" asked Clover, as she pinioned the side of an apron to the line. "Yes, and Frank, too. Harry Billings took us all out." "I'm afraid that the children will become something of a nuisance down at the boathouse. Of course, with you it is different, but the others hang around and look wishful, and of course the young men are too good-natured not to ask them. Ask for Frankie. He is such an amphibious little animal. We can't help his living down there." "I only wish we all did live on the shore," grumbled Mildred. "I never shall be resigned to being so far from the lake." "Oh, it is something to live in the country," rejoined Clover comfortingly, "and Hyde Park is pretty all through." "Country! Hyde Park!" said Mildred scornfully. "You know it is all Chicago now." "To be sure, but the annexation is a novelty yet, so no wonder I had forgotten. However, what's in a name?" "Not much, perhaps," said Mildred, tired of reaching up in the hot sun, and inclined to be pessimistic. "But since we have moved into the middle of this dingy old block, we had better stop talking about living in the country. You haven't told me yet why you took this last caprice. We can't afford to go away and have a change in summer, I understand that. But surely there is a difference between stark and staring mad." There are more sensible forms of recreation than to do a family washing on an August day. I haven't done the biggest, hardest pieces, you see, said Clover gently. There, this is the last. Now let us go over under our tree and talk a bit while we cool off. She turned towards the house and sent a reassuring kiss toward the figure seated in the window, and made a dumb show of applauding her own performance, smiling gaily as she clapped her hands. Sit down, Milly, she said, when they had reached the shade of the one tree their yard boasted. But as soon as they were seated, the elder girl fell silent, and clasping her hands behind her head, looked up through the foliage of the ragged oak, slowly dying as all its brothers and sisters do in this region, pining for the old prairie isolation. Mildred fanned herself with her hat and regarded her sister half crossly, half curiously. I hate to talk over bothers with you, Milly, said the latter at last, but I do have a lot of bothers lately. Mildred wondered if it were imagination that she saw tears gather in the other's eyes. If they were tears, they were well trained to obedience. Clover sank still farther back and lay upon the grass, and any moisture that had crept forth retreated to its source. Is Mother any worse? Mildred asked in a hushed voice. No, although she is no better, and any suffering she may endure is the hardest trial we can have to bear. Other perplexities are trying in proportion as they have relation to her, and all our perplexities must, in the end, bear upon her. How to conceal them is the study. What have you to conceal? What? Asked Mildred quickly, her large, childlike eyes full of wonder. Mother knows, she has to, that we barely make both ends meet, and she thinks you are a perfect wonder, the way you manage. What is it, Clover? Is it Frank's education you are worrying about again? Goodness! Don't tell me you did the washing to save up money for that. The speaker's eyes widened with surprise and disapproval. Clover shook her head and smiled faintly. I've noticed lately that you aren't half so jolly as you used to be. Clover sat up with such suddenness as to make Mildred start. Has Mother noticed it? She demanded. No, not that I know of. You needn't look so tragical. I only mean you are ever so much more thoughtful and old womanish just lately than you used to be. I'm sure I don't see why you should let yourself be bothered if we're all willing to live right down at the bottom of everything. And I don't make any fuss about wearing the same dress to school until the girls must think I've grown into it. You have been good, Milly, just as good as you can be. Pshaw, I'm nothing to what you are, for goodness. We all have to feel the pinch of poverty together, said Mildred with some grandiloquence. And in a place like Hyde Park it is easier to bear than it might be in some other places. All the old settlers know what Father was, and that his honor wasn't lost when the money was. Everybody we really care for has been friendly to us since he died. Just think, it is 9 years now, and we do manage to have some good times, finished the girl, quite heroically, she thought, since there was such a number of joys that she yearned for, and had to behold hopelessly in the possession of her more fortunate companions. Come now, she added insistently, you are still guilty of that washing and not a word said to excuse yourself. Milly, the older girl looked into her sister's eyes with an expression full of loving trouble. I hate to tell you, but Uncle Adolph's allowance hasn't come this month. It is a little late, that is all, said Mildred, but her face fell and her heart began to beat unpleasantly. No, very sadly. He has written Mother that it will not come any more. Fortunately, I opened the letter as usual, and I have not shown it to Mother. She thinks it is only delayed. But he owed the money to Father, said Mildred vehemently. It was not charity to us, it was a debt. Yes, but he simply says that on account of losses, he will not be able to let us have any more money, and we cannot force him. Mr. Van Tassel could. Have you told him? He is so very kind to us. Yes, he is very kind, but there is nothing he could do about this. What shall we do? Asked Mildred blankly. That is what I have been asking myself for days past. That is why you did the washing, said the younger slowly and with awe, as though this thought did indeed bring home a realizing sense of the situation. We are awfully, miserably poor, she added in a panic. Hush! Not so loud, warned her sister. I shall have to leave school and help you do the housework, and Frank can never have any education at all, declared Mildred despairingly. He will have to get a position in some store as a cash boy. Mr. Van Tassel will probably help him that much, she finished dismally. Hush! Don't keep bringing Mr. Van Tassel into it, said Clover nervously. I can't bear the thought of begging anybody for anything, even influence. Then you have thought of something, exclaimed Mildred eagerly. No, I haven't, rejoined the other hastily. Oh, Milly, forgive me. Her tone and gesture as she put one hand to her face and quickly extended the other to her sister touched the latter with great surprise. Mildred took the hand and squeezed it between her own. Forgive you, you old darling, she said, tears springing to her eyes. What for, I wonder? Because you have 3 children to bring up and work for when you are only 20? Or because you, the prettiest girl in Hyde Park, have whizzled up all your poor fingers washing for us? What is it? Oh, Clover dear. For Clover was crying in a hasty, furtive fashion, stifling her sobs, and drying her eyes with light touches, fearing to make the lids redder. Because I couldn't keep it from you, Milly. You see, it doesn't do any good for me to bother you, except to relieve me a little. And isn't that something? With anxious affection. Why, you make me vain as a peacock. I didn't know I counted a bit. I thought you had to have somebody old, like Mother or Mr. Van Tassel, to get any comfort out of them. Now, of course you feel as I do, Mildred, said the older sister, her quick self-control regained. Nothing is any matter but to keep this from Mother. Well, I don't see how we're going to do it for any length of time. Clover bit her lip. But as long as we can, we will. Of course. Why, poor Mother would be crushed. Then, with a change of tone, here she comes this minute, Clover Bryant. And my eyes are so red. Better not come out here, Mother dear, cried Mildred, rising precipitately and advancing to meet her. The clothes are so damp, you'll take cold, and the sun is so hot, you'll be. The mother, with her delicate face smiling beneath the prematurely white hair, placed her arm around the tall girl as she met her, and together they advanced, Mildred most reluctantly, to where Clover sat smiling and striving to look indifferent. Have you come out to hear the jays scold? Asked the latter. There is one up there now. Let me hang the hammock for you. She sprang to her feet. Mrs. Bryant, without relinquishing her hold on Mildred, put the other arm around her eldest daughter. Clover flushed violently. There was a look in her mother's loving eyes, the hint of a smile on her lips which the girl recognized. It was a certain exalted expression of the dear lined face which her children had seen before, and it always meant rising to an emergency. The girl's heart contracted painfully. The wet clothing on the lines flapped spasmodically behind the trio. Unsteady board fences enclosed the narrow heated area. The poverty-stricken tree stretched its gaunt, ill-clothed arms aloft, and the blue jay's harsh, jeering note added one more petty discomfort to the surroundings. My dear little girls, said the gentle voice with unusual tenderness. The sisters only regarded their mother in an apprehensive silence. I went to your room for something, Clover, and I found my letter from Uncle Adolph. I have just been reading it. Don't regret it. I had to know. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 3. A Morning Drive. In a city like Chicago, where events occur with phenomenal rapidity, 2 or 3 years make great changes in a neighborhood. Hyde Park, which long hung back like a rebellious child loath to yield its independence, had at last placed its reluctant hand in that of the mother city. But with the suburb's growing population, there had already come a new state of affairs. It was no longer the case that everybody in Hyde Park knew everybody else. Those families who made homes there, when but 2 trains ran daily to and from town, felt, on the rare and rarer occasions of meeting one another in a stranger crowd, the drawing of a tie tender as that of kinship. Mrs. Bryant belonged to this pioneer set, and so did Mr. Van Tassel. To those residents who had danced with them long before the fire at the parties in the old Hyde Park Hotel, this was reason sufficient why the wealthy widower should manifest a continued interest in the friend of his young manhood and her fatherless children. Those long-finished polkas in the long-destroyed hostelry on the lake shore, where scattered neighbors once met with the unconventional jollity of family reunion, had left behind them a green memory in some hearts. Florence Badger had been a fair little bud at those gatherings, and of course Richard Van Tassel, her gay young partner, was not likely to forget either her or his chum Louis Bryant, whom she afterward married. The children of the 2 families had gone to school together and carried the intimacy on to the next generation. And when Mr. Van Tassel's wife and daughter had been taken from him, more potent to comfort than any other soul had been the gentle invalid, the friend of his youth, whose lines for many years had fallen in hard places. So, small wonder that the fine house on the lake shore and the shabby home on the back street had kept up an interchange of civilities. These had been chiefly carried on by the young people until Jack had gone to college. After that, it was to the Bryants that Richard Van Tassel liked best to carry his boy's letters and talk over his haps and mishaps, secure of sympathy. Of late, he had not been blind to the fact that the shabby home was growing shabbier, but it was not an easy matter to bestow gifts here. This very spring he had remarked that Clover's eyes looked too large, and that they rested with greater anxiety on her feeble mother. He had even hinted to Mrs. Bryant a trip up into Wisconsin or across the lake, but she had parried the potential offer with gentle firmness. Many a drive around the parks and boulevards did the invalid take with her daughters in the glistening Van Tassel equipage, greatly to the wonder of certain Hyde Parkers whose experience did not date back to before the fire. The owner of the horses was away, that they knew. Jack Van Tassel graduated from Harvard this June, and his father had gone east for the great occasion. Now it was early August, and he had not returned. It was so lovely of him, many said, to give poor people like the Bryants the use of his carriage while he was away. A real charity. Not many men would be so thoughtful. These neighbors wondered if the freedom of the fine equipage extended to the freedom of the house, but this they could not discover, for the Bryants were not talkers unless surrounded by old friends. Hard experience had taught even the young people reserve. Nevertheless, it might have been a gratification to these curious ones to know that the Bryants had never taken liberties at the Van Tassel mansion. It had even been interdicted always to the girls by their careful mother to accept a general invitation to sit on the piazzas and rest when they came home from the sailing expeditions their souls loved. The house was fascinatingly near the water, and the level lawns about it cool with a fine mossy greenness. The hammocks and rocking chairs on the spacious piazzas gave alluring invitations to recline and study the ever-changing coloring of the illimitable fresh-water sea, and the elm trees. Not even on the boulevards were there such respectable elm trees as had here been coaxed to endure the harshness of bleak lake winds. This being the case, it was hard, Clover and Mildred used to think, and their little sister thought so still, that unless Jack happened to be on hand to give them a specific invitation, they must pass this unused luxury by, and trudge around the corner up the sunny main street, and so on to the sandy roughness of the unpaved avenue they called home. Still, they never thought of rebelling. The rule was as fixed as those of the Medes and Persians, and it must be a right one because Mother made it. On the very day that Clover, hard pressed by thoughts that ran in a discouraging circle, disfigured her pretty hands by doing the family washing, Mr. Van Tassel returned to Chicago. On the following morning, the sun was reflected brightly from the wheels of his buggy as he drove a pair of well-groomed horses to the Bryant house. Elsie Bryant, a girl of 14, saw him as he drew up before the wooden walk. With a little exclamation of delight, she ran down the flight of steps to greet him. Mr. Van Tassel gathered the reins into one hand and reached the other down to the child. "How are you all, Elsie? Mother about the same? Oh, I'm sorry for the headache. Is Clover at home? Will you tell her I have a business errand to do this morning, and very much want her company on my drive? Tell her she must indulge me. I can't let her off. I'll come in later to see Mrs. Bryant." Lucky Clover, thought Elsie as she ran obediently up the steps. I just wish he had asked me. And lucky Clover thought herself when she received the message. She was so tired of her own depressing thoughts. The fresh air and the sight of the kind, familiar face would do her good. When Mr. Van Tassel saw her run down the steps in her blue gown a few minutes later, he descended from the buggy with middle-aged deliberation. "Welcome back," said Clover, trying to speak cheerily. It seemed to her that misfortune must have set an ugly, visible mark upon her. "Thank you for that. Thank you for coming," said Mr. Van Tassel, looking at her as their hands met as though he saw nothing unlovely. He assisted her into the buggy, and following, started the horses. "Did Jack come with you?" "No, I thought that I might find him here. He expected to arrive about now." "Proud, happy Jack, I suppose," said the girl, smiling. "Rather a homesick Jack I fear he will be for a little while, unless he has recovered already. You know the young man has a way of recovering from depression." "Jack and depression! What an impossible connection of ideas!" laughed Clover. It seemed wonderful to herself that she could laugh. It was so long since she had. 3 days is an interminable term of misery when one is 20. They were bowling swiftly along Drexel Boulevard, beside the rich foliage and flower beds of the landscape gardener. The air was clear and cool, and driving was quite a different thing when Mr. Van Tassel held the reins in this light vehicle, from the same exercise by favor of his solemn coachman, in the heavy and gorgeous carriage driven at a rate suited to Mrs. Bryant's sensitive condition. Up Oakwood to Michigan Boulevard they sped, and soon the buggy stopped before one of the splendid stone mansions on that avenue. "I shall be but 1 minute," said Mr. Van Tassel as he dismounted, and he kept his word. When Clover saw the brevity of the message given to the servant who answered his ring at the door, a faint wonder passed through her mind that Mr. Van Tassel had thought fit to bring it in person. She was not inclined to quarrel with the fact, however, and when her escort returned and the heads of the spirited horses were turned back to the south, she inhaled a long breath of satisfaction. "You have not found pleasanter weather than this where you have been, I am sure," she said. "No," he answered, "nor pleasanter circumstances. I have thought of you a good many times, though, Clover, and wished you might be with me." He turned and looked into her eyes as he spoke, the innocent blue eyes that returned his gaze fully. Her pretty lips parted in her interest. "That was very good of you," she said sincerely. "I would like to go to every interesting place, so I am sure I should have echoed your wish. Where was it? At the seashore?" "A part of the time, yes." "I wonder if I shall ever go east," exclaimed the girl with a sigh. "New York, Boston, Philadelphia, I should like them to be something besides names to me. But what an idea!" She broke off with a short laugh. Her thoughts had indeed, like unruly steeds, kicked over the traces by which they had been harnessed to carry her by a safe road out of a perplexing labyrinth. "Not an absurd idea at all," said her companion quietly. "Our lake looks very like the ocean, I suppose," she continued, after an involuntary sigh. "Not very much. I don't say it is not as beautiful," replied Mr. Van Tassel loyally, "but the electric blues and the translucent greens of Lake Michigan have little in common with the deep, strong indigo or bottle green of old ocean. There is as much variance in their complexions as in their voices, as much difference between the sweep of the freshwater surf and the boom of the ocean's tide, as between the tones of a tenor and a bass voice. "But, Mr. Van Tassel, think of the lake storms," returned Clover, her Chicago spirit piqued. "I've stood on the lake shore many a time when I could lean my full weight against the wind and be supported. And how does the boom of the breakers, hammering the piers on those nights, sound at your house?" Mr. Van Tassel smiled. "Well," he answered, "we will say like a tenor robusto in full force. But there again comes in the difference in disposition. When Lake Michigan becomes angry, it flies into a white rage in a few minutes, and as soon as the spell is over, calms down into comparative placidity, while the ocean, slow to wrath, relaxes but gradually, storming on with splendid fury under a dazzling sun." "A difference greatly in favor of the lake, I should say," returned Clover. "Ah, but think of the terrors of Michigan's caprices," smiling, even seeming to dream in a happy reverie one minute, rocking its little sailboats softly on its breast like a gentle mother. All at once, with appalling suddenness, it flies into a passion, and while the fit is on works havoc that inflicts long years of misery, though the very next hour may find it dimpling again in gay carelessness of calamity. Not so with the ocean. The sailor relies on its steady winds, and the honest signs it hangs in the heavens for all to read, giving fair warning of approaching danger. "Why, Mr. Van Tassel, as if you didn't know that our sky hangs out signs too, only, as Jack says, one must be brought up right on the lake to understand them. I had no idea you were such a poet, and so disloyal." As the girl made her warm protest, her companion threw back his head and gave the hearty laugh that his friends liked to hear. They had sped down Grand Boulevard, through Washington Park, and now entered the Midway Plaisance. What that name suggested to Chicagoans, up to a short time ago, was the loneliest, most rural drive of their park system. It even wound through the woods at one point, making the refreshing variety of a curve in the city of straight lines. On this morning of the summer of '89, when Mr. Van Tassel's horses turned into the broad avenue, their hooves rang out in unbroken stillness. Not another vehicle or human being was in sight. Birds glided noiselessly among the trees that lined each side of the driveway. Grassy fields stretched away in level, tranquil monotony in all directions. It was the Midway Plaisance, but with no dull, rhythmic beat of drum to be the first greeting of each new arrival, no shadowing forth of the scenes in the near future, when this unknown plot of ground should become the rendezvous and rallying place of the civilized, half-civilized, and savage nations of the earth. It was the Midway Plaisance. What's in a name? The words now signify to millions a babel of tongues, a baffling concatenation of noises and odors, a dizzying throng of sensations and emotions, a wondrous collection of novel sights. Yet, a little while ago it was the Midway Plaisance, and Richard Van Tassel chose to drive through it with this young girl because he wished for solitude, and he could find no more secluded and unfrequented spot. "You must be introduced to the charms of the sea before you decide on the question of my loyalty," he said. "That will never be, I fear," she answered soberly. "Never is a long time. Hope for the best," said her companion cheerily. "I do try to, but I haven't Jack's cork-like disposition." A sadness had crept into the girl's tone in spite of herself. "She is thinking of Mrs. Breckenridge's invitation," decided Van Tassel. "Your day will come. Every man and woman has his opportunity," he suggested. "I hope you are right," answered Clover, rather dispiritedly. Her companion looked around at her tenderly, but her large eyes were gazing between the horses' heads. "My poor little girl," he said, and at his tone Clover glanced at him in surprise. "Is the mother not so well?" he asked. "Something depresses you." "I do not think she is worse," answered the girl slowly, but her eyes moistened, and she looked away. "I understand. It is hard for you to be the head of the family. You will grow old before your time." Clover became afraid that she should cry. She looked resolutely at the antics of a gopher on the fence. "I have been growing young ever since we started," she answered lightly at last. "I did feel haggard with age early this morning." She might have added, "and at the hour of every night," for her novel problems would not let her sleep. "I hope you mean to tell me your troubles always," said Mr. Van Tassel. "That is very good of you," returned the girl, turning her head and giving her companion a faint April smile. "And very tempting, too. Even though I am nearly certain that you cannot help me, I am weak enough to wish to talk to you of what I must repress at home." "I am glad to hear that," returned the other gravely, "gladder than I can express." So Clover told him of her uncle's debt to Mr. Bryant, of the small allowance he had consequently made her mother, and of the fact of its cessation. And while she still talked, their swift horses left the Midway Plaisance and entered Jackson Park, quiet and refreshing at this hour of the morning. The broad green field in its center was studded with haystacks whose perfume filled the air. Robins, thrushes, and catbirds lurked in the quiet groves, and swans sailed majestically on the lakelets where soon the Eskimo canoes would be equally at home. Adjoining the field of new-mown hay, ducks paddled along the still green banks of another sheet of water, as contentedly as later in the same spot their brothers would swim in the shadow of the white columns of a treasure house of painting and sculpture. Mr. Van Tassel drove his horses through the sight of future state buildings, down past the pavilion which afterward the people of Iowa beautified with their ingenious decorations. Here, close to its gray stones, he drew rein and watched with his companion the gentle waves break upon the sea wall. Clover's recital had drawn to a close, and now that it was over, she became for the first time embarrassed in the silence that followed, and doubtful of her own wisdom in having accepted the relief of speech. Her companion was her mother's best and oldest friend. He had urged her to confide in him. His present silence was doubtless owing to a deep consideration as to how he might be helpful to her, but he was a rich man. Clover had not thought of that till now. Her only hope, so far as her vague thoughts were formulated, had been that he might communicate with Uncle Adolph more efficiently than she herself. Her cheeks grew slowly, richly crimson. He turned, and she dreaded what he might be going to say. When her timid eyes found his kind gaze, he extended his hand to her. "Do you trust me entirely, Clover?" he asked. She was mystified, but as he evidently wished for her hand, she placed it in his. "Yes, I, she began incoherently, possessed by the suspicion that she had been indelicate, and torn between the keen feeling of her mother's needs and her repugnance to receiving a gift she might seem to have requested. "Don't be afraid, dear," he continued very kindly and quietly. "If we are both honest, we shall not hurt each other. You have been frank. Now it is my turn." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 4, Clover's Announcement. The next day, Jack Van Tassel came home. The first warning the Bryants had of his arrival was in hearing the familiar whistle of a scrap from Carmen, which was Jack's particular call. Only Clover and her mother were at home, Mildred having chaperoned the younger children to a lawn party in the neighborhood. "It is Jack!" cried Clover before the footstep had reached the steps. She looked hopefully at her mother, who returned the significant gaze. "He wouldn't whistle," continued the girl with soft eagerness, if he weren't the same old Jack." "I hardly feel equal to seeing him today," said Mrs. Bryant tremulously. "You shall not, dear," was the hurried response, as Clover ran downstairs from her mother's room where they had been sitting. She threw open the house door. "Clover herself!" exclaimed the visitor, laughing with pleasure and wringing her offered hand with painful cordiality. I'm glad you've come at last, she answered, and you don't look sorry. Not a bit of it, was the breezy answer. Where are Mrs. Bryant and Mildred, and the small fry? I want to see everybody. The girls and Frank will be inconsolable to miss your first call, but they've gone to a children's party, and Mother, I am sorry to say, isn't able to see anyone today. While the girl spoke, her eyes alternately met Jack's with a sort of wistful gladness, and then fell away. Her face expressed the relief she felt to be thus standing and talking in friendly, easy fashion with her old schoolmate. But come in and sit down, she added. You did not come home at Christmas, so we have a whole year's talking to do. Let us talk in the boat, Clover. Sorry Mrs. Bryant isn't well. I'll call again when she can see me. It is just right for a sail. Don't you want to come? Yes, indeed, returned the girl heartily. I have only had one sail this summer. Let me go and get my hat and say good-bye to Mother. She ran upstairs and presently returned. Not a trace of yesterday's care appeared in her countenance as the two started out gaily on the road they had often traveled together. Hyde Park still bore traces of being a country village. The young people walked through fields of sweet clover and goldenrod, where now massive hotels and blocks of granite and glass uprear. Chatting and laughing, they hastened on toward the boathouse. It is pleasant to be back, I declare, said Jack heartily, looking with affection over the billowy water, striped with greens and blues, which had been his boyhood's playground. Father says old friends are best, and I believe he is right. Is he coming with us this afternoon? Asked Clover, half shyly. Why, no, replied her companion, looking at her with undisguised astonishment. You don't mean to say Father has developed a taste for sailing while I've been off at the seat of learning? He always liked it very well, didn't he? Why, I believe he always preferred driving. I told Michael to put the Flirt in the water. Yes, there she is. Now for an old-timer, Clover. The wind is superb. The girl followed the speaker out upon the pier, and resting her hand lightly in the one he offered, stepped into the boat. Jack followed, and they moved slowly along the little harbor and out through the narrow opening between pier and breakwater, which has ushered so many boating parties into the joys of a brisk voyage, and will do so no more forever. Jack set the sail, and they began to move swiftly southward. The breeze was strong, and had already raised waves over which the boat sprang, striking a billow before she cut it, with a splash which echoed in the heart with 1,000 invigorating memories. It was going to be what Mildred called a jouncy sail, and Clover, leaning back amid the boat's cushions, would have been supremely content could her mind have been set at rest upon one point. Jack, unconscious of her reservation, bared his head and, holding the tiller with one hand, waved the other toward his companion. Now I am at home, he declared. Clover smiled and nodded in silence. She regarded him with less complacence than she had felt half an hour before. It was passing strange to feel a little shy and uncomfortable as she looked at Jack. Not to be able to chaff him concerning the little mustache that was a new acquisition, and which scarcely shaded his mouth. The Flirt's white wings bore them past the dark pines on the shore, past the sea-wall of the pleasant park, and the canal which fed its little lakelets. Then on, past sandy beach and wild wood where the children picked flowers in early summer, past sloughs where adventurous boys skated in winter. A deserted, unpromising, monotonously level bit of country, surely, to be chosen as a cynosure for the eyes of all nations, to be destined to become the dazzling focus of a world's activity. Clover, as she gazed, saw only her old playground. No vision came to her of White City, lovely and unsubstantial as though fashioned from the clouds of heaven, and holy because the offering of the best of men's hearts and brains. No such foreshadowing came to blot out and lift her above her personal hopes and fears. She was recalled from absently viewing the landscape by Jack's cheery voice. "Shall we put about?" he asked. "Yes, we might as well," she replied, and as she lowered her head, the boom swung over. "I hope you won't get wet," he continued apologetically, for the spray was flying high and higher. "This wind is growing to be too much of a good thing. You must excuse my preoccupation, but I'm trying not to let you be drenched." Oh, never mind me, replied Clover. You know, you always said I was almost as good as a boy. I'm not going to lose my reputation on account of a few pints of water, I assure you. If I had only put in a reef, said Jack regretfully, and you had your waterproof. But the lake was growing boisterous, and the facts remained that they had neither reef nor waterproof. I suppose we shall have to go in, but this is fine, Clover. Indeed it is. And does it really bring you to the conclusion that there is no place like home? I am interested, for you see, I don't know any place but home. Is that a fact? Van Tassel glanced at his companion, with a recollection of what his father had told him of her relinquished European trip. Yes, I am narrow to the last degree. I have never been out of my native state. Jack eyed the girl with admiring compassion. You've never even seen a hill, Clover. Never, excepting the one in Lincoln Park. Jack laughed. Which was carted there in wagons, he added. The things I've never done and never seen would fill a large volume, went on the girl, her soft hair, golden in the sunlight, blowing into a halo around her forehead as she leaned on her elbow among the cushions. But then I'm not sure I shouldn't be as homesick if I went away as May Frisbee was last summer. Do you remember, while she was in Switzerland, she wrote home, "For real scenery, give me Illinois." Ah, here is some Lake Michigan. For a dancing, noisy wave had leapt above the gunwale, a few spoonfuls vaulting saucily into the girl's lap. Pardon me, Clover. It is too bad, but we will be inside in a minute. Sorry we had to be cut short in our career. Never mind, we've sailed while we sailed, not dawdled along. And you will come with me again soon, I hope. White-crested billows pursued them to the narrow opening in the breakwater as, wind-buffeted, the little craft entered the harbor. When they landed, Jack left the boathouse janitor to take down his sails. Clover put on her hat, and they walked up to the road together. All this time and not a word of congratulation, began Jack gaily, as they started toward home. Clover met his eyes with a quick, glad turn of her head, relieved from the suspicion that had been filling her with apprehension, and impulsively she put out her hand. Her companion clasped it. Well, better late than never, he said. I am so glad, she returned, low and excitedly. I was afraid you didn't know it, that perhaps your father hadn't told you of our engagement. What? You engaged, Clover? Returned Jack in great astonishment, pausing in his walk. Why, of course I didn't know it. He shook her passive hand again and started on. I haven't had a chance for any talk with father yet, for when I dropped in at the office this morning, he had some old duffer with him. I only meant just now to fish for congratulations for myself that my grind is over. I've been receiving a lot of them lately, you know. Excuse the egotism. Now I understand why you have seemed to have something on your mind this afternoon. I do congratulate him most heartily, whoever he is. He's a happy man. Do I know him? Jack saw his companion turn pale to her lips as he asked the question, and her eyes amazed him by their piteous wistfulness as she raised them to his. I have made a great mistake to speak, she returned faintly. But I thought from what you said, and I hoped so you would not object. He is, eagerly, oh, he is happy, Jack. It is your father. The young man stared blankly into the white face, then his own turned red. Through all the tan of seashore sun she could see the color rise, and as the affectionate interest that had shone from his expressive eyes gave place to a violent revulsion of feeling, it seemed to her that a physical coldness crept around her heart. This is news to me, he said in a voice she did not know. I wouldn't have believed it of you, Clover. The girl winced. The contempt of her old playfellow was the severest blow she had ever had to hear. She walked fast under the stress of feeling, and her companion kept pace with her. This is why she refused the Breckenridge invitation, thought Van Tassel hotly. My poor, generous, blind father. They kept silence for half a block. Then Clover spoke again, recovered calmness in her pale face. Your father said that if we were honest with each other, we should not do wrong, she said clearly, And we have been very honest. He loves me. He wants to take all my cares upon himself. Nearly all our means of subsistence has recently been taken from us, and I was bewildered and helpless when Mr. Van Tassel came to me with his love and generosity. An irresistible temptation, no doubt, replied Jack dryly. It was a great temptation. I have the future of 3 children in my care, with all my inexperience, but the keenest pang in my helplessness was Mother's condition. You are honest. If you were equally so with my father, I do not wonder it occurred to his great heart to do as he had done. The hot blood flew to Clover's cheeks. You are wrong to insult me, she said, controlling herself with heroic effort, for her hurt youth longed to seek relief in flight instead of waiting to parley. You will soon know that Mr. Van Tassel loves me, and, suddenly turning suppliant, when he told me so, and represented all that he could do for me if I would consent to marry him, why should I have refused? I did not know it would make you so angry, Jack, and, with eager explanation, I do not care for anybody. Her companion gave a short laugh. A nice lookout for my father, he said curtly. You will not understand. You will not approve, she said passionately, in a low voice that began to tremble. They were nearing her home now. It is hard for you. Perhaps it is wrong to you. So far as my own happiness goes, I could give it all up for your sake, for your rights are to be considered. Ah, there is Mother in the window. She sees you, Jack. The white head behind the window pane inclined, and Van Tassel mechanically lifted his hat. Do you see the peaceful look in her face? Went on the girl's unsteady voice. She has only looked like that since yesterday. No, with new strength and no supplication in her manner as she unconsciously drew herself up. I will not waver. Say what you please to me. Think what you will of me. I can have but one thought. I must have but one, and that is, Mother. Van Tassel lifted his hat once more, as to a stranger. Not one friendly word? She asked desperately, her breath coming fast. What do you want? Asked the other. That I should wish you prosperity? You surely do not wish me ill, Jack? You have just declared your intention not to consider me. What can my wishes be to you? My only course is to efface myself. And without another word of farewell, Van Tassel bowed, and turning on his heel, hurried away up the street. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 5, Miss Barry's Visitors. Miss Lavinia Barry stood on the stone doorstep of her square white house early one evening, soon after the scene narrated in the last chapter. The elm growing in her yard would have put to shame those so carefully tended in front of the Van Tassel mansion 1,000 miles away, and more of the noble trees stood outside the white picket fence and shaded the country road. The flowers in her carefully weeded garden were homely and wholesome, like her own placid face, as she stood, elbows in her hands, regarding the neighbor who was in the act of departing from her hospitable roof. You're sure it won't inconvenience you a mite, Lavinia? Asked the latter, folding a brown paper parcel beneath her shawl as her anxious, upturned face met Miss Barry's benevolent gaze. You won't need the pattern this week? No, I shan't need it this week, answered Lavinia pleasantly. Then, as the other started off contentedly toward the little white gate, she added in an equable, unvexed undertone, But if I want it any time within 2 months, I shall have to come after it, that I know. There ain't anybody slacker'n you be, Anne Getchell, from one end of Pearfield to the other. Miss Barry continued to watch contemplatively the woman whom she had characterized with such passionless severity, and suddenly she saw her stoop. Your posies do smell so good, Lavinia, Miss Getchell called back. I suppose you don't care if I take some, old man? Miss Barry smiled, and stepping deliberately off the stone, advanced toward her guest. Take any old man you can get, Anne. I wouldn't lay a straw in your way. That's an old joke, Lavinie, returned the other with a sniff, breaking a piece of the feathery stuff with its pungent, sweet odor, while her hostess, with generous hand, gathered the best the garden afforded, and tying the nosegay with a bit of striped grass, bestowed it upon the visitor, who buried her nose in its depths. You're just as much of an old maid as I be, you know, added Miss Sketchel with an upward look. Just exactly, Anne. I don't know but more set in that direction, as it were. Miss Lavina's lips twitched a little as she rested her arms on the gate after her guest had gone out, but all her neighbors had reason to know that the milk of human kindness became cream in her case, and Anne Getchell had too often benefited by its richness to feel less than content now. Indeed, as she turned a curve in the country road and hugged closer her brown paper parcel, she soliloquized with much satisfaction. I wasn't sure she'd let me have it. Lavinia always does set so much store by what Miss Page sends her, and that dolman has got a style to it that I hain't seen anywhere else. I can get it out of my old gray poplin, I'm next to certain. Them spots don't show hardly at all on the other side. Why, Mr. Gorham! The spinster started back with a short, shrill screech. What a turn you did give me! Why, clutching the left side of her dress waist, I'm all of a tremble. You riz up so unexpected from behind that rock that law, I can't hardly stand up. The young man who had thus rudely interrupted an absorbing sunset dream looked upon the ostentatiously perturbed speaker with some trouble in his absent gaze. Pardon me, Miss Getchell. The evening is so beautiful. I had thrown myself down in the grass there to listen to the thrushes, and that moment happened to decide I must be moving. I did not hear your soft tread approaching. Over Miss Anne's agitated countenance there stole a gratified expression. This reference to her soft tread had a pleasing sound. It was characteristic of this young man to appear to compliment when no proceeding was further from his thoughts. More worldly wise and charming women than Miss Sketchel had been similarly misled by him. Nature and mischievous mood had added to his muscular physique the features of a hero of romance, and launched him, a practical joke, upon society. The little woman tilted her thin head to one side with an arch air, and lifted her sharp-nosed face toward his pensive eyes. Ain't it a coincidence I should have met up with you just now? I've got a pattern under my arm this minute that your sister-in-law sent Lavinie Barry. I didn't know as you was in town. Her companion was anxious to pass on, but sense of duty forbade. He had startled Miss Anne. It would be uncivil to leave her abruptly. I have but just arrived. I've come down for a flying visit to Miss Barry. Just so. I've just come from there, as I said. You hain't been down in years, have you? It is a long time for me to stay away from Pierfield. Good. Lavinie didn't say a word about expecting you, said Miss Anne curiously. Do you still like lawyerin'? Yes, I like it. Good evening, Miss Sketchel. He lifted his hat. Then, as though compunction prompted the act, he advanced a step and took Miss Anne's limp hand. He was recalling that she had been kind to him in a past when the quality of apples was not material, and the fruit on her gnarly little trees had seemed desirable. Good evening, she answered. Come and see me if you're staying long enough. Thank you. I return to Boston almost immediately. The young man pursued his way, relieved to be free again to give all his attention to the soft summer sky where the light was fading, to the bird notes which were becoming disconnected and dreamy, to the scents which rose gratefully from willows, and the thorny luxuriance of vines that rioted over the stone wall at the roadside. Miss Barry was still lingering at her gate when he approached the house. She dropped her hands from her elbows and grasped the pickets of the fence at sight of the face under the lifted hat. Why, Mr. Gorham! She exclaimed, and opened the gate, her countenance alight with pleased surprise. I was just thinking about you this minute as I was standing here. Naturally. I was a coming event, and I cast my shadow before. The visitor shook the plump offered hand with no abstraction now in his eyes, and his teeth gleamed beneath his mustache. I've no doubt I can tell what you were thinking about, too. Like enough. I suppose lawyers know everything. Come into the house, said Miss Lavina hospitably. Not yet. It is far too pleasant here. Where is that old settee that used to be under the oriole elm? Why, there it is, of course, only pushed to the other side. And the speaker started for the desired haven. Come back, Gorham Page. Don't you wade through the wet grass, exclaimed Miss Barry imperatively. Her visitor turned around, laughing. That sounds natural, Aunt Love, he said. Well, perhaps it does, replied the other in half-laughing apology. But haven't you learned good sense yet? The dew's a-fallen, and that grass ought to have been mowed last week. Do you remember when I used to mow it for you? I remember when you used to promise to, rejoined Miss Barry, the corners of her mouth still twitching. Look here, I ain't going under that elm to set with my feet in the water. All right, replied Paige, succumbing with a sigh, and casting a glance toward the graceful branches of the tallest elm, behind which the new moon glimmered in a primrose sky. What an evening! He ejaculated. Dewy, though, returned Miss Barry. I do like those old trees, said her guest slowly, continuing to gaze. So do the mosquitoes, replied Miss Barry inflexibly. Come up onto the stoop. Paige, with a smile of amusement, followed his hostess to the piazza, where she ensconced him in one rocking chair and herself in another. Do the orioles still hold possession of that elm? Yes. I'm glad of that. The rest of the world may change and must, but I'm jealous of a hair's breadth of change in Pearfield. Well, I don't know. The hangbirds squabble a good deal, remarked Miss Lavina impartially. Her guest laughed again. The fact being that very few things in life moved him to laughter, he was enjoying himself hugely. You are too practical, too unsentimental, Aunt Love, he asserted argumentatively. Too unsentimental, hey? Responded Miss Barry, folding her hands over the white apron that protected her striped gingham gown. That's pretty good from you. What does it mean? Have you repented o' your singular ways and been fallen in love? Oh, yes, responded the other, more seriously. Then added simply, as though stating an undeniable fact, I am always falling in love. Then why don't you get married? Asked Miss Lavina bluntly. I haven't heard a thing about you in so long. I didn't know but what you was married, only I hadn't received any cake. I didn't believe you'd forget me. No, said Paige. If I could be as loyal to any girl as I am to you, Aunt Love, I should certainly ask her if she would have me. But if you fall in love? Asked Miss Barry, perplexed. The trouble is, I don't stay in love, explained Paige with simple sincerity. I can't help forgetting about the young lady in a little while. It really makes me blue sometimes. Now, this summer at Bar Harbor, I met a girl who was remarkably pleasant, pretty, clever, a good talker. Her tastes and mine coincided. My mind was full of her when I left the place. Have you heard from her since? Asked Miss Barry with interest. This certainly sounded encouraging. Oh, yes. I have sent her candy and flowers and books from time to time, responded Paige, beginning to look serious and abstracted. Then you write to each other? Yes, oh yes, we do. Yes. Come to think of it, though, Paige gave a short, uncomfortable laugh. I believe I never answered her last letter. I've forgotten. I must look it up when I get back to town if I can remember it. Aunt Love, brightening, are those scalloped cookies still in the tin box? Child, you haven't had any supper. Miss Barry sprang to her feet with astonishing celerity, her plumpness considered. The guest also rose. Yes, I have, but I want a cookie. Then I'll get it for you. No, no, that would spoil everything. Paige took his hostess by her plump, comfortable arms and forced her back into her seat. There ain't a bit of light in there, remarked Miss Barry resignedly. That was the condition of things when my aim for the cookies used to be most unerring, returned the visitor, disappearing into the house. He returned shortly, carrying in one hand a cookie which had already lost from its side a generous semicircle, and in the other a round, deep tin box which he placed at an impartial distance between his own chair and Miss Lavina's. Those are not my usual cookies, stated the latter, meditatively regarding the box as her guest settled himself with a sigh of content. Page smiled. That's all right, he answered. You know they never were. Now I deny it, Gorham Page, rejoined Miss Barry warmly. I was never one to make excuses all the time, and you can't say I was. Not truthfully, you can't. These are exactly right, anyway, returned the other calmly. There never was a cookie outside this house that tasted as good. Oh, now that's silly, Mr. Gorham, returned Miss Barry with a pleased smile. No, it is sound sense. I feel old and tired of things very often. If I could only get hold of one of these at such moments, I should be young again in a minute, with an appetite for everything. If you should some day receive a telegram asking for a cookie, you may know that I need to be rejuvenated, and mail me one at once. Have you forgotten my currant wine? Asked Miss Barry radiantly. Well, I guess not, but you never let me know where you kept that. His hostess laughed. No, sir, indeed I didn't. You sit where you are, and I'll fetch it out. She was as good as her word, and in a short time a little table stood at Page's elbow, and upon it a bottle and 2 glasses. I am sure I am a big boy now, he laughed, as he poured the wine, since you trust me with this. I well remember the half glasses you used to give me as a treat. How many summers did we come here, Aunt Love? Pretty near every year after you was 10 years old till you went to college. A little silence fell between them, for it was that summer before Page's collegiate life began that his mother bade him a last good-bye upstairs in this very house, in the low-ceiled chamber where the branches of the oriole elm cast their shadow. How's your cousin Jack? I wonder if he remembers Pearfield, too, continued Miss Barry. Indeed he does. He graduated from Harvard this year, and of course I attended the commencement. He asked for you, and I told him I didn't know half as much about you as I ought to. So when your business letter reached me last week, I determined to answer it in person, and I hope you will pardon what was unbusinesslike delay, for I could not arrange to come at once. I feel as though Miss Barry was beginning diffidently, when a small dark whirlwind rattled the tin cake box, jostled the table, and leapt frantically against Miss Lavina's arm, upsetting some drops of wine upon the clean white apron. Get out! Get down! Your paws are dirty! She exclaimed, emphasizing her unflattering protests with slaps at the panting, bounding, shaggy terrier, who at last seated himself for an instant on his stump of a tail, before rising to take a minute survey of the visitor's pantaloons. Oh, you nuisance! Apostrophized Miss Lavina, wiping up the wine drops with her handkerchief. He's been to get the cow with Obed. He goes every night, and he always races home like a mad thing, just as though it had come over him up in the pasture that p'raps I'd give him the slip and go off somewheres without him. No, sir, don't you touch that cookie box! For the terrier's eyes were gleaming through the mat of hair, and his mobile nose worked hungrily, first toward Page's hand, and then toward the base of supplies. He evidently knows those cookies and agrees with my estimate of them, said the young man, breaking a piece and offering it to the dog as he returned alertly from Miss Barry's vigorous push. The creature swallowed the morsel, and at each mouthful Page took thereafter, became convulsed throughout his rough body, then planted his 4 feet firmly and expectantly, and emitted a little bark. This is an innovation, continued the guest. Pearfield does move, it seems, after all. Oh, well, sighed Miss Lavina, lifting the cookie box to a safe perch on the table. It's none of my doing. Since the last season you spent here, I haven't made it any regular thing to keep summer boarders. But last year a lady was here with her children, and nurse, and this dog. They had him new for a plaything for the children, and they was too little to like him. He's the livest thing, Blitzen is, that ever walked, anyway. No, I ain't talking to you. Keep down. And he scared the children with his wild ways. The upshot of it was, they all went off and left him on my hands. Mrs. Siddall said it was so much trouble to travel with him that if he bothered me, I might give him away to somebody in the village. Humph, that was all very well to say. I've given him to 4 folks already. Page smiled and gave the dog another mouthful. Wise Blitzen. He knows which side his bread is buttered on, was his comment. He wouldn't stay tied up, nor shut up, no more'n a witch, continued Miss Barry. And every time he'd come back, he'd looked rougher than the last time. And when he'd catch sight of me, he'd act foolish and actually laugh. It's a fact. He'd grin till he showed every tooth in his head. Of course, I gave in at last. I had to. He's a knowin' critter, sighed Miss Lavina. He knows everything on earth, only just that I don't want him. He set out to deny that, and he'll stick to it. He seems to be a fine dog of his kind, said Paige. Yes, they said he costs a lot of money, returned Miss Barry, regarding the terrier dubiously. I did think, though, first off, that I should never get to tell quick which was which end of him. He hasn't got tail enough to wag, and he's so rough and queer he's given me a start many a time barking in the direction I didn't expect. What were we talking about when Blitzen broke in? I was asking pardon for my delay in responding about your business matter. I told you when I met you at the gate that I knew you were thinking, as you stood there, that it was strange that I should be neglectful of you. Well, I wasn't. I was wondering if I had done the right thing to bother you about the matter anyway. Decidedly you did. It is a problem I can solve for you with very little trouble, I'm sure, if you will show me the papers you spoke of. I have robbed the tin box shamefully, and the light has gone. Supposing we go into the house and talk the matter over. My time in Pearfield is limited. I sail for Germany next Saturday, and I have considerable to do between now and then. Well, if you ain't clever to me, said Miss Barry gratefully, as she rose and led the way into the house, while Paige followed with the impedimenta of box and bottle, and the further embarrassment of Blitzen, who writhed ingeniously about his legs, evidently intending to make clear his adherence to one who could command cake at such an astonishing time and place. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 6, The Unexpected Guest. Miss Barry's legal question was at last disposed of. Paige carefully mapped out a plan of action for her and explained each detail with painstaking kindness. You are clever to me, Mr. Gorham, she repeated gratefully, when all was made clear. Now I want to pay you exactly as any of your clients would, she added in a businesslike tone. You can't, he answered, throwing himself back in his chair, for they don't any of them make such cookies as you do. Now, please don't joke, she begged, half laughing. You've had the cookies already. Of course, just a retaining fee, as it were. Blitzen and I want some more before I go to bed. But such an obligation, pleaded Miss Barry. Such a pleasure, Aunt Love, rejoined her lawyer. Now, to change the subject, what is Pearfield's opinion about the World Fair? Where do you think it ought to be held? I don't know enough about the different cities to say, returned Miss Barry. I see by the papers some of the western cities think they have as good a right as anybody. Chicago is after it. Such an idea! As though folks want to have to traipse way across the country to see the fair. I don't know much about public questions, continued Miss Lavina, complacently smoothing her apron, but I know enough to see that there ain't any sense in that notion, and reasonable folks won't listen to it. Not but what Chicago's a good deal of a city, I suppose. Chicagoans have that idea, answered Paige, smiling. I have a friend who recently returned from Europe, and he says that one day, in the boat's music room, he found on a table a book purporting to portray only Chicago and its suburbs. There were pictures in it of Niagara Falls and the Yellowstone Park. Do tell, exclaimed Miss Barry, laughing. Well, where do you want the fair to be, Mr. Gorham? Oh, I feel as though New York were the proper place. I think it is the general feeling that it would be a risk to trust a matter like that to Chicago. There has been a very clever cartoon published recently in New York, showing our principal cities represented as pretty women standing in a semicircle around Uncle Sam, waiting to see which shall receive a bouquet which he holds in his hands labeled World's Fair. That is, they are all pretty women except Chicago, who is a half-grown, scrawny girl, arrayed in an evening gown covered with a pattern of little pigs. She has huge diamonds blazing in her breast and ears, her thin arms are bare, and the hands she wildly stretches out to Uncle Sam wear kid gloves with one button at the wrist. Her mouth is wide open, and she is evidently vociferously demanding the prize, while New York, a beautiful society girl, gazes at her with well-bred scorn. For my own part, I think New York may overdo the nonchalant business, and if she does, the energetic maiden stands a good chance to gain her end. How do you suppose your cousin Jack likes to have his city made such game of? Asked Miss Lavina. Oh, I fancy Jack has learned by this time to view the Garden City from a Bostonian standpoint. I don't know what his views are on the subject of the fair. I have seen very little of him the last years. You are liable to make up for it in the year to come, said a new voice suddenly. Blitzen had already run growling toward a window, and now barked furiously as Jack Van Tassel walked into the room, and Miss Lavina and her guests sprang to their feet. Forgive the intrusion, added the newcomer, in the handshaking that ensued. I looked through the window and saw you sitting here so comfortably, I thought it a pity to make you the trouble of coming to the door. Aunt Love, how are you? You didn't expect to see me here, Gorham. Where have you dropped from? You were in Chicago day before yesterday, rejoined his cousin. I don't deny it. Thank you, Aunt Love. I used to like this rocking chair when my feet wouldn't touch the floor as I sat in it. What do I see? If there isn't the cookie box. Yes, and you're in great luck to come as soon as you have, for I was just meditating another onslaught upon it. Well, if you two great boys ain't as bad as you ever were, exclaimed Miss Barry in high delight, as she hastened to bring forth the currant wine again for the delectation of her new guest. Perhaps you will explain yourself, remarked Paige curiously, hospitably reaching out the tin box and meanwhile making attempts to hold Blitzen off with his foot, an effort which met the success attendant on similar treatment of quicksilver. Why, I've come to see Aunt Love, responded Jack. Why shouldn't I? Miss Barry looked at his brilliant, graceful face and figure admiringly. Why not indeed, she said, laughing. I was always good to you, wasn't I, Mr. Jack? Too good. Far too good. I remember everything. That is all very well, but why did you bid me a long farewell a week ago, and then turn around and come back again? Persisted Paige. Jack tossed off a glass of wine. Better than ever, he exclaimed, sending Miss Barry one of the caressing, admiring looks which warmed any feminine heart toward which they were directed. Then he turned to his cousin. Because, my dear Gorham, I have repented of my rejection of your offer, and after I've talked over old times sufficiently with Aunt Love, it is my intention to accompany you to Germany. Do you accept my apology? Good enough, commented Paige briefly, but with evident satisfaction. Your decision must have been sudden, though. What was the matter? Did Chicago grate upon your aesthetic sense in her scramble for the fair? She isn't scrambling, that I know of. She doesn't need to. She'll get the fair all right. Anyone can see with half an eye that Chicago is the only place for it. The foreordained place. Paige laughed quietly and skeptically, and there followed one of the arguments of which every American citizen knows the pros and cons. That night, Miss Barry put her unexpected guests into 2 bedrooms which communicated. When her last good wishes for their comfort had been expressed and good nights said, the 2 men looked at each other as they listened to her retreating footsteps. Of course, said Paige, if the explanation you gave me downstairs is all you care to say, I'm satisfied. The brightness had faded from Van Tassel's face. He looked moody and worn. No, I meant to tell you, of course, he answered, seating himself on the side of the bed. I found when I reached home that Father had assumed charge of an orphan asylum, and I thought I should be better off out of the way. What do you mean? Exactly what I say. He is going to marry the eldest member, in order to facilitate matters. Uncle Richard is going to marry again, and you have quarreled with him? Jack shook his head quickly. I don't quarrel with Father, he replied briefly. Paige sat down in a blue chintz armchair by the window and pushed open the blind. Then recollecting that one of Aunt Love's last warnings had been not to do so on account of mosquitoes, he closed it again. Uncle Richard has been a widower for 15 years, he said. He is scarcely over 50 years old. Aren't you unreasonable to resent his marrying? Van Tassel, his somber eyes fixed on the palm leaves and the ingrain carpet, emitted an inarticulate sound. What more appropriate, continued his cousin, than that he should select a widow, even supposing she has children? He has plenty of money. I can see how it would make you feel sore and change your home feeling at first. But Uncle Richard has such a level head, you may be certain that the lady is such a one as you will like after a time. Jack gave a short, unmirthful laugh. The lady hasn't any children. What a pity you can't see her. She is a little girl who went to school with me at home, and she has an invalid mother, some younger sisters, and a brother on her hands. Page raised his heavy eyebrows and gave a soft whistle. As they have nothing in the world, they have roped father in. That's bad, admitted the older man with some sympathetic disgust. Then you have quarreled with Uncle Richard, for of course you attempted to dissuade him. Not at all. I arrived home to find the engagement a fixed fact and all the parties satisfied. What was there to be done? You didn't come away without saying anything? No, no, I wouldn't do that, and I believe that in place of anything else to be proud of, I shall always be proud of having had some self-control in that last interview with father. I knew all the time, hot and angry as I was, that if I said to him what I felt, I should repent of hurting him all my life. He is the noblest man, the best father, that ever lived. The speaker's eyes grew bright, and Page believed it was with moisture. I'm glad to hear you say that, he rejoined heartily. You are right, I know. Uncle Richard is one man in 1,000, and it would be easy enough to believe that even a young girl might feel a deep and romantic attachment for him. Van Tassel shook his head. You are all off again. Say all you like in praise of father, but why be prejudiced? Suggested Page hopefully. This Miss Bryant. Why should you, on the circumstantial evidence of her family's need, decide that she is only mercenary? Perhaps she loves, and perhaps she doesn't, interrupted Jack impatiently. She says she doesn't. What? Yes, Clover is a very honest girl, and she was good enough to inform me of the neutral state of her affections. Well, well, I must say Uncle Richard is beginning to puzzle me. He has seen this girl grow up. Is she so irresistibly beautiful? What an idea! No! My father puzzles me too, I assure you, but I must believe he loves her, and in the face of that, Gorham, Van Tassel looked up with strong feeling in face and voice, that dear old fellow made sure that he wouldn't be interfering with me before he spoke to her. He came to me just before leaving Cambridge and asked me if I cared for her. Of course I didn't suspect anything. It seemed only a consistent carrying out of the desire he has always had to anticipate my every wish. He urged nothing, but persisted gently till he discovered what he was after, and I tell you it touches me. In the light of present circumstances, it touches me to think about it. He would have given up his wishes. No one would ever have been allowed to suspect them, had they conflicted with mine. The speaker rose, crossed the room, and stood with his back to his cousin, while he regarded the antlered cows in a framed sampler executed by Miss Lavina's mother. No wonder you were glad that you said nothing offensive at parting, remarked Page. Yes, replied Jack, turning back. I have been in 20 different minds since taking the train for Boston, as to whether I do right or wrong to go to Europe now. Very few words passed between father and me about it. I had some hours to think before meeting him, after learning what he had done, and I merely told him that Clover had told me of their engagement. He looked right at me, and he understands me pretty well. Does it displease you, Jack? He asked. It surprises me, sir, I answered, and it makes me feel that while matters are in the transition state which is coming, I might perhaps as well put in that year abroad you spoke of. He was silent for a minute, and I knew that, try as I might, I couldn't mislead him much as to my feelings, so I braced up and spoke as naturally as I could, about how deeply I desired his happiness, and said that if my staying at home would conduce to it, I would stay. He thought a minute more, and then he said as quietly as he always says everything, You had better go, Jack. The speaker paid one more visit to the sampler with its angular green trees. After a minute, Page broke the silence. I believe you have decided wisely. I believe you had better come with me. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 7, On the Rail. The following week, the two sailed for Germany, but when homecoming time for Paige arrived, his cousin did not accompany him. Mr. Van Tassel had married the month after his son left, and although his affectionate letters held out an invariable welcome, they made it easy for Jack to stay amid the novel scenes which allured him. Gorham Page, therefore, was alone when he re-entered Boston one day in the following August. The sister-in-law with whom he made his home was, he knew, at the seashore, and after a brief visit to her deserted flat and a hasty repacking, he took a cab for the Boston and Maine depot. He was rather late for his train, and he boarded it to find it crowded. Passing from one car to another in vain search for a seat, he descried, standing in an aisle, a tall young girl who attracted his attention at once, by reason of her superb figure fashionably clothed in plainest black, and the annoyance on her fresh face. She held a satchel in her hand, and was vainly endeavoring to appear indifferent after a heated appeal to a badgered conductor who had apparently sought relief from a suffering public in deafness. When Paige, who was slightly short-sighted, approached near enough to discern the impatient golden lights in her hazel eyes, and the underlip caught beneath her teeth, he took in the situation and gave one more searching glance around the crowded day car, the parlor car he had already discovered to be hopeless. "This is very uncomfortable," he said, addressing the girl and raising his hat. "I have not quite despaired of finding a seat. Won't you follow me?" "I have been all through," she answered, but she followed him. The next car was packed with equal solidity, but Paige moved forward, and on the platform was motioned away by a brakeman. "Back, please. Next car is a sleeper. Taking it to Portland. No passengers." "Is it locked?" asked Paige, pushing by. "No, 'tain't locked, but—" Paige interrupted the slow drawl decidedly, and put aside the detaining hand. "Oh, well, people can't stand, you know." And with an encouraging look around at the damsel in distress, who followed him with alacrity, he opened the door of the Pullman and ushered her into the luxuriously empty car. "Thank you so much," said the girl gratefully, as she took possession of one section, and her benefactor seated himself across the way. One by one, a dozen other passengers came in and availed themselves of this unexpected privilege, and the pessimistic conductor contented himself by collecting 50 cents from each individual. Paige had an eye for beauty, and as his position made it possible to do so undetected, he regarded his neighbor appreciatively. The world is full of pretty girls, thank heaven, but this one was unusual inasmuch as she was built on such large lines as to make approval a matter of taste. Paige did approve. He mentally called her a young Juno as he regarded her flat back and fine shoulders, her clear, healthy skin, and the cupid's bow of her upper lip. Her thick brown hair was uncrimped and smoothly brushed toward the coil at the back of her head. She was what is called in the parlance of the day a tailor-made girl, and her physique suggested rowing and tennis. Paige thought this, and wished he had an excuse to speak with her. The fact that he had happened to do her a slight favor made this more than usually impossible, so after a while he abandoned his regard of her piquant profile in favor of the landscape from his own window. About now, the conversation between two men in the section behind this fin de siècle maiden became loud enough to take half the car into their confidence. They were discussing the incongruous situation of the World's Fair, for in the previous April Uncle Sam had yielded and thrown his bouquet to that one of his daughters which, according to the cartoonist, had clamored and importuned the loudest. The crude, unformed, ill-bred creature now had this treasure in her keeping, and the righteous indignation and despair of those two New Hampshire men filled the car. What could be expected but national disgrace? What was the matter with the powers at Washington that they had not in some way averted such a disaster? A good many people thought it a joke, These gentlemen could see nothing amusing in having our country held up to ridicule. As the discussion waxed and waned, Page listened to it perforce, at first indifferently, then with more interest as he discovered that it was affecting his fair neighbor. He could see her cheek grow hot, could see that she held herself with greater rigidity. She bit her lip from time to time, and once she moved her head slowly around as if inclined to glance at the noisy talkers. But halfway her deep, luminous eyes shot their golden lightning straight into Page's, and recovering herself, she turned back and looked ahead again. The sunshine had begun to pour in at her window, and she suddenly seized the blind to pull it down. It fitted tightly after the manner of its kind, and her first effort was not successful. It was probably not a case for assistance, as the young woman looked as though her muscle would be equal to considerable strain, but Page spontaneously left his seat. "Allow me," he said, and drew the blind down. The girl thanked him rather severely. Page's shipboard experience of comparative informality with strangers was fresh upon him. He spoke on the impulse of the moment, feeling sure that the severity was not intended for him. "Wouldn't you prefer to change seats with me? Perhaps you would be less annoyed there by conversation as well as sunlight." "You heard something of it then," the girl exclaimed, "but I think they have said all the ignorant, stupid things they can think of." "I saw that the remarks were troubling you," said Page, seating himself opposite in her section. "The Garden City has one champion, I'm sure." "Dear, generous Chicago!" ejaculated the girl, and her youthful wrath was very entertaining to her neighbor. "It is the best thing that ever happened to the country that we are to have the fair. Perhaps," with interest, "you are a Chicagoan?" Page was obliged to deny this with a novel reluctance which amused him. The girl gave the slightest toss of her head. "I suppose the Eastern people think we enjoy the prospect of being jostled and crowded and having our streets torn up and our city extended, and all our comfort taken away for 2 years, while we live in a perfect pandemonium. No, we do not enjoy it, but we do it as our duty because we know that we can and shall do it well. It is not best to trust such an enterprise to an old, slow town." Page regarded the speaker with curiosity and interest. She spoke softly but emphatically in a contralto voice, and did not look at him, but beyond him. It occurred to her companion that with her superb vitality and unconscious audacity, she might be a truer type of the triumphant young city than that shown in the cleverly insulting picture which had so tickled his imagination. "I see you take a strong interest in the matter," he remarked. "Yes, my sister's husband has been busy about it from the first, so I have heard much concerning the subject, but then all Chicagoans are interested. It is their way." The evident pride with which the girl referred to this way caused Page to declare meekly, as a means of raising himself in her estimation, that he had relatives in Chicago. "That will be very pleasant for you in '93, she returned, with a slight smile which made her face bewitching. "I have been spending the last year with a Chicago cousin in Germany," continued Page. "He has taken a warm interest in every phase of the discussion." "Naturally," returned the girl. Then, having relieved her surcharged heart, she apparently recollected that she was prolonging an interview with a strange man, and leaning back in her seat, she took a copy of Life from her satchel. Fine streaks of sunshine sifted across the sheet. "Won't you accept that shady seat?" asked Page. "Thank you, no. I'm only going as far as R." "That is my destination, too. You might as well be comfortable." The girl looked up again with some interest. "Are you going to R?" "Then I shall ask you to be kind enough to direct me to the Ocean House. I'm afraid that there has been a misunderstanding, and that that the friend whom I am going to visit does not expect me this morning." The young man regarded her with a new expectancy. "I am going to the Ocean House also, and, by another coincidence, to see a Mrs. Page. She is my sister." His neighbor returned his gaze at first with surprise, then a demure spirit of mischief danced in her eyes. It had a brief struggle with cautious propriety, but it conquered. Caution usually did make a losing fight in the case of this young lady. I wonder if you can be Gorham, she said slowly, and Paige flushed to his temples under the fascination of his own name. I am, he laughed. I know a lot about you, declared the girl quietly, and her companion thought the dip in her upper lip when she smiled the prettiest thing he had ever seen. That is unfair, he returned, for I know absolutely nothing about you. Very likely, your sister only came to Pearfield 3 weeks ago. Pearfield? Have you been at Pearfield? How strange. Oh, it is very simple. My sister's husband was not well. He was all tired out with the fair business, and one thing and another, and the doctor frightened him into thinking he must have absolute rest. So he bethought him of this little village and Aunt Love. Of course you know Aunt Love. She is one of your staunchest admirers. I am not at all sure that when you take your hat off I shan't see a little halo clinging to your locks. Oh, come now, that is too bad. Well, we went there the middle of June, and we have been there ever since. 3 weeks ago, as I said, your sister came up. Or your sister-in-law, isn't she? Yes, but all the sister I have, so I claim her. I should think you would. She is lovely. She and Blitzen have been the bright spots in my summer. Oh, of course, Blitzen. I had forgotten him. He is delightful. So sympathetic. Our temperaments are just alike. Paige listened with interest. He could imagine the small dog and this young woman in a romp. He could picture her, and he liked to, in a light cambric gown, going at evening with Blitzen up into the pasture to get the cow. Aunt Love has given him to me, continued the girl complacently. Her companion smiled reminiscently. What does Blitzen say to the transfer? He asked. I sometimes suspect he doesn't know it, she returned seriously. I mention it to him every day, though. Mr. Van Tassel laughs at me and says that I needn't expect to take the dog, that Blitzen thinks I'm a humbug. Paige was not listening. Mr. Van Tassel? He repeated in blank surprise. Yes, didn't I say? Excuse me, he is my sister's husband, and your uncle. I forgot that. The dearest man that ever lived. Paige felt staggered, and confusedly afraid that he should show the shock he felt. His eyes fell. This was one of that obscure family who had roped Uncle Richard in. Like lightning, there flashed across his mind the consideration that beauty had made his uncle weak. Yes, ahem, he stammered, for he feared it might have been long that he had sat there dazed. I'm sorry to hear that my uncle is ailing. Jack, his son, knows nothing of it. No, it is Mr. Van Tassel's wish that his son should not be informed of his indisposition. The girl's reply sounded curiously stilted in contrast to her previous ease of manner. Paige blamed himself for the new coldness. Just like his unselfishness, isn't it? He returned cordially. I can't help thinking how surprised Hilda will be to see me appear with you. She does not know when to expect me. Mrs. Paige was indeed surprised when the train stopped at R, and she stood on the platform and beheld her brother and her guest leave the car together. She was a vivacious little woman with a trim figure and keen blue eyes that looked out beneath her sailor hat, full of lively interest in everything and everybody. She pounced upon the pair and kissed them both with enthusiasm. How perfectly delightful, she exclaimed. I couldn't help worrying a little about you, Miss Bryant. Oh, yes, Bryant was the name, thought Paige. I knew you were not familiar with Boston, and although I had given you such detailed directions, I should have been frantic if you hadn't come out of the car just when you did. Gorham, how did you happen to find her? Did you go out to Pearfield? How is Uncle Richard, Miss Bryant? There, Gorham, don't let that stage go without us. Not the white one, the yellow. Is there room for 3? When they were in the stage that was to take them to the hotel, these queries and many more were answered before the long extent of surf came in sight, vividly blue beyond the firm white shore on which a foamy lacework melted. Miss Page ensconced her guest in a pleasant room near her own, and then returned to her own quarters with an impatient hope that her brother would seek her there. She had not long to wait, and she welcomed him eagerly. What do you think of my new acquisition? She asked, as she gave him a seat that commanded the ocean and took one nearby. I was greatly surprised. I thought you would be, said Hilda triumphantly. But what do you think of her? Isn't she handsome? Very, answered Paige, looking dreamily out upon the water. Haven't you fallen in love with her, you wooden man? Hardly yet. I suppose I shall, though, he added resignedly. Mrs. Page laughed so gleefully that he smiled. It is all the queerest thing, she said with sudden serious zest. I was belated in every sort of way about getting down here this year, and when I was finally ready it suddenly came over me that Uncle Richard was with Aunt Love in the character of a semi-invalid, and that it would be civil in me to call on him once, as he had come to see me on his way through the city. It is odd that Jack hasn't mentioned his father's being at Pearfield, or his not being well. To be sure, I haven't seen Jack since last March, still he would naturally have mentioned it in the few letters I've had from him. Mrs. Page lifted her finger impressively. Jack doesn't know one word about his father's illness. Be sure you don't mention it to him. Call it fatigue. It isn't illness, is it? Why, Gorham Page, he had a stroke early this spring. No! Why, that is too bad. Surely it is wrong to keep it from Jack, said Paige with a strong mental uprising of resentment against unknown scheming Bryants. Of course, that innocent, inexperienced young creature of the train would have no word in the matter. Well, I don't know, returned his sister dubiously. It was only a warning, the doctor said, and I suppose Uncle Richard thinks he is all right now with care, and there's a wheel within a wheel there, Gorham. Didn't you notice today, lowering her voice dramatically, that I didn't say a word about Jack? Jack is a sore subject. She nodded her head several times by way of emphasis. I dare say, returned the other. The Bryants must have known that he was very much cut up by his father's marriage. Oh, they did, or the girls did. The mother never was allowed to know. I became very well acquainted with this child Mildred in the few days I stayed at Pearfield, but she told me nothing. Aunt Love told me the whole story, for Mrs. Van Tassel had confided in her. Aunt Love is perfectly devoted to Uncle Richard's wife. Humph! They have been through a great deal in a year. I suppose you heard through Jack, though I knew nothing about it, that Mrs. Van Tassel's little brother and sister took scarlet fever and died in the same week. Yes, I knew that. Jack felt it deeply. I am sure he must have written home very kindly about it. It occurred only a month after the wedding. Very likely he did. I don't know. Then Mrs. Bryant grew weaker and weaker through the winter. They took her south and surrounded her with every luxury, but in April she died. No, I didn't know that. Yes, she died very peacefully and happily, but she had not been gone a fortnight when Uncle Richard had that stroke. What a procession of calamities! I should think so. Well, Aunt Love says the worst part of it is that Mrs. Van Tassel seems to connect all this misfortune with Jack's anger at her. Something on the old idea of a curse, I suppose. Page's lip curled slightly under his mustache. I saw very little of Mrs. Van Tassel myself, continued his voluble sister. Uncle Richard's head was very easily tired. He had to keep very quiet, and she was with him constantly. You never saw such devotion. No doubt, said Page ambiguously. I can easily believe that she will not allow him out of her sight. It looks to me as if it were our duty to inform Jack of his father's condition. No, no. I saw enough of Uncle Richard to discover his wishes about that. He does not want to have Jack hurried. He does not consider his condition in the least alarming. Page's face indicated his disapproval. So Mrs. Van Tassel is to succeed in keeping Jack at a distance, he remarked. I don't think it is her doing. Of course it is, said Page without heat. Uncle Richard must know the circumstances. He may suspect something, of course, replied Hilda, but Aunt Love tells me they do not avoid the subject of Jack at all. Mrs. Van Tassel speaks of him with perfect naturalness, whenever necessity demands, and she has never told Uncle Richard of the angry parting that worried her so. He never asked her about it. Wise Uncle Richard. He knew better. Page shook his head. It is a bad business. His sister demurred. I do not know that it is such a bad business for Uncle Richard to have gained such a devoted nurse. He needs it now. As for Miss Bryant, I pitied the girl, cooped up in that lonely, monotonous village, and begged Mrs. Van Tassel to allow her to stay with me a week or two. She consented very willingly, even gladly. I wanted to give people a chance to look at her. I'm a philanthropist. The sight of her will do a weakly person as much good as the sea air, and she was— A knock at the door interrupted. Mrs. Page gave her brother a knowing little nod, and when she answered the call, it was her guest who entered. The girl had exchanged her black dress for one all white. "You told me to come as soon as I was ready," she said, looking from one to the other. "Yes, I was in haste to have you see my view. Isn't it a fine one?" Mildred moved to the window, followed by Page's unconscious, openly admiring gaze. He had risen at once upon her entrance and stood, his hands resting on a chair back, forgiving Mrs. Van Tassel's arts for the moment, in entire approval of her sister's appearance. Hilda, to whom her brother-in-law's potential love affairs were a constant entertainment, kept his ingenuous face in view, even while her tongue rattled on. "For a conscientious, well-intentioned man," she had once said to her husband, "Gorham Page can be the most dangerous creature. Any girl receiving such a look as his would believe him deeply smitten. Then he will go on, getting acquainted with her in his way, inquiring into her thoughts and opinions, even probing her hidden feelings, getting at the real woman, as he calls it, and having exchanged theories with her for a while, his mind will go mooning off, perhaps in the test of some new thought she has suggested, while the girl, gradually neglected, is soon as entirely forgotten as last year's fashions. It amounts to unprincipled flirting, and yet he doesn't suspect it in the least. He is too modest, really, a queer paradox." Hilda suddenly finished the description of a distant lighthouse, and turning, walked straight up to her brother, who was still lost in critical approval of the noble lines and curves of her guest's tall figure. "But come," she said, smiling with significant sauciness into his face. "We cannot live entirely on the beautiful things we take in through our eyes. I fancy there is some dinner downstairs somewhere." "Yes," agreed Page, stirring. He had finished his soup before he realized that there had been any personal intention in her speech. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 8, The Telegram. Mrs. Page promised herself to keep a sharp lookout in behalf of the young girl of whom she had assumed temporary charge. At the very first of those exclusive walks and sails which she foresaw, she meant to reason with her brother, and indirectly to warn Mildred of his idiosyncrasy. Her guest seemed wonderfully well poised and self-possessed for a girl of her age. Doubtless she had already become accustomed to admiration, but Gorham's attentions would be of an unusual sort. Mrs. Page meant to keep an eye on him. She was disappointed, however. The very day following, he mentioned his intention of returning to the city. "You must have known that I only came down to call on you," he replied to Hilda's expressions of surprise and dismay. "After such a prolonged holiday as I have had, you surely didn't suppose I was going to idle away more time here." "I think it is very shabby of you," pouted Mrs. Page, with no thought of her own inconsistency. "Miss Bryant and I need you to entertain us while Robert is away. Don't we, Miss Bryant?" Mildred assented. "It is hard to be deprived of both Blitzen and Mr. Page," she said feelingly, and her hostess wished she had not appealed to her. Page regarded his sister thoughtfully. "Shall I send you some books?" he asked. "Miss Bryant said last night that she had not brought any books with her." "You needn't trouble yourself," returned Hilda quickly. His first symptom of interest, she noted mentally. "I know you," she added aloud. "The lightest entertainment we could hope for would be Buckle's History of Civilization. No, leave us if you must, but don't send us any literature." So he departed, and Mrs. Page was left to sound his praises instead of his defects to her friend. After Mildred's saucy speech, she was determined that the girl should appreciate how far above the common run of men this rara avis of a brother was, and she rang the changes upon his high principle, his conscientiousness, his unselfishness, until the faint light of ironical amusement in her guest's eyes arrested her. "I wouldn't have you think Gorham a prig," she added hastily. "He is the furthest from it." Mildred's week at the beach slipped quickly and pleasantly away, and then she was recalled to Pearfield by her sister, who wrote that Mr. Van Tassel felt so much stronger that he wished to return home at once. Mrs. Page received one letter from the girl after they reached Chicago, descriptive of the journey and the parting from Pearfield. Blitzen, she said, they were obliged to leave behind, as on the day of departure he was nowhere to be found. Humiliating as it was to confess it, they all believed he had heard the plans for his removal and had gone into hiding. September passed, and October was nearly gone, when one morning, as he opened his mail in his office, Gorham Page found a letter from his cousin Jack. It began by responding to some theories and warnings which Page had recently written him, relative to the unwholesomeness of beer drinking. Dear Gorham, your interesting and instructive letter just received. It has been an unusual length of time on the road, and it was an ill fate that delayed your temperance lecture, and deprived me of that aid to sobriety any longer than was necessary, in view of the rapidity with which I am traveling the downward road. It arrived, however, at a critical period. A friend in the pension, whose besotted fancy could not rise from the miry slough in which intemperance has sunk her, has just made me a Filipina present. Instead of bestowing upon me some airy and diverting German philosophy, or fascinating English tract, or an elevating necktie, instead of finding something which, in the guise of a trifling gift, should have brought to a debauched young man blessed suggestions of a reformed life and renewed respectability, she presented me a beer mug with a painting of Lohengrin, Swan and Co. on the outside, and a line or two of German words around the rim, having some reference to Parsifal and the Holy Grail. That, of course, drives the last nail into my coffin. That puts me beyond the pale of water. In vain do you exclaim, "Be a man. Have some backbone about you. Be content to look at your new beer mug without making other use of it. Keep it as bric-a-brac, dry, and always perpendicular. Let its rigid uprightness be also that of your moral character. Resist the dreadful power of this unrighteous alliance of a refined taste for aesthetic pottery with a depraved taste for strong drink." Alas, I cannot. How appalling and yet how interesting it is to observe how fate inclines to kick a fellow when he's down. Everything conspires against the reform of one who has fallen. As to my own case, even if I could overcome my craving for liquor, I should still be obliged to go right on drinking my pint of beer at dinner every day, for it seems that the German words around the rim of my mug are not fast colors. They come off gradually as I drink, and after long drawn-out attempts by the other process, I conclude that this is the only way in which I can ever get any German into me, so I must go on to the bitter end. Bitte sehr. I have decided to come home before the new year. I dread it, as you know, but the plunge into the new family circle must be taken sometime, and I want to see my father. I am sure he wants to see me too, though he doesn't say much about it. In a recent letter, he admitted that he had not been very well during the summer. Bless him! I suppose her griefs have shaken him very much. Of course I'm sorry for her, but I can't be resigned to father's having had to shoulder the Bryants' affairs. I tell you I am glad to know he is himself again. His letter made me feel an intolerable distance away. Yes, I shall see him by the new year, whatever happens. Page was folding this letter into its envelope when a telegraph boy entered the office. "Want an answer?" he asked. "Yes, sir." So while his clerk signed, the lawyer tore open the message. He started as he read it, and a slow color rose over his face. Taking a blank, he scribbled an address, then added, "Will be with you tomorrow evening. Gorham Page." Making hasty preparations at the office and at home, he barely succeeded in catching the limited train for Chicago. When he was seated in his section, he drew forth from his pocket the telegram that had startled him, and read it again. Mr. Van Tassel died suddenly at 9 last night. Can you come to us? Mildred Bryant. Poor Jack, thought Page, and the wheels seemed to repeat the words like a refrain. He disliked his own task, but it did not seem strange to him that he had been summoned. Mr. Van Tassel had no near relatives in Chicago. Page had had charge of his legal affairs in Boston. Doubtless his address had been among the dead man's papers, and Mrs. Van Tassel's advisers had suggested that he be sent for. Page shrank repugnantly from encountering this woman, whom disaster followed so relentlessly. He tried not to think of her. Perhaps it would not be necessary that they should meet at all, yet try as he might, he could not prevent his imagination from picturing the siren, who had succeeded in capturing the honest, cordial, fine-natured man, whose death it was difficult to realize. How would Jack bear it? How would his highly strung, affectionate nature stand the strain? This woman who had brazenly told him that she did not love his father had been the one to stand near the latter's deathbed, while the loving heart of the son had been kept at a distance by her machinations. For Page was now fully convinced that Jack had been deliberately deceived as to his father's condition, and he blamed himself hotly for obeying his sister and refraining from intermeddling. He said to himself that he ought to have talked with Miss Bryant about the matter at R. The thought of Mildred gave him no pleasure. She was sister to the woman who had robbed Jack and broken his heart. He felt a sudden conviction of Mrs. Van Tassel's appearance. She was an Amazon, tall, commanding, bold-faced, loud-voiced, with a coarser repetition of her sister's beauty, and involuntarily he shuddered with anticipatory disgust and wished the next few days well over. But this was being extraordinarily imaginative for Page, and he realized it all at once, and opened the paper which he had bought, with the newsboy shuffling along beside him as he hastened through the depot in Boston. But his thoughts would not concentrate upon the printed page. Rather they flew to Jack's brilliant face, the face which always said that life was good, and saw it suddenly stamped with white despair, alone in a strange land. The next day, arrived in Chicago, Page left the train at Hyde Park and went to a hotel. Half an hour afterward, he emerged and walked toward the lake. It was a dreary day, such as seldom comes in Chicago's October. The lake was gray from recent rain, and an east wind was whipping dead leaves from the elms across the green lawn around the Van Tassel house. Page looked at the drawn curtains, walked up the steps to the crepe-hung door, and an unexpected lump rose in his throat, for he thought of Jack. In that moment, there came to him a new loyal satisfaction in the fact that he had come, that someone beside aliens would stand near Uncle Richard. It was with a strange mixture of grief and resentment that he met the servant and asked for Miss Bryant. He looked around the well-remembered parlor where the maid left him and noted that it was newly and fashionably furnished, but scarcely 5 minutes had passed before Mildred had entered the room and walked straight up to him with outstretched hand. He returned the greeting with cold formality, and even in the shaded room he could see that the girl's eyes were swelled from weeping. "I am so glad you could come," she said tremulously. "Was it very inconvenient? We thought you would probably wish to attend the funeral anyway. Mr. Van Tassel had so few—" She could go no further, but broke down and wept into her handkerchief. "Crocodile tears," thought Page. "It is more than likely that they have everything between them." "Certainly, I should have wished to come," he said aloud. Then, began Mildred, making an effort. "My sister wanted your advice. She thought you would know best. Mr. Van Tassel trusted you. Forgive me, but we have had such a shock." She tried vainly to go on, once, twice, then with a gesture turned and left the room. The visitor moved to a window and looked out through a crack of the blind. "I'm sorry they think it necessary to go through this sort of thing," he thought cynically. "Now I suppose she will send the other one," And if that was a preface— A sound behind him caused him to set his teeth and turn about with the coldest, blankest expression he could assume. His eyes had grown accustomed to the dim light now, and he saw a straight, slight girl in black, standing and regarding him with the saddest, loveliest countenance he had ever looked upon. Her large eyes had shed all their tears, and her delicate lips had never smiled. Her rippled brown hair framed a colorless face, and her effect was less pathetic than awe-inspiring in its pure, unconscious dignity. "This is Mr. Page," she said, advancing and offering a hand which the young man took mechanically. "It was kind of you to come promptly. I felt that I must see you and you only about Mr. Van Tassel's son." She spoke in an even, emotionless voice, but Paige noted a faint trembling of her lips at the mention of Jack. "You are the nearest relative, and you can best decide what should be done." Paige was, in all the confusion, incident upon intense revulsion of feeling. He felt that he had not yet full command of his ideas, but the spontaneous desire to help this exquisite young creature, to let neither himself nor anyone else wound her further, constituted his ruling passion for the moment. "You have sent no word to Jack as yet?" "No. As soon as your telegram came, I decided to wait for you." She had been waiting for him, and he had filled the moments of his coming with brutal contempt and criticism of her. The tearless sadness of her voice went on. "It is better for the word to go from you than from me." Her eyelids fell. "It will hurt Jack less. I would—" She lifted her eyes again and gave Paige a look that his heart received as a pang. "I would gladly give my life if it could procure Jack 1 hour with his father, alive." "I believe it sincerely," he answered. The respect and sympathy of Paige's tone seemed to impel her to further explanation. "It was terribly sudden and unexpected," she said. "No one, the doctor himself, did not believe in the possibility of such a catastrophe. He was feeling so well for him. He was in the act of speaking of it when he sank back. His last word was 'happy.'" She stood a moment, her eyelids dropped in statuesque silence. Paige watched her steady her tottering self-control. "I had thought," she went on finally, "of a succession of cablegrams. Could it be broken to your cousin a little more gently so?" "Yes, that will be best." "And may I ask you to send them without regard to cost?" "Certainly. What else can I do? I beg you to let me be useful to you in all ways that I can for Uncle Richard's sake." "Thank you. I will give you the address of a neighbor, an old and dear friend of Mr. Van Tassel, who has been most kind. Perhaps he would be glad to consult with you." Page soon took his leave, and until the day after the funeral did not again have opportunity to speak with the young widow. Then she sent for him, and he went upstairs to the gay and delicate boudoir which Richard Van Tassel had furnished for his young wife, whose black gown today made the one dark spot amid its luxury. She looked precisely the same as on the occasion of their first meeting, except that now, by daylight, Paige could see more distinctly her patient marble beauty. "I could not let you go East without thanking you," she said, greeting him gravely. "You have been very kind, and a great help to us." The young man bowed and murmured a polite platitude. He could think of nothing to say to her. I suppose you do expect your cousin to return home immediately?" "Yes, I think he will come." "One thing which I wanted to say to you this morning is that my sister and I are going immediately to California to spend the winter. You will meet your cousin, very likely, upon his arrival?" Paige bowed. "Will you kindly tell him that the house here is ready for him, that we shall not return to it?" Mrs. Van Tassel's even, formal utterance broke, and she suddenly averted her head. "Poor Jack!" she exclaimed. "It will make him suffer afresh to come back here, and who can comfort him? It is the best I can do, though," she added suddenly, turning toward Paige. "You know there is not one person save Mildred to whom I can speak of all this, and it is wrong to dwell upon sad and humiliating subjects with a bright young girl. She looked scarcely older than Mildred herself, Paige thought, but he eagerly offered himself as a confidant. I am glad Jack has you, she continued. I wish, oh, so deeply, that I might do or say anything to alleviate his sorrow. But you see, appealingly, the only thing I can do is keep away. Jack and I were good friends once, but that is all over. As Paige a little later came downstairs to leave the house, Mildred Bryant rose from a seat near the fireplace in the hall. Her face looked a little paler than was its wont, and faint shadows about her eyes told of grief. But she was once more the self-possessed girl he had first seen on the train. You are returning at once to Boston? She asked. Yes, I leave tonight. I saw by your face as you came downstairs that you think my sister looks badly. But of course you do. Well, I believe there is nothing more. There are no more shocks that she can suffer, unless she should lose me, and I fancy I am long for this world. A shade of the girl's pretty ironical smile flitted over her lips. But I could lose her. The hazel eyes suddenly became bright with unshed tears, and, with vehemence, I will not. I am going. We are going away to search for Clover's girlhood. It must come back. She has been cheated out of it too soon. Mrs. Van Tassel told me that you intend going west. Southern California will surely do her good. I hope so. I am glad you have been here these last days. It has been a comfort to my sister. Do you really think so? Eagerly. Without doubt. I observed that she seemed less anxious about everything from the moment of your coming. The matter of telling Jack had preyed upon her, said Paige sympathetically. He saw an indefinable change come over Mildred's face. I suppose Jack must bear his troubles like the rest of the world, she answered with a tinge of hardness. We thank you very much for everything, Mr. Page, she added, holding out her hand, and the other clasped it warmly. I would not have failed to be here for any consideration, Miss Bryant. I hope, looking into the girl's eyes earnestly, that the time may not be far distant when I shall meet you and Mrs. Van Tassel again. Thank you, returned Mildred courteously, and the young man left the house with a distinct sensation of disappointment because she had not echoed his wish. He could not avoid the suspicion that these young women would now expect and wish to walk in a separate way from that of all connections of his dear lost uncle. He himself would henceforth be classed with Jack, and, strange new disloyalty, the prospect was unsatisfactory. He turned his steps toward the office where he was going to await a cablegram, and on his way undertook to analyze his own unreasonable feelings. They are nothing to me, those girls, he thought, while memory presented in fresh hues that averted head leaning upon a white hand in Clover's spasm of impotent pity for Jack, and all of a sudden, instead of theorizing, Paige found himself dwelling with eager pride, as if it were the climax of achievement in his life, on the fact that he had been of assistance, of use, of comfort to that fair, pale creature, set in a sacred niche apart from all the other women in the world. He recalled himself with cold surprise from this Scylla, only to fall into the Charybdis of a reverie in which Miss Bryant's face and bearing were regal, as she declared that Jack must bear his trials like the rest of the world. Paige threw back his head in self-impatience. She is a fine, bright girl, and I should like to know her better, he thought. But there is this comfort. In a couple of months I shall have forgotten all about her. I couldn't remember her if I tried. Before evening he received the expected message from his cousin. Jack sailed from Bremen at once. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 9. A Christmas Visitor. The national dispute finished regarding the location of the World's Fair, a local contest at once arose among Chicago's citizens as to which portion of the city was best fitted for the display. The debate was long drawn out. Several sites were energetically lauded by their several partisans, and their respective advantages were hotly maintained and as hotly contradicted. It was very interesting to Chicagoans, but to the public outside it was a matter of indifference whether the North Side, the West Side, or the South Side should win the day. Meanwhile, a good many people, like Miss Barry, for instance, forgot that such a thing as preparation for a World's Fair was going on. She thought it vastly more interesting that Jack Van Tassel had returned from Europe, and that in his desolation, instead of going to his father's deserted house, he had begun to read law in his cousin's office. Miss Lavina's association with Mrs. Van Tassel during the summer had brought much food for thought into her quiet life, thought that haunted her after the young wife had become a widow, and after Jack had come home, his sore heart full of cold anger, so Miss Barry surmised, against a woman whom she devoutly declared to be one of the sweetest of God's creatures. It was an exciting time to her when one November day she received the letter from Gorham Page, giving her hope that she need not always be passive concerning a matter which, in her uneventful life, she had greatly at heart. She read, "Dear Aunt Love, Jack Van Tassel has come back and is with me for the present. Of course he is very much shaken, and when I met him at the dock I felt a good deal disturbed about him. But you know his excitable, gay disposition. He will doubtless soon recover from the shock, and react from his present low state. Naturally, he wants to blame somebody for his suffering, and I fear he is inclined to accuse Mrs. Van Tassel of inconsiderateness in not sending for him last summer. I never met her excepting on the occasion of the funeral, so my defense has little weight. But I recall that my sister said you esteemed her highly, and it occurred to me to ask you to do what you can toward exonerating her when you see Jack, which I dare say may be soon, as he has spoken of visiting you in order to learn something of the last weeks of his father's life. Use your own discretion about this. Jack will stay with me for a time and read law in my office for the sake of occupation. His father's affairs were left in perfect shape. His will divided the fortune into 3 parts. 1/3 is left to charities and certain relatives, 1/3 goes to Jack, and the other to Mrs. Van Tassel, with the exception of an amount sufficient to make her sister independent, which he has left to Miss Bryant. Please say nothing of this letter, and believe me, with best wishes always. Cordially yours, Gorham Page." These lines had not been penned without some uncomfortable recollections on the part of the writer of a day when he had himself received the announcement of Aunt Love's attachment to her young guest in a spirit of impatient skepticism. Now that he discovered the strength of his desire that Jack should be more yielding and credulous, the memory of his own hardness was especially exasperating. Miss Barry waited for her expected visitor with much interest, and each day altered a little the form of the statement she intended to make him when he came. She had opportunity to make a variety of changes in her program, for weeks went by without a sign from him, and finally Miss Lavina's faith in his coming wavered. Christmas Day dawned in ideal fashion at Pearfield that year. The sun fell on swelling drifts of virgin snow. The little town sparkled like the village in a Christmas card, and just as the inevitable church spire ornaments that souvenir, so the Congregationalist meeting house stood in a field of glistening white, as Miss Barry trudged up the shoveled path to attend a service of song, planned by the Sunday school as a fitting festivity for the morning. There was a good attendance, and Miss Lavina gave her neighbors, old and young, cheerful greeting as she regarded complacently the holly wreaths which she had yesterday helped to place in the church windows. When the exercises were over, she moved slowly down the aisle by the side of Miss Getchell, with whom she had promised weeks ago to eat at her Christmas dinner. If there was something of the martyr concealed under Lavina's benevolent countenance, as Miss Anne clutched her arm, the latter would not be allowed to suspect it, and together they emerged from the wide open door. But once on the porch, Miss Barry, with an exclamation of surprise, shook herself free, and Miss Sketchel's astonished eyes beheld her friend hasten down the steps toward someone who ascended to meet her. It was a regular young prince of a feller with grand eyes, Anne said afterward, dramatizing the occurrence to her old homekeeping mother. And he took off his hat as he come up to Lavinia, as though she was somebody great. Miss Sketchel's curious ears could not grasp Jack's low-spoken question. Are you going out to dinner anywhere, Aunt Love? Miss Lavina's conscience would have done credit to any Puritan of them all, but Jack had said are instead of were, and she considered that in a flash before responding heartily. Indeed I am not, Mr. Jack. You're just coming home with me, and I'm delighted. Wait 1 second till I speak to one of my neighbors. Jack suspected her as she turned back to Miss Sketchel, but her evident pleasure in his arrival decided him not to press the question. He turned his back while she hurriedly and emphatically accosted her friend. I'm sorry it happened so, Anne, but— Oh, now, don't say you won't come, Lavinia. Fetch the young man along and welcome. Hush, don't say a word. It is Mr. Van Tassel's son. You remember. I'll make it up to you sometime. I mean, you'll make it up to me. You see, it can't be helped. Now, don't coax me. That's a good girl. I can't possibly come. And don't be mad with me, Anne. You see just how it is. And Miss Sketchel allowed herself to be twitched into dumbness by Lavina's anxious grasp upon her arm, and departed on her lonely way in a measure consoled by the consideration of 2 luscious mince pies which Miss Barry had sent her as a gift the day before. I'll bet a cookie she wishes she had him back now, she reflected, as she looked after the erect, tall form moving away beside Miss Barry's stout figure. I'm glad 'tain't me caught by a city feller like that on Christmas Day without any decent dinner to give him. But Miss Sketchel and Miss Barry were 2 very different people. The latter, as she walked along trying with some preoccupation to talk to her guest, was filled with felicitation that Jack had chosen for his visit the day when each heart is most inclined to gentleness, and in the same breath she rejoiced that there were 2 roast chickens in the larder at home, prepared in a moment of dubiousness regarding Anne Getchel's cooking. If I don't relish my dinner, I'll have a good supper, Miss Lavina had thought when she roasted them, and now the most devout thanksgiving of the morning arose from her heart in consequence. This is my first glimpse of Pearfield in winter, said Jack, surveying the blue-white shadows on the unspotted fields. I dreaded Christmas this year, Aunt Love. It occurred to me yesterday that I would come to see you. It is as I expected. Peace on earth doesn't seem such a satire here. You couldn't please me better, replied Miss Barry. I've been some expectin' you, for Mr. Gorham told me you laid out to be in Boston a while. Yes, I have thought a great deal about Pearfield lately. There was a brief silence as the 2 moved on between snowy bulwarks thrown up by the village ox-plow that morning. Do you never become lonely here, Aunt Love? Asked her visitor at last. No, I don't know as I do. Pearfield's a nice, safe, steady place, and I'm as busy as a bee all the time. Once in a while there's a tramp, but now Blitzen attends to them in short order. We all have our gifts, continued Aunt Love, desiring for the present to keep the conversation impersonal, and seems if Blitzen's was appearing to go mad whenever he wants to. Rather a questionable accomplishment, I should suppose. It is convenient sometimes, though, there ain't denying it. Blitzen does hate a tramp. I believe if he was off in the woods a mile he'd smell one, if he was coming towards the house, and no sooner does one of the shiftless critters knock on the door and ask for a meal of victuals, than Blitzen's there. Even if I haven't seen him for an hour and haven't the least idea where he is, he'll be there soon's the tramp is, and barking so the feller can't hardly make himself heard. Blitzen's tramp bark is queer, continued Aunt Love thoughtfully. It's mysterious to me where he gets his breath. It ain't just one bark after another, but he runs 'em all together without any let-up, and it's so loud and long. It's curious to me he don't just choke to death and done with it. Rather discomposing to the tramp, I imagine. Well, 'tis, admitted Miss Barry, one corner of her mouth smiling. Some stand it longer'n others, but when one of the critters sticks to it till I'm wore out with him, I never have to do but just one thing. I just look at Blitzen. He's always jumping and whirling around enough to make a clock dizzy. And I say, "What's the matter with the dog?" Then I close the door a little and look through it at the tramp and holler, "You'll have to excuse me, but that dog acts so queer Then, slam, I shut the door. It never fails to work. Takes away a tramp's appetite every time. I should suppose Blitzen might feel the weight of a boot under those circumstances. Bless your heart, Mr. Jack, don't you believe it? A man would have to be built like one of those centipedes to have any luck trying to kick Blitzen when he's on the rampage. No, sir, a tramp don't like the idea of a mad dog, and he needs all the legs he's got to get over the fence with. I always step up to the winder pretty certain what I'll see. A man just lightin' out for the road and Blitzen after him, making rosettes of himself, bringing all 4 feet together at every bound and hollerin' enough to cruisel you." Jack laughed. "He's a smart dog," went on Miss Barry in the tone of one who gives the devil his due. "He's been a means of grace to me more'n once, but I won't deny he's talented. Now after one of those whirlwind times, you'd think he'd be so tuckered out he'd just have to lay down a spell and get his wind back. But land, he never turns a hair. All the time he's playin' hydrophoby on that tramp, he's rememberin' where he buried his last bone. And he hasn't any more'n seen him over the fence when he switches round, mute as a mole, and digs in the ground just as pert as though he'd never used any energy on anything else. He needs nourishment, and he knows it." "I should suppose he would get it some day," remarked Van Tassel, "in the shape of poisoned meat." "Law, they've tried that," said Miss Barry contemptuously. "I've had to laugh when I picked it up in the yard and burned it. It was such a simple idea. Why, if a tramp could come into the house and get one of Ma's white china plates with the gold band, and set some victuals of mine on it and pison 'em, he might stand some chance. Blitzen puts on more airs and frills every day about what he will eat and what he won't. But as for picking up strange doin's, he and I both prefer our own cookin' to other folks, anyway," finished Aunt Love with a little conscious toss of her head. The oriole elm was still bedecked with diamonds when the two entered Miss Barry's yard, and the branches of the pine trees were weighed down with a soft white burden. In the distance, at the sitting-room window, Blitzen's head could be seen, and it bobbed convulsively as he barked an excited welcome to his adored mistress. "Such a time as I had to get away from him this mornin'," she said. "He knows Sunday as well as you do, but other days he expects to go to the store with me, and from the first I expected trouble. I thought I'd begin to plan about an hour before service, so's to slip off without his knowin' it. But, Mr. Jack, I'm glad Salem days are gone and done with, or that dog would be burned for a witch. As sure as I'm talking to you this minute, he always knows what I'm thinking about. He acted meechin' from the minute breakfast was over. I was unusually clever to him, too. Told him Merry Christmas and snapped my finger to him. But, sir, he whined. He just sat down and looked at me pitiful and whined. I really believed the critter was sick and felt of his nose, but it made me jump. 'Twas as cold's a frog. And law, when I began to go to church, I found he wa'n't confined to the bed by a long chalk. I say begun to go to church, 'cause that's just what it was. I've been back to this house this mornin' 3 different times," said Aunt Love impressively. "The first time Blitzen wasn't in sight anywheres, so I just thought I'd seize the chance, and I turned the house door key and hurried down the path, puttin' my shawl on and pinnin' my veil as I went. I hadn't but just got to the crossroads when I spied him trottin' slowly along, as still and pious as though he'd been sent for in a hurry to tend a dyin' friend. I suspicioned mischief, but still I wasn't sure. You can usually tell something about a dog's notions by his tail, but Blitzen not havin' any, he gets the best of me there, and he knows it. I tipped along when I saw him, for thinks, says I, perhaps he's settin' out to head me off at the store, and if that was his idea, it just suited me, for 'twas the other crossroad that was the shortest way to church. Well, he started that path. Now," said Aunt Love argumentatively as she mechanically broke a long twig from a lilac bush, "I don't suppose you believe any more'n I do that Blitzen's got eyes in his back, though why he shouldn't be equally blind in both ends is another of the mysteries. But the very minute I set my foot, silent as the dead, mind you, into the church road, that dog stopped and looked over his shoulder. It was a hangdog look, but set. I stopped too, and he smiled. There, like that. For Miss Barry had unlocked the house door, and Blitzen had flung himself upon her in an ecstasy, his white teeth gleaming once and again as he lifted his lip in a canine grin. The use of the lilac switch now became apparent as Miss Lavina, holding her silk gown away with one hand, with the other belabored her adorer in a businesslike manner until he became penetrated with the idea that his addresses were unwelcome. If it wa'n't for the whips, I shouldn't have one frock fit to be seen, she explained calmly, as Blitzen, unabashed, preceded them alertly into the sitting-room, where he had been alternately napping and lamenting all the morning. Yes, I had to bring that good-for-nothing home from the crossroads. Just drop your coat right off, Mr. Jack. And I shut him up in the shed and hasped the door. Then I started off again. I told you he was a witch. There must be some hole out of that shed that he's made himself, for I hadn't got 10 rods from the house before I found him stealing along after me. Yes, sir, you remember it very well. And Blitzen, whom the switching had not dispirited, now crept abjectly under the sofa. The second time I tried the barn, but that turned out to be a sieve too, so, though it's against my rule, I was forced when I came back the third time to lock him in the house. He hasn't broke a hole through the house yet. Yes, you better stay under there, you scamp. Now you make yourself at home, Mr. Jack, while I put dinner on the table. Miss Barry, as she spoke, shook down the coal stove, which she had left to burn as little as possible in her absence. She twitched one damper in the back and one in the front. It's cold as charity here, she remarked, but soon will heat up. There's some of those bound Harpers you used to like to look at, with the pictures of the war in 'em. Or there's the Christian Union. I'll call you in a little while. Want a few cookies now, just to stay your stomach? Jack smiled at the familiar question. Aunt Love was one of those comfortable folk who are always wanting to stay people's stomachs, especially children's. She had never thought it an odd or inconvenient fact that boys are always hungry. What wonder that she was popular? Her visitor assured her that he would prefer to wait, and she hastened out to the kitchen, her brain seething with plans to prepare a meal which should deceive the visitor as to its impromptu nature. With great celerity, she tied a huge apron over her black silk gown and went to work. Miss Barry's friends, could they have looked on, would have thought she had lost her wits, for never had she been known to pare potatoes to such a reckless depth. She exulted in her own rule never to let the kitchen fire go out, and flew hither and thither with a practised deftness which allowed of no false move. Once she stumbled over some object and looked down impatiently. It was Blitzen. "I thought you was under the settin'-room sofa, you rascal. If you dare to hinder me today," she said hotly. Blitzen knew there was danger in her voice, but the chickens were beginning to send forth an appetizing fragrance, and all his discretion could not keep him from joining in such a novel romp as his staid mistress was making of getting dinner. The consequence was that in a minute more Miss Lavina trod on his nimble toe. The yelp he gave exasperated her. She threw open the kitchen door. "Go out," she ordered sternly. Blitzen rolled over on his back and lay there, limp, looking like a gigantic caterpillar. Miss Barry spoke once more in vain. Then she swooped upon him in a totally unprecedented manner, and in another moment the terrier was picking himself out of a snowdrift to the tune of the slamming of the kitchen door. Jack could see him from his window, sitting in the path, scratching the snow out of his ears, and reflecting on the mutations of this life. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 10, Aunt Love's Intercession. When Van Tassel saw Blitzen describe an arc which had its beginning at the kitchen door and its vanishing point in a snowdrift, the spontaneous laugh which burst from him sounded strangely in his own ears. It was the first time he had laughed in such fashion since that October day when Page's cable messages had found him in Berlin. He had been wondering, as he stood there by Miss Barry's small paned window, Whether Aunt Love's prattle on the way home from church had been for the express purpose of diverting him, he could not connect even that extent of diplomacy with this friend of 2 of his childhood summers. But supposing her anecdotes to have had that purpose, they had been successful. Jack felt content to be here. The cold, pure blankness of this outside world, the absence of all necessity for exertion or assumption of an interest he did not feel, were surpassingly restful. He had known that a Merry Christmas was not for him, and had shrunk from either joining in or appearing to avoid the festivities of his Boston friends. Hence the idea of this postponed visit had come to him as a deliverance, and been suddenly acted upon. When Aunt Love finally presented herself again, smiling, red-cheeked, and minus the apron, Jack found it awoke in him something like the appetite of olden days to be led into the dining room where a tempting meal was spread. The hostess heroically refrained from apologies concerning a certain dryness of those twice-heated chickens, since it might be hazardous to open the subject, and the cream gravy generously provided, with a delicate mashed potato, hot biscuit, brandied peaches, and other adjuncts of the impromptu meal, were delicious enough to divert the attention of even the hypercritical from complaint. A couple of mince pies, the mates to those in Miss Getchell's possession, and cups of golden coffee with Alderney cream, finished a dinner calculated to put a misanthrope into good humor, provided his pessimism did not arise from a poor digestion. It was a pleasure in itself to Jack to see what pleasure his presence gave. He had been most kindly and tactfully treated in the Page home, but they were too conscious there of his sorrow, too comprehensive of his state of mind. Aunt Love was jolly. She was so entirely absorbed in the pleasant responsibility of making her guest materially comfortable that she seemed to have no room at present for other thought, and her own wholesome appetite was infectious. She talked of summers long past and evaded all reference to recent events. Jack ate a hearty dinner, and as Miss Barry watched him sitting opposite, leisurely drinking and appreciating her coffee, she felt wrapped in an atmosphere of content. "You are going to let me help you clear this all away and wash the dishes?" said Jack as he finished. His hostess laughed deprecatingly, looking at the hand with which he raised his cup to his lips. She had been admiring the slender links in his immaculate cuffs all through the dinner. There was a facet-like cutting in their gold that gave them a glisten which attracted her. "No, we're both too much dressed up to wash dishes," she remarked. "I don't care if they ain't done for a week, Mr. Jack. I'm going to enjoy myself with you this afternoon. You make yourself at home in any part of the house but the kitchen for 20 minutes, and then I'll sit down with you. I guess you haven't forgotten your way around." Jack regarded her with serious brown eyes. "Are there any moths in your sitting-room carpet, Aunt Love?" he asked. Miss Barry looked amazement, and even a little anxiety, lest her young friend's brain had received more of a shock than she realized. "What makes you ask that?" she demanded, being careful to speak gently. "I know a sovereign remedy, that's all." "I did, one time, have some trouble with that carpet," said Miss Barry doubtfully. "But pepper's good. I used that. Camphor, too." "Tobacco is excellent," declared Van Tassel, looking pensively into the depths of his coffee cup. A light of comprehension broke over Miss Barry's face. "Mr. Jack, do you smoke?" she exclaimed reproachfully. "Do you shut those shiny white teeth of yours on an old pipe stem? Oh, there never ought a cigar to go into your mouth, never in the world. Do you smoke?" "Well, on 4th of July's, and New Year's, and Christmas, and birthdays I do sometimes celebrate, and I thought if you wanted the moths kept out of your carpet. One thing really, Aunt Love, if cigar smoke is disagreeable to you, you ought to have told me before betraying me into such a dinner." "It isn't any more disagreeable to me than it is to any other woman of good principles," returned Miss Barry firmly. "'Tisn't a question of that. I can show you statistics, Mr. Jack." "Yes, I have seen statistics," he answered mildly. "You haven't time to look them up just now, and I think I'll walk out of doors a while and discuss the movement cure with Blitzen and ask him what part of the chicken he'll take." No, no, Mr. Jack. There ain't enough paths shoveled to make it pleasant to go out around the house. I let Obed go just as soon as he'd done what was absolutely necessary this morning. 'Tain't that a cigar's unpleasant to my nose. It's my principles it hurts. But 'tain't so bad if you only smoke one for an occasional recreation. Remember, you can't suit me except by making yourself entirely at home. And the hospitable woman arose from the table. If you don't smoke now in the sitting room, I shall feel bad. So Van Tassel went back to his window and sent a few rings of fragrant smoke into the air before putting on his hat and sallying down the garden path. He had not finished his cigar before he heard himself called. Miss Barry was standing in the open door, beckoning to him. "Time's up," she said, smiling. Jack smiled back and held up the cigar explanatorily. "I know all about that. Come in. It's a good-smelling one," she added, as her guest obediently returned to the piazza. "If folks would burn a few leaves of tobacco like that occasionally, it would be agreeable enough. Some like incense, but it's a pity to have it at the cost of a man's poisoning his lungs." Van Tassel followed her back to the sitting room, where he took the armchair she had arranged for him, and smiled to see that one of the white and gold china saucers had even been sacrificed to receive the ashes of that disapproved cigar. He thanked her, and took from his pocket a little dark velvet box. "Here is something I brought you as a Christmas gift, Aunt Love. I had to get it in a hurry last night, and I don't feel sure that it will please you." Miss Barry opened the case and gazed at a hatpin of onyx set with a conventional design of pearls. "It's good enough for an empress!" she exclaimed in ingenuous delight. "Why, you're too good, Mr. Jack. I'm just getting spoiled this Christmas. I got another present out of the post office last night." And Miss Lavina took from her pocket another and smaller box which she put into Jack's hand. "Velvet too, you see," she said, beaming, "and more precious yet inside, just like yours." Jack opened the case and found a gold thimble. "And it's big enough for me," announced the happy owner triumphantly. "I didn't know as gold ones grew big enough for working hands like mine, but you wouldn't catch Mrs. Van Tassel giving anybody a thing they couldn't use." Jack's head was bent above the bauble. "Oh, it is from her?" "Yes," answered Aunt Love, recalled by his tone from her heedless flight of enthusiasm. "This pin will always make me vain and happy," she added, "and I thank you from my heart, Mr. Jack, for thinking about me." "You have always been an important person in my thoughts this fall," said the young man, as he handed her the thimble, "for you can tell me of my father." Jack looked thoughtfully at his cigar, and Aunt Love, from her neighboring chair, looked at him. "I will tell you," she said, after waiting a moment to see if her guest wished to proceed. "I will tell you everything I can. Do you want to ask me questions, or shall I just talk to you a little?" "I want to know just how ill he was through the summer. I was deliberately kept in the dark." Miss Barry was alert to perceive the resentment in the quiet tone. "He wasn't ill at all. Not so to say real sick," she replied. "His head didn't feel quite right after that light shock he got in the spring, and he thought he was taking every precaution by coming out of all the excitement of his busy life right to this farm. The doctor said it was just the best thing he could do, and Mrs. Van Tassel—" "Then he was not confined to his bed here?" "No, indeed, not a day. He had a steamer chair out under the big elm, and it never seemed to fret him a bit to be idle. And his wife—" "He used to write me from under that tree," said Jack thickly. "Yes, indeed he did. And he liked to be read to and to play backgammon. And whenever Mrs. Van Tassel— I ought to have been here to wait on him. What was I cheated out of?" "But, Mr. Jack," Miss Barry spoke pleadingly, "you was tramping through Switzerland and just having the best time of all. Your father used to have guidebooks and atlases and follow up what you were doing every day. Why, he entered into it and enjoyed it just as if it was himself. He didn't know, and Mrs. Van Tassel didn't know, that there wasn't many another summer comin'." "It makes it especially hard," said Jack, still staring at the forgotten cigar, dropped now into the saucer, "that I had been away from him 4 years already. The past summer is the one I should have spent with him. It seems as though the regret and the loss could never be forgotten. There was never such a father as mine. The speaker's features worked convulsively an instant. The world is only a big barren desert without him, and I might have had all these months. I might. Aunt Love used to feel an especial tenderness for Jack when she tucked him into bed at night, because he had no mother to do it for him, and she had often kissed the child after he was asleep for the same reason. Now his pale face, in its pain and effort at self-mastery, appealed to her irresistibly. In a moment she had slipped her arm around his shoulders and with her other hand drawn his head gently against her breast. "I know you've been hurt awful bad, dear heart," she said, tears running down her own cheeks as she softly patted his hair. For Jack, he did not stop to be astonished. It was too comforting to have the barriers of his self-restraint forcibly broken down. From the time when furtive bitter drops had added to the ocean's brine, as he meditated at evening on board the homecoming ship in cold November, no loving human soul had dared till now to take his grief into full companionship. Aunt Love's primitive, spontaneous method worked well. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to her that he should weep in her embrace, on the ample bosom of her black silk gown. And who shall say what a comfort it was to Jack, with no spectators but the haircloth chairs and sofa, to be held close in loving arms after weeks of lonely, speechless heartache under a conventional exterior. "You are very good to me," he said at last, and though he leaned back in his chair, he continued to hold one of Aunt Love's plump hands, as though she were a sort of anchor which he could not let go all at once. "And now you've got to be patient with me just a minute, dear boy," said his companion, "and listen to something you won't like to hear, perhaps. My conscience wouldn't rest easy until I told you a little about your father's wife." "I know her," said Jack. "I don't want you to think I doubt her kindness to him. I am jealous of her. That is all." "Kindness ain't just the word," persisted Aunt Love. "I can imagine your father living through such a summer as last was, and having a pretty weary time of it, cut off from so much that had made his life before. Now I just want you to picture this young woman, a pretty, girlish critter that had seen trouble enough to make her low-spirited if she'd had a mind to be, just studying to make the days pleasant for him. She was cheerful in just such a steady way as a brook is, not much noise about it, but always right there, singing if so be you want it. She played games with your dear father, or she read to him, or she waited on him, or she just sat and sewed and let him look at her, whichever happened to suit his mood. And he, being always thoughtful and tender of her, 'twas just a pleasure to see 'em together. She hunted up maps and articles about places you was travelin', and from sunrise till sunset she just had one idea, and that was whether anything could make Mr. Van Tassel any more comfortable than he was. He was a happy man in spite of the new weakness which might have made him miserable. Ain't that something for you to remember when you think of the woman that bears his name? You know some kinds of clover bring the person that finds it good luck. I often used to think of that as I watched 'em together, and I thought your father had found one of the best sort. It's a good name for her. Clover's just like her, unpretendin' and sweet, whether it's red or white, always cheerful and innocent, distillin' honey for mankind." Miss Barry paused a minute before she went on. "The word father means a great deal to you, Mr. Jack. It was the Heavenly Father that gave that lovely companion to soothe Mr. Van Tassel's last days, and the same all-lovin' Father has permitted a great blow to fall upon you. But the Holy One, whose birthday we are keepin' today, said that in this world we must have tribulation, and he told us, too, be of good cheer. The Savior did overcome the world. There is a heaven, your father has gone to it, and you and I are both bound for it. It's the main concern we've got in life to get ready for it. Let your sorrow help you along, Mr. Jack, and don't shut anybody out of your generous heart, least of all the woman I've been talking about." Van Tassel took an 8 o'clock train back to Boston that night. He walked to the station with a lighter step than the one that had carried him from it. Some subtle influence had softened him. Some poisoned, rankling dart had been drawn away. A crescent moon hung in the sky. The quiet, snow-clad village suggested more than ever the idea of a Christmas picture, and the song that the angels once sang, as they floated through the starry heavens, seemed now to fall like a benediction from above. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 11, The Dedication. Gorham Page thought he perceived a change for the better in the spirits of his cousin after that visit to Pearfield, but Jack said little about the event. It was well into the new year, when the two happened to be alone in the office one afternoon, that Jack mentioned his father's widow voluntarily for the first time since his return. "Did I understand you to say, Gorham, that Clover sent word to me that she should not return to the Hyde Park house?" "Yes." "Do you think it was because she felt enmity, or because she feared it?" "Why, it is your house," said Page. "It was left to you, as it turns out." "Yes, but what difference does that make?" returned the other, with a tinge of impatience, the unreasonableness of which made his cousin smile. "She wished you to feel full liberty in coming back," said the latter. "She broke down when she spoke of it, I remember." "I don't like that," asserted Jack, turning over the pages of Blackstone. "I don't like to have Clover exiled from a comfortable place where she would like to be. It is a dog-in-the-manger business that doesn't suit me in the least." "I guess you needn't worry about the matter," remarked Page. "Mrs. Van Tassel is in no condition to bear a Chicago winter." "Do you mean she is ill?" asked the other, shutting the heavy book suddenly. "I don't know. She looks like alabaster, or something that would be easily broken. Miss Bryant was evidently much distressed about her." Jack fell into a brown study. It sounded strange to hear his cousin speak of these old schoolmates by such names. The idea of Clover, jolly, laughing Clover, with her sunburned cheeks and dancing blue eyes, the idea that anyone should speak of her as looking like alabaster. And Miss Bryant! It was a jest in itself to hear his serious cousin refer in that tone, and by such a dignified title, to Mildred. It was more than 2 years since Jack had seen the romping girl, whose heavy hair would never remain in its braid, and who, it seemed, would never cease outgrowing her clothes. He thought of the sisters for some time, while Page went on with his work. He recalled the little boy and girl who had loved him, and gentle Mrs. Bryant, whose mother heart had always made him welcome equally with her own children. They had all gone now to that world which had lately gained definite interest for him. Had Clover and Mildred suffered yearning and loss comparable to his? The mere thought, tolerantly admitted, gave him a new feeling towards his old comrades. At last he spoke again. "Where did Mrs. Van Tassel say they were going?" It was the first time he had given his friend her title. Page observed it. "California," he answered sententiously. "That doesn't tell anything." Page smiled slightly. "Perhaps that is just what she considered," he returned, and Jack thought Gorham was a provoking, dry sort of fellow. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do," he said, rising. "I'm going to Chicago." "Are you? Well, you are that favored species of individual who can control his own movements." "Yes, they've ceased pulling hair out there, and have decided to locate the fair in Jackson Park, quite near our house, you remember." "So I observed. They have lost a good deal of time in controversy, it strikes me. They will have to scratch gravel now." And this, if Mr. Page had only known it, was literally what had begun to be done out there in Chicago, in the unreclaimed district which bordered Jackson Park on the south. Sand dunes and marshes, woodland and slough, had all to be effaced, for a new earth must be offered in time to be the foundation for those castles in the air which were already creating in men's brains. As the scope of the proposed work unfolded and became clear, The time began to seem nigh to hopelessly short for its accomplishment. Of public opinion in the East, the kindest expression continued patronizing, amused, and skeptical; the average, contemptuous and hostile. But Chicago, which had formed a habit of making stepping stones of obstacles, now said, "I will," with greater doggedness of purpose than ever before, and sending steam dredges to invade the wilderness, began the patient, laborious grubbing, which was necessary to excavate in one place and fill in another. Meanwhile, the oldest inhabitant wandered about, looking on, wondering and fascinated. The maiden, going in advance of the feller of trees, caught with her kodak a farewell glimpse of the wood road that had furnished a foothold amid the sand for the spring violets of her childhood. The small boy looked longingly at the sloughs, which had been first to freeze in autumn, and thought it a thousand pities that Chicago had been so brave as to deserve the fair. The Eastern papers thought so too, and still exercised the virtue of frankness to the fullest extent. But Chicago, with all her reputation for talking, now had no time for such indulgence, but emulated Uncle Remus's famous tar baby, who, it will be remembered, when Brer Rabbit jeered at her once and again, still ain't sayin' nothin'. She only grubbed away, and her citizens prepared themselves for the long pull, the strong pull, and the pull all together, which should win ultimate triumph. When Jack arrived there, he found his city in all the excitement of work and plans and anticipation. His father's Scotch housekeeper, Jeanie, was in possession as of old when he reached home, and gave him a reception in which tears mingled with cordiality. "It's all different without your father, Mr. Jack," she mourned. "But we must bear it. We must bear it." Jack went through the house, finding changes in every room but his own. In that one, every object was familiar. Jeanie had nothing but good words for her young mistress. She was ready to praise her as long as Jack would have patience to listen. Miss Bryant, too, came in for a share of her voluble encomiums, but she did not know where they were, for though Mrs. Van Tassel wrote her an occasional note, she said they were moving about from place to place. The upshot of Jack's trip was that he went back to Boston and his cousin's office and waited for destiny to show him some natural way of communicating his generous impulses to Clover. So he lived through the winter, keeping up some interests in common with certain of his classmates, and gaining a reputation for touchiness regarding his native city, with whose exertions he felt a loyal and filial sympathy. It made him hot to read and hear frequent allusions to prove that the public was still holding its sides with merriment over the exquisite humor of the idea that upstart, pork-packing Chicago should undertake to conceive and carry out a true World's Fair, one fit to follow the great similar achievements of the Old World nations, and to be an adequate embodiment of the high ideas which gave birth to the enterprise. It was little mollifying to him to perceive that much of the sneering had at least the merit of genuineness. There was much sincere incredulity of Chicago's ability to rise to an occasion so remote from her habits and experience. With his Cambridge training, his youth, and his years of absence from home, he might have sympathized in all this, more with than against the Eastern element, but for his father's active labors and his own knowledge of the men who had the matter in hand. Only once Jack heard of Clover and Mildred during the summer that followed. He visited Miss Barry again, and heard from her that Mrs. Van Tassel's health was reestablished, and that the sisters had taken a trip to Alaska. He asked her to convey to them, for him, an earnest invitation to return to the homestead whenever they pleased. Once again, in the winter, he learned from the same source of information that they had gone to Europe. In June, Van Tassel and Page took a trip through the English and Scottish lakes together. Clover and Mildred evidently wished to live a life apart. Very well, it should be as they pleased. But Jack could not help looking for them at each little inn where his and Page's horses stopped. His father's memory was still a living, ever-present one, and persons so strongly associated with him could not be forgotten. In the autumn, the young men came home to find the country absorbed in Columbian celebrations. Red and yellow was as popular a combination as red, white, and blue. Columbus was pictured on every hand. There was no sameness, no fear of monotony about these representations. He was shown thin and stout, old and young, fair and dark, narrow-visaged and rotund of countenance. Meanwhile, the dedication in his honor drew on apace. The 20th of October, Chicago was to be clothed in bunting, and the great men of the country were to be drawn by prancing steeds through her streets. On the 21st, the Exposition buildings were to be dedicated to their splendid use, and Jack Van Tassel told his cousin that they must both be present at the ceremonies. Page demurred, but Van Tassel had his way, and 10 o'clock of that sunshiny, clear Friday morning found the two men entering the grounds, where a sense of roominess was the first sensation, after struggling in the city's crowd. Jack felt his breast swell with pride in the fair scene, incomplete yet already inspiring. But he forbore from being the first to comment. Let the Boston man speak, and he finally did. Page's eyes slowly took in an overwhelming impression of the general scheme, of what had already been, and what would be accomplished. Then he spoke. "This is great, so far." The words were balm to his companion. Page went on. "But the Eastern men designed these palaces. Eastern art. Now, look here," burst forth Jack. "Don't try to apologize for Chicago's achievement. She hasn't got there yet quite, of course, but she is arriving. She had sense enough to make this fair a national and not a local business. You're surely not surprised at that? She understood it that way from the first. They are not all Chicago men who have done this work, but be kind enough to remember that they are Chicago men who have laid the brains of this country under contribution, and whose indomitable energy has been the steam which has actuated the vast machinery of construction from the beginning, and will do so till the end. Don't explain it, my friend. Just say it is stupendous and pass on." Page, as he silently obeyed, remembered Mildred Bryant's prophetic words in the Portland train. "It is very fortunate for the country that we have taken the fair." It began to look that way. Still, Herculean tasks remained. Jack had received an invitation to witness the parade from the loggia of the mining building, and the cousins bent their steps thither between the lines of waiting spectators. At present, the building was used as barracks for troops. The two glanced down the neat perspective of soldier beds as they ran up the broad flight of steps leading to the gallery. Then they came out upon the balcony that faces north, and looked with interest upon the scene. Flags in great numbers were flying from every roof. The waterways and wooded island lay before them in the October sunlight. They were talking of the names of buildings and discussing the fabulous measurements of the mountain called Manufactures and Liberal Arts, when a new party appeared from the gallery doorway. The newcomers advanced to an arch a couple of rods from where the young men were standing, and Jack, who was profoundly interested in his subject, merely received an impression of beauty and fashion as he glanced at them, and then looking back, returned to his statistics. "If they can only have good weather the coming winter," he went on, "the thing will be ready May 1st, in spite of the croakers." Soft laughter and happy voices came from beyond the massive masonry, which half concealed their neighbors. "Jack," said Page in a low tone, "Mrs. Van Tassel and Miss Bryant are with that party." "No. Why, I didn't see them." "Yes, Mrs. Van Tassel has some kind of a gray and white dress on, and Miss Bryant—" "I want to get out of here, then." Page answered him sharply. "Is it your intention to play the role of Indian toward those ladies the rest of your life?" "No, nothing of the kind," returned Van Tassel uncomfortably. "I am more willing to see them than they probably are to me. I don't blame Clover if she chooses never to meet me again. I suppose she remembers as clearly as I do some of the last things I said to her. Ooh!" For in changing their positions, one member of the party had stepped back into plain sight. What a stunning girl they have with them." "That was Miss Bryant," said Paige. "No, no, you didn't see the one I meant. Splendid creature. Carried her head as though the fair were built expressly for her." "Yes, that was Miss Bryant. I have met her a number of times. Perhaps I had better go over and speak to her." "Don't think of it till I am out of the way." And Jack grasped his cousin's arm. "That Mildred? Millie Bryant?" he added incredulously, looking reminiscently into that young woman's past and seeing a combination of tanned countenance, rough hair, and old clothes revealing surplus wrist and ankle. A picture which refused to have relation to the trim and elegant young creature who had caught his eye. This revelation increased to a panic Jack's desire not to intrude upon these friends. As though to enlighten him still further, Mildred insisted that her sister should step back also and see some vista, which her own movement had brought into range. Jack instinctively shrank more closely into the shadow of his pillar, while Paige sympathetically followed his example, and both stole glances at Clover's pleased, unconscious face, a changed face from that which either of the men knew as hers. Jack saw it in the signs of a greater maturity and life experience, as well as the subtle charm which exists in a lovely woman whose advantages are set off by tasteful and fashionable attire. Paige saw what still seemed to him an angelic countenance, only made earthly by the tints of healthy youth, alert with interest. These smiling lips were but distantly related to the rigid, delicate mouth he remembered. Clover vanished again, recalled by her companion's interest in a company of cavalry who galloped in golden glory across a distant bridge. "I wish I was out of this," exclaimed Jack. "They may take it all into their heads to come over here any minute. If the girls were alone, I shouldn't mind it. They could behave as they pleased then, but with mutual friends it would be very awkward for them. Dick Ogden is in the party. I can hear his laugh this minute. I'm going, Gorham." "Very well, I too then. Here comes some governor and his staff. Yes, it is Russell. The crowd is safe to cheer now and wave handkerchiefs for live minutes. It is our chance. We shan't be noticed. Come." Jack started across the loggia with Paige beside him. As ill luck would have it, the only one of the party by the balcony who turned idly curious eyes to look after the pair was his friend Ogden. "Why, it is Van Tassel!" ejaculated the latter. "Oh, Van!" How Jack anathematized the cheerful, loud voice. He turned a deaf ear and hastened on. "Van Tassel!" bawled the other. "Here, what's the matter with you? They're here, old fellow." There is no creature so difficult to escape as the man who is convinced he is doing you a favor. Jack could hear the legs of his persecutor's chair grate on the flooring as he sprang to his feet. He paused and turned around, knowing that if he persisted, his misguided friend would not hesitate to pursue and capture him in his zeal. "They're right here," repeated Ogden, explanatorily, his ingenuous florid face beaming. "Wasn't it curious you should have passed by, so near and yet so far?" Van Tassel and Paige advanced, the former with a rigidly impassive countenance. It seemed long to him that he was crossing the 10 feet of balcony which lay between him and the young women whose reception he feared sensitively. Ogden, and doubtless their other friends, supposed them united by ties of intimacy. Much as he disliked to obtrude himself upon them, to permit strangers to suppose that he was not pleased to meet these ladies would set many tongues wagging and was not to be considered. Better to risk a snub than to appear disloyal to those his father had honored. But he need not have feared. Clover and Mildred were not the inexperienced girls of his acquaintance. They had taken in the situation as keenly as he had done, and when he reached them were ready to greet him and Mr. Page in a matter-of-course manner, calculated to divert suspicion had any existed. The circumstances, moreover, were favorable. The common interest of the parade at once claimed the attention of all, and after Page had been introduced to the strangers of the party, Jack drew a breath of relief that at any rate the ice was broken. He stood near Mildred, looking down upon the gay plumes, uniforms, and prancing steeds of the procession, and wished she would address him. Was this the girl who had always been eagerly ready to act as crew of his boat, whose strong arms had not been of contemptible assistance in bailing her out, who had received his invitations to sail in a thankful spirit, being thereby richly repaid for her physical exertions? She had sometimes needed to be snubbed out of too energetic participation in his own and Clover's plans. She had been a good fellow always, Jack remembered, even if occasionally inconveniently effervescent in the manner of animal spirits, had been an honest, fair antagonist with a brave love of sport. It struck Van Tassel as very curious that he should be so meekly desirous now of a crumb of friendly notice from one who had looked up to him so long and loyally. He wished he could forget some of those heated things he had said to Clover on that miserable afternoon. Of course she had repeated them to her sister, and he felt uncomfortably sure that the memory of them was even now seething beneath the jetted crown of Miss Bryant's hat. He envied Paige the unconsciousness with which he could lean toward either sister, making and receiving comments. Clover's sweet face moved him with a tide of thought that gave his eyes a sad expression, which she caught on the only occasion when she looked up into his face. On the whole, it was an uncomfortable half-hour which Jack spent in that loggia. The talk and laughter of the others gave him a feeling of remoteness and isolation. He wanted Clover or Mildred to speak to him, and they did not. He could not address them without a bit of encouragement. It was a relief to him when it was proposed to forsake the interminable lines of militia which were filing by the transportation building and adjourn in search of luncheon. Paige seemed determined to accept Dick Ogden's urgent invitation that the cousins should continue of the party, and indeed Gorham started off gaily with Mildred, as though it were a matter of course that Jack should follow. The consequence was that, feeling a good deal as though the whole experience were a dream of the Thanksgiving variety, Van Tassel found himself after a while placed next Clover at table. On her other side sat Dick's mother, a lady remarkable for an imposing figure and a fluffy pompadour of curling white hair. As this personage declared that the morning in the open air had given her an alarming appetite, and proceeded to apply her full attention to its demands, conversation with her languished. Jack observed this, and renouncing the nightmare idea with an effort, endeavored to make necessity serve him. "You have been abroad all summer, I believe," he remarked to his neighbor. "Yes, longer than that," returned Clover. Her self-possession seemed untroubled, but in reality she suffered, too, from mingled emotions. She pitied Jack, but resented the fact that circumstances had forced them together, and his presence evoked memories overwhelmingly bitter and tender. "Gorham Page and I did the lake regions of England and Scotland this year," he went on. "Did you happen to be in that vicinity?" "No, we stayed in Switzerland during the summer months." "You have seen much of the world in the last 2 years." "Yes, Mildred and I feel ourselves quite experienced travelers." "Shall you be satisfied to settle down now for a time?" "I can hardly tell. We have formed a dangerous habit." "Are you—" Jack looked busily into his plate. "Are you stopping at home, at the old house?" "We have no home yet. We mean to settle down some day and make one." "Why, have you parted with that dear old place, Mrs. Van Tassel?" asked Mrs. Ogden sonorously, helping herself again to chicken salad. "Mrs. Van Tassel finds it rather large for her purposes, I fancy," answered Jack quickly, "and our old housekeeper mourns her defection. But we haven't parted with the place. I was there in January, Clover, and Jeanie shed a few tears in her homesickness for you. I haven't seen her yet this time. Paige and I only got in yesterday, and we went to the Great Northern." Jack did not add that this unusual step was taken because he hoped that Clover and her sister might have returned and taken advantage of the invitation he sent them long ago through Miss Barry. "Do you know how steadily I have clung to Boston of late?" he continued. "Aunt Love wrote me you were there with your cousin. Are you going to adopt it as your home?" "No, indeed. You will think, Mrs. Ogden," leaning forward to speak across Clover to her neighbor, that Mrs. Van Tassel and I are very poor correspondents. Here we have both been roving about for the past year, and waiting to meet in order to learn details about one another's movements. You can't tell me anything about young men as correspondents, replied Mrs. Ogden feelingly. When Dick is away, the most I ever expect from him is a telegram every day or two. We're a bad lot, admitted Jack. No, speaking again to Clover, I am a Chicagoan, and just now prouder than ever of the fact. I fancy that we shall all come home like straying chickens on May 1st, '93. Of course you intend to be here during the fair? Yes, Mildred and I both anticipate it highly. I tell you, Mrs. Van Tassel, put in Mrs. Ogden, if you don't want to use your house next summer, you can make a fortune renting it. In that situation, within walking distance of the grounds, you can get anything you like to ask for it. Clover for a second time was about to disclaim any right or title to the homestead, but Jack besought her with a glance. I think we shall find it too convenient to be dispensed with, he said hastily. After luncheon, the party separated, their invitations to the dedicatory exercises in the Liberal Arts Building admitting them to different situations. The scene was such as one is glad to have assisted in for its uniqueness, if nothing more. Even seeing scarcely made it possible to grasp the vastness of an auditorium covering 40 acres, through whose outer corridors companies of cavalry passed now and then without making a noticeable sound within. Theodore Thomas's orchestra, with its attendant singers, a company of 6,000 in all, made but a little bright bouquet in one spot, and the leader was obliged to telephone to the platform halfway down the hall in order to be informed when a speech had ceased and a musical number might take its turn. At the end of the building opposite from Thomas, the Mexican band enlivened the meditations of the few thousands, 15 or so, who were here enough to enjoy their martial strains. Mammoth banners and flags made gay the grand arches that supported the roof, and each tassel on those which were so decorated weighed as much as a woman. Only a Brobdingnagian could have felt at ease in such surroundings, yet wonderful order was maintained amid this largest audience ever gathered together under one roof. Clover and Mildred were near enough to the singers to hear the pièce de résistance, Chadwick's inspiring, moving ode, and as she listened, Clover's eyes grew moist under the stress of the day's emotions. Jack is evidently very friendly, she said that night to her sister, when they were alone in their room at the auditorium. He ought to be, returned Mildred shortly. He behaved very well and kindly, continued Clover. The situation was odious. Odious, I should think so, remarked Mildred. I never disliked that bawling Dick Ogden as I did when he kept calling on Jack like that. Don't begin to praise him to me, added the girl, turning toward her elder a glowing face. After Jack Van Tassel has dragged around on his knees a good long time, I am going to forgive him, not before. Clover looked troubled. But it might have all been so awkward for us had he chosen to behave differently, she protested. It is much easier for us to lock injuries in our breasts that the world knows nothing of than it would be to have a gossiping set of people wondering and staring. Jack has grasped the bunch of nettles and saved us from those stings. You can feel as you please about it, but I am grateful. I wish he would go away. I wish he'd go to Kamchatka, exclaimed Mildred hotly. I can't rid myself, when he is present, of the idea that he is considering how very differently we should be situated now if it weren't for dear Mr. Van Tassel. Well, it is true. Don't be tiresome, Clover. Of course it is true, but Jack has grown so grave and quietly observing, I feel that I shall not be able to endure having him about. I like fine clothes and fashionable life generally, and when I am soaring in my natural element, if Jack is going to give me those meditative, suggestive stares, it will ruin my pleasure. It is just as if one had a string about a bird's ankle and could twitch it down whenever he liked. I think you feel so because you haven't talked with him yet, Mildred. You know Jack was always generous. Was he? The young girl faced her sister. Was he when he accused you and insulted you? Oh, I've forgiven him, Milly, returned the other gently, making a repressive gesture. I have considered his standpoint a great deal since then, and we enjoyed his father and benefited by him when the only son was far away. We even had the priceless privilege of serving him in his last days, while Jack was unwittingly defrauded. Oh, I should not have been at all surprised if he had been unable to take me by the hand today. Don't be hard on Jack. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 12, Gorham Page's Commission. A few days afterward, a bellboy brought Gorham Page's card to Mrs. Van Tassel's parlor. It was followed shortly by the young man himself, who felicitated himself upon his good fortune in finding her at home. My stay in Chicago will be so short that had you been out I fear I should not have met you again, he said. I am happy to see Mrs. Van Tassel. Gorham inspected her with kindly, short-sighted eyes. That travel has done all for you Miss Bryant hoped. Your face has quite a new color and contour. No, just my old one, she answered lightly, indicating a seat near her own. I am sorry my sister is out, but she is a gay girl, with a little smiling sigh. Wherever she is, somehow a number of engagements seem to crop up. Yes, one can see that she is a leader by nature. I should like to have seen Miss Bryant. However, my errand is with you especially today. Oh, is it an errand that has brought you? How unflattering! Not necessarily. It argued nothing unflattering when John Alden performed his famous errand to Priscilla. Page looked argumentatively into his hostess's amused eyes. Haven't you gone a long way afield for a simile? She asked. No, I think not. I was quite as reluctant as poor John to accept the mission. Then decline it even at this late hour. I am the least curious of women. Impossible. Page shook his head. Miles Standish is waiting for me over there at the Northern, and he is in a great state of mind. You tempt me to wish I had been out when your card came up. Perfunctory visits are very uncomfortable. I think you had better return to your friend and tell him that Priscilla would not allow you to speak. I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? Asked Gorham, looking up and half laughing. You see, it is this way. I wanted to come to see you, and as soon as Jack learned my intention, he burdened me with this business. He told me to be eloquent, and not being in the least so, I am overwhelmed by my responsibilities. I had a presentiment, and told him so, that I should make a mess of the whole affair. But he insisted upon trusting his messenger as blindly as the Puritan captain of old. Page had a way of lapsing, as he talked, into a meditative manner. And do you insist upon refusing to be warned by John Alden's failure? Asked Mrs. Van Tassel. Oh, I mustn't fail, he returned with prompt simplicity. That is, if I do, I shall take a room here in the auditorium for the remainder of my stay. We all make rather a pet of Jack, he explained. The thought of denying him or contradicting him presents itself somewhat in the light of a catastrophe. What do you think, Mrs. Van Tassel, of the effect on the average character of a habit of success? Really, Clover thought this was one of the oddest men she had ever met, but his question was so serious that she felt constrained to express an opinion. I am afraid I am no student of character, but I should say it would have a genial, developing effect. Yes, one thinks so at the first blush, and that continued failure would dwarf the faculties. One can hardly lay down a rule where exceptions are so numerous, and of course success and failure are never accidents. I think they seem to be so very often. No, Page shook his head. Everything is the result of law. Then the character that dominates and commands success must grow by what it feeds upon, and expand in its own sunlight. I was right. Yes, but the flowers and fruits of a tropical sun are heavy in scent and often coarse of flavor, while the flower that struggles for life and develops in meager warmth is like the New England arbutus, both strong and delicate. People have such varying standards by which they measure success and failure, said Clover. That sort of scanty, hard-won success, which might be typified by the arbutus, would scarcely be counted success by many. True, said Page, nodding his head at her thoughtfully. There ought to be some reliable touchstone which we could apply to every case. Surely there is, replied Clover. Her guest brightened. You mean we should judge according to our best education in right and wrong? She nodded. It amounts to that. It seems to me that all that comes to us is important only according to its effect on character. Page looked at her with admiring approval. Here was a woman, a girl in years, who had thought. Are your beliefs simply ethical, he asked, or are you religious in the usual acceptation of the word? I suppose I understand you, she replied. I think if I could not say that I am religious, I should not be here to say anything. I have stood in places where ethical culture and humanitarianism would not have saved me. Such testimony interests me very much, he answered, especially from a young and beautiful woman. Clover colored with surprise at this bluntness. She need not have shrunk. Page was as usual making an impersonal statement as nearly accurate as possible. I have not a particle of doubt, he continued, that there is a world of causes, and that ours is a world of effects. Why should not the universe have a soul as well as the human body? Yes, only you do not state it well, returned Clover, entering into his spirit of analysis. It is not the body that has the soul, but the soul that has the body, and will be through with it after a while. Page bowed. I agree to that. I believe in immortality. We have been sent upon this plane of existence, and to find out why is a problem of daily interest. Yes, our wishes were not consulted when we came, and will not be consulted when we go. It seems evident enough to me that we are being sent to school. Some of us appear to learn very little, though, remarked Page. Some of us are set one lesson many times, answered Clover slowly, until we learn it. The hand must be unclasped many times before we learn to relax our rigid hold on what we have considered our own. It is one great lesson of life, I have found, to learn to be relaxed. You know how much is said now by physical culturists on the subject of letting go abnormal tension of the muscles of the body. Isn't the correspondence interesting? We can only have spiritual self-possession when we relax the tension of our own wills and let the divine will sway us. We are free agents, though, objected Page, and we must behave as if our own wills were all powerful, else we should never accomplish anything. Oh, yes, agreed Clover. But if one is firmly convinced that the higher power is omniscient, there is all the time an undercurrent of acknowledgement that one is being directed, and it becomes second nature to ask for the direction in all sorts of wordless ways. You believe in that sort of providence, then? Asked Gorham curiously. I believe everyone has a God, his own God. Yes, my God is a father who thought it worth while to create me, and therefore, I am sure, thinks it worth while to lead me through all the ways I am to traverse. He is close to me all the time. Whether I feel that I am close to him depends entirely on myself. Page regarded the speaker a moment in silence. Her face looked near to heaven then, he thought. Such faith comes more easily to women than to men, apparently, he said at last. Why should it? How strangely people behave and talk, or rather avoid talking of spiritual things as if such subjects were superstitious. I suppose perhaps it is because I have had so many dear ones slip away into the other world that it seems so real to me. It has often been said that death is the only certain event which we can count on, but people will cease to shrink from it only when they cease to think of it as death. No wonder the love of life is strongly implanted. It is all we need look forward to. The loneliness we have to suffer here, Clover paused a moment, is part of the schooling. You have made good use of your experiences, observed Paige. Not always, returned the other. Nevertheless, I feel that is the chief thing we have to do, to learn something above worldly wisdom from our experiences, little and great. So your theory regarding success and failure would simply be to decide its real nature by its spiritual effect on a man. Yes, Clover smiled. You have thought of that before, or you would not have grasped so quickly what I meant. Her visitor nodded. Yes, I have had a similar thought. The greatest apparent success may amount to a failure if it make a man more arrogant and selfish than before. And the most dismal failure is a success if only it brings with it an interior humility and willingness to be taught. They talked another quarter of an hour before Page rose and took his leave. He left his compliments and farewell for Miss Bryant, shook hands with Clover, and reached the door of the room before he started and turned back with sudden recollection. "Why didn't you remind me?" he said reproachfully. "I haven't done my errand." Mrs. Van Tassel smiled. Priscilla's part was a passive one, if I recollect rightly. But you also recollect the rough temper of Captain Standish. I think you were rather cruel. Oh, failure might have given you true humility. I make plenty of failures, thank you. Please don't let this be one of them, and don't judge Jack's intensity of interest by my own. May I sit down once more? Page nodded his brow reminiscently. Jack outlined a plan for me. He suggested a number of arguments with which I was to lead up to the main idea, but they are pretty well muddled in my brain now. Gorham gave a short, desperate laugh. After this confession of weakness, Mrs. Van Tassel, you will be obliged, if only out of generosity, to send me back with a yes. Now, let me see. I'm confident this ought not to come first, but Jack wanted me to say that he was certain that Uncle Richard left the homestead to him instead of to you, at your own instigation. Clover, who had not been able to imagine what was coming, acquiesced gravely. Mr. Van Tassel would probably have acted as he did in any case, but I wanted to make certain that Jack's dear old home should be secured to him. It humiliates Jack to feel that you avoid the place for fear he might go there. This is an unpleasant errand for you, Mr. Page. Please don't use that tone. Jack means so well I couldn't refuse to be the go-between. He asks, he even begs, that if you intend to remain in Chicago now, you will go back to your home. It is comfortable. All your belongings are there. His father made every arrangement for you. Jack feels sure he would be grieved to have you leave it. He himself is going back to Boston. The housekeeper is alone there and is pining for you. I forget whether that was to be an argument, but the fact remains. Jack thinks it would save a lot of talking among your friends if you were to go on in the old way. Naturally, he has no use for such a big place. It would be too lonely to endure under the circumstances, and it is hardly the thing to leave the house tenantless year after year. Of course, all this is under Jack's supposition that you have no prejudice against the home as a home. If that is false, no. I have a strong attachment for the locality and the house itself. Mildred has also. Then you will say yes, and I promise to take my success as meekly as you could desire. Shall I do it, Mr. Page? Asked Clover, looking perplexed. By all means, if you ask me. Here is the fair coming on, and the difficulties of suiting one's self in a home in Chicago are going to be many, I fancy. I don't want to think of that. We should be able to find a comfortable place. Then consider that suggestion unmade, and let me take your consent to Jack. Do you still hesitate? Yes, I had quite made up my mind to do without Jack, and this would change all that. Jack does not at all wish to be dispensed with. I consider, said Clover with grave gentleness, that I owe him any favor he chooses to claim, but it seems quixotic on his part to call this one. And yet he does. We cannot always understand the vagaries of youth, Mrs. Van Tassel. Jack was always willful, she returned, smiling sadly. Tell him I thank him, Mr. Page, and that Mildred and I will talk it over." An hour after Gorham's departure, a note was brought to Clover. It was from Jack. He said, "I thank you for considering my proposition. I have a feeling that in the end you will not refuse me. I have suffered for every unjust word I ever said to you, Clover, and now the only peace possible for me is to be in friendly relations with those my father loved. Only when you are living again under his roof shall I feel that I have won his forgiveness as well as yours. The selfish jealousy of you which has made my heart sore has gone, and gratitude has taken its place. We have both lived long in 2 years and suffered much. We can feel for each other. Forgive your old comrade, Jack." Clover's tears fell upon this abrupt note, and her heart went out to her friend. She did not need now to talk the matter over with Mildred. She had decided to return to the home by the lake. Jack went back to Boston without seeing her again, for although he called, the sisters were both away. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 13, May Day. What Chicagoan will ever forget the winter of 92 and 93? It was as though the elements had joined with a majority who frowned down their city's audacious effort. The newspapers recorded the storms and their damage. What an unthinkable thing it was to undertake a World's Fair in such a climate. Certainly, if one wanted an allegory of discomfort, one had but to visit the Garden City at that season, and witness the teeming through torn-up streets, the building and the elevating of railroad tracks, while the sense of shortness of time sent men to labor and often to die in exposed places where the mercury was lost below the zero mark. Roads were either iron-bound or deep in the mud of a thaw, and blizzards descended furiously upon the glass portions of exposition structures, destroying in an hour the work of weeks. As the 1st of May approached, more stinging grew the criticisms upon the authorities who had failed to have the Columbian Exposition entirely ready to keep its engagement. But though on the great day Chicago was still in an undeniably uncomfortable condition of unfinished hotels and bad weather, the White City rose like a perfect, superb lily from its defiling mud, and the great crowd that swarmed into Jackson Park on the morning of May 1st found so much to marvel at that they were good-natured and eager under a chill gray sky, and unmindful of the clinging soil into which they sank at every step. Van Tassel had arrived in town a couple of days before, and after registering at his hotel, had called immediately at his old home. The girls received him cordially, although he was unexpected. 1 or 2 letters had passed between Clover and himself during the winter, and she now asked him to leave his hotel and take possession of his old room. He declined with thanks, stating that his plans did not yet permit of a prolonged stay in the West, and that it would not be worth while to make the change. "I am afraid he saw that I hesitated when I asked him," said Clover to her sister after the guest had departed. "I wish we had known that he was coming. Then we could have thought the matter over and arrived at a decision. I really didn't know whether I was doing a proper thing or not." Mildred, who had seen and been amused by her sister's perplexity all through the call, laughed mischievously. "It is an odd thing if you can't invite your son to visit you," she said. Clover regarded her helplessly, but she could not help smiling, too. "I don't know whether we should be outraging conventionality or not," she repeated. "He will be coming back again in a little while. If only Jeanie hadn't deserted us. It was such an inconvenient season for her to be overwhelmed with homesickness, but she said it was the first time that she had not been really needed here." "You remind me of Iolanthe," said Mildred wickedly. "I couldn't help thinking of it all the time Strephon was here." And then she sang, "I wouldn't say a word that could be construed as injurious, but to find a mother younger than her son is very curious. And that's the sort of mother who is usually spurious. Tara diddle, tol lol lay." The color rose under Clover's clear skin as she joined reluctantly in her sister's laugh. Perhaps we had better procure a dragon, she suggested. Oh, wait a little, returned Mildred, loath to alter their present mode of life. But Jack, before he left, had agreed to call for his friends on the morning of May 1st to take them to see the opening exercises in the new city whose completed splendor they had not before beheld. The three walked down through the grounds in the dull gray weather and joined the 500,000 of souls who waited in the court of honor to see President Cleveland touch the electric button. Clover gazed at the white magnificence of architecture and felt a thrill at the solemn stillness pervading all, which the fine orchestral music only accented. It seems to me like the story of Galatea, she said to Jack. We are waiting to see the breath of life breathed into the statue. Van Tassel looked down the grand basin to where the heroic republic stood veiled in white from the eyes of men. The low-hanging sky hung its pall above all. I think the button may start the clouds as well as the machinery, he remarked. They look as though they were only waiting some signal to pour down. We shall need a shower bath to put out the fires of our enthusiasm, exclaimed Mildred, who looked as excited as she felt. Oh, Jack, aren't you glad you are a Chicagoan? Aren't you glad that we've gathered goldenrod right in this very spot in front of the administration building? Jack protested that he shared this subtle joy fully, and at the moment a new shiver of expectation passed through the throng. The music had ceased. The president had begun to speak. It was a solemn moment, a triumphant moment, when at last the electric button was pressed, hitherto motionless machinery suddenly throbbed, and the vast pulses of the stately, statuesque white city began to beat. Clover and Mildred unconsciously clasped hands, and their breath came fast as they stood facing the majestic peristyle, its marble columns surmounted by the solemn, glad, immortal declaration, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Jack stood beside them, his head bared before this beginning of a new era, for at the touching of the signal, down fell the veil from the Golden Republic, up streamed the enormous jets of water from the fountains, color and movement thrilled along the roofs of the snowy palaces, flags of all nations unfurled gaily from myriad staffs, the boom of artillery thundered from the lakeside, and as the multitude, swayed by mighty feeling, rent the air with cheers, the sun burst from a cloud and blessed the scene with new splendor. The world's Columbian Exposition had opened. Van Tassel accepted Clover's invitation to dinner that afternoon when they reached home, chilled with much standing about in the spring wind. The impersonal common interest of the day had done much toward re-establishing the old easy relation among the trio. So Jeanie felt a call to visit her own kin, did she? Said Jack as they sat at table. She is so much a part of the house, I miss her. Yes, she could not be tempted from her project even by the prospect of the fair. What do I want with the fair? She asked contemptuously. Chicago's just got unbearable since they started it. But she wanted me to promise to take her back when all the excitement is over and she returns to America, said Clover. Of course we miss her very much, but at present we get on finely. Yes, remarked Mildred. I don't know that Jeanie would be pleased to know how well. I believe she was right. No doubt a person of her sort would be more fatigued than interested by the fair. I was wondering this morning, said Jack, while we were waiting down there, what Aunt Love would say to it all. Clover smiled. I think Chicago and everything connected with it seems as far off to her as the Sandwich Islands. But as she spoke, a novel thought came into her mind, and after Jack had gone she imparted it to Mildred. I have had a brilliant idea, she announced. That is nothing new, returned her sister. A quarter, please, holding out her hand. Clover loftily ignored both the compliment and the request for prompt recompense. We can't selfishly keep this comfortable house just for our own two selves the next 6 months. I could, just as easy, returned Mildred nonchalantly, dropping into an armchair. Aren't you glad now that we have lived a life of resorts for 2 years and are not under obligations to anybody? Moreover, That we haven't had time to make any intimate friends anywhere? Why, everybody we know here has either rented his house and fled, or is wondering how servants and expenses are to be managed through the summer. Clover looked serious. I feel that we ought to do exactly what Mr. Van Tassel would do if he were alive. Yes, that is so, agreed Mildred promptly, but I don't see how you are going to find that out. Why, it is perfectly plain that he would entertain his near relatives. Mildred raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. She began to sing softly again from Sullivan's opera. To say she is his mother is an utter bit of folly. Hi-ho, our Strephon is a rogue. Perhaps his brain is addled, and it's very melancholy. Taradiddle. Stop that nonsensical song. My dear, Gilbert never writes any nonsense. It gives me the utmost pleasure to warble his lays. He is the only librettist in the world who says just what he wants to say, and it happens to rhyme. Pardon me if I appeared to be personal. That was another happening. So you think you ought to have Sonny at home. Anybody else? Certainly. Mr. Page. Mildred pursed her lips into a noiseless whistle. Mr. Van Tassel's sister's child, went on Clover firmly. He has a right to expect an invitation. What is the matter? Don't you like him? Mildred made her favorite grimace of faint repugnance, and her head dropped to one side. I've had a good deal of him by proxy, she answered. I'm very much afraid he's a worthy young man. Well, what of it? Oh, you know I can't endure worthy young men, smiled the girl provokingly. Jack says he is a noble fellow, declared Clover with dignity. Of course, but alas, if that was only one of those things that go without saying. His sister-in-law adores him madly. Well, then we are to have sterling cousin Page. Anybody else? It seems to me you are drawing about us a possibly charming, but certainly unconventional family circle. No, no. There are the other Pages. Of course we must ask the married brother, just as much as Gorham, and we are under obligation to Mrs. Page for kindness to you. So she is to be the chaperone. Is it your expectation that she will wish to stay here all summer? What a perfect goose you were, Clover, not to have your bright idea before you let Jeanie go. After you have thought up 3 meals a day for guests for about 3 months, your opinion of the brilliance of that idea will probably decline and fall. Just wait, said Clover triumphantly. You haven't even heard my bright thought yet. It is Aunt Love. Mildred looked into her beaming eyes uncomprehendingly. It is nothing to me, continued Clover, whether Mrs. Page stays 1 week or 6. I am going to ask Aunt Love to come and take Jeanie's place all summer. Do you suppose she will do it? Yes, I do. I shall ask her anyway before 1 day more passes over my head. That is, if you agree, Mildred. Oh, if I agree, repeated the latter with light scorn. I notice you didn't trouble yourself to consult me about Strephon and Cousin Page. You would like to have Aunt Love, of course, persisted Clover. Yes, but she must be sure to bring Blitzen. There was only one subject discussed throughout the length and breadth of Pearfield, 24 hours after Mrs. Van Tassel's letter reached Miss Barry. Lavinia Barry was going to the World's Fair. Pearfield would be represented, after all. It was a dangerous undertaking. Everybody felt that. The postmaster made himself quite unpopular by doubting whether Lavinia ran more risk from desperate characters in Chicago than she would in any other large city. But his heretical opinion was accounted for by a well-known contrariness of nature. Many and solemn were the leave-takings and warnings bestowed upon Miss Barry at the outset of her pilgrimage. She was somewhat astonished herself at her own calmness at the prospect. It must be I don't sense it, she declared, as she gave her lisle thread glove a parting wave from the car window. She had planned by letter to have Gorham Page meet her in Boston, and take her to an inexpensive boarding house where she might remain until she was fitted out for her wonderful trip. It was a tired and harassed woman that Page met that afternoon, hugging to her, as she stepped from the car, a straining, excited, furry bundle that jumped eagerly to the end of his chain as she permitted him to leap down. Such a time as I've had this day, she ejaculated. I guess I've broke most of the laws ever made by God and man. By good luck I knew the conductor. He came from near our place, and he, seeing that Blitzen rampaged dreadful in the baggage car, let me hold him in my lap. I lost my temper before I'd been out of Pearfield half an hour, and I haven't found it since. I'm just tuckered out. Miss Bryant made a great point of my bringing Blitzen, but law, before I'd have the care of him from here to Chicago, I'd give up the whole undertaking. Miss Barry looked anxious at the dog as he bobbed about at the end of his tether as though to expend the energy stored in his lively legs during hours of inaction. I don't know how I could leave him in Boston, she added, and yet— Paige smiled. You know very well if you left him he would walk on the ties to Chicago. Don't worry, Aunt Love. I'll send him safely for you. You shall not have any trouble. Miss Barry looked half hopeful, half incredulous. Yes, by express. It will be all right. And Paige held open the door of a cab, into which Miss Barry stepped with the nervous and astonished Blitzen again caught in her strong clasp. I haven't thanked you a word, she said when the horse had started, but you can't think what a help it's been to me to have you manage about the boardin' place and all. Hilda wouldn't hear to your going anywhere but straight to her, returned Gorham. Oh, that is too much, exclaimed Miss Lavina, flushing with pleasure, and the warm welcome she received when she arrived at Mrs. Page's dainty apartment completed her relief from care and embarrassment. I'm sure you never counted on Blitzen, Miss Barry said anxiously, in return to her hostess's greeting. But I am glad to see him, responded Hilda. It is well known that a dog who can wag his tail can knock over lots of valuables in a flat, but Blitzen is a safe and welcome guest. We'll let him run in the street all he wants to. Perhaps he'll get lost, said Miss Lavina, regarding the small animal darkly, in spite of the confiding and questioning gaze he was bending upon her, as though begging to understand today's erratic movements. Much more likely to be stolen, remarked Gorham. I had better send him on to Chicago very soon. Mrs. Page proved of great assistance to Miss Barry in adding the right articles of dress to her wardrobe and completing her preparations. It was with a light heart that Aunt Love finally shook hands with Page after he had settled her comfortably in her section of the Chicago train, and when the latter glided slowly and smoothly from the station, Miss Barry leaned back in the cushioned seat and felt happy though excited. She had never been in a sleeping car before, and every convenience about her excited her wonder and admiration. She was traveling at Mrs. Van Tassel's expense, and simply followed the explicit directions Page had given her, so she went into the dining car for her meals, a proceeding which filled her with wonder. Her practical soul yearned to examine the compact kitchen arrangements. Gorham had charged the porter to attend to her wants, accompanying the exhortation with the only sort of persuasion which appeals to the species, and innocent Aunt Love was in consequence gratefully impressed by her new friend's assiduous attentions. There is no denying that the gentleman of color had something to endure from the time the train crossed the last state line and entered Illinois. It had been impressed upon Miss Barry that she was to alight at Hyde Park, and her porter earned the money Mr. Page had given him before that station was reached. You don't want to get out till you've passed the World's Fair, he said at last in desperation, and Miss Lavina clung to this definite clue with such concentration that when the usual stentorian announcement was made, World's Fair buildings on the right, she scarcely cast a glance toward the labyrinth of roofs and domes, but clasped the handles of her bag and shawl strap, and sat on the extreme edge of the seat. Soon the porter arrived, took possession of Miss Barry's belongings, and in another minute she stood on the platform, where Mrs. Van Tassel and Miss Bryant met her with open arms. At least one of Mildred's hands was extended in welcome. The other kept firm hold of a chain to which Blitzen was attached. Instantly the little dog's leaps and grins monopolized the attention of all three. He whined, he actually howled, in the fullness of his joy, at finding the mistress he had despaired of seeing again. "For gracious sake!" exclaimed Miss Barry, much embarrassed. "There, there!" She stooped and patted the terrier sparingly. "Yes, here's my trunk check, Mrs. Van Tassel. My, but you do look well, child. For pity's sake, Miss Mildred, take the chain off'n that dog, and maybe he won't trip me up. Be still, can't you?" Mildred laughed as she stooped and unfastened the hook from the smart new collar which had gilded Blitzen's misery since his arrival. "Yes, he will not need chains now," she answered, "but we have had to keep him a prisoner for fear he might go back to Boston. It would have been such a pity for you to cross each other on the way." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 14, Clover's Invitation. Those who wished to continue to point out the defects in Chicago and her fair had ample opportunity through a large part of the month of May. It was indeed Chicago's fair then. No one else claimed it. The exhibits were not all in place, the electric effects were not complete, the weather was cold, Orientals had to wear American overcoats above their white gowns, and they sneezed lugubriously under their turbans. The pleasantest spots in the White City at that season were the open fires in the dignified or dainty clubhouses known as state buildings. Only the Eskimos were really comfortable, and some of those poor women wished the incoming and outgoing visitor would not allow the northeast wind continuous entrance to their homes. But the month was nearly out by the time Miss Barry arrived in Chicago. It was the beginning of that marvelous summer, whose weather every Chicagoan will always proudly consider an exhibit worthy to be ranked with any wonder it shone upon. The natural elements, like the human ones, gradually admitted that the Columbian Exposition was not only a worthy but an overwhelming success, and in place of buffeting wind and destructive storm, sent week after week a warm blue sky and a cool east breeze to add the crowning charm to the White City's bewildering loveliness. Had the human element been as prompt in succumbing, thousands of those who strove in the madding crowd of October might have reveled instead in the fresh beauty of June, but the general confidence had not yet been gained. The same journal, which had pictured the vulgar young city vociferating for the World's Fair bouquet, had not yet declared that it took off its hat to Chicago, adding that all other shows bore the relation to the Columbian Exposition which Jersey City did to Imperial Rome. A comparatively small army of explorers came from the East as yet, to spy out the land and carry back reassuring reports to their skeptical or timid friends. Miss Barry, in her comfortable, novel quarters, was from the first charmed with her surroundings. The bright, bracing air, the frequent tally-ho coaches that passed the door, their scarlet-coated buglers piping with cheerful unsteadiness, the expanse of tumbling blue-green water that constantly gladdened her eyes, all seemed as festive as the fine house which was her temporary home. She enjoyed the playing of the orchestra every morning on the piazza of an adjacent hotel, and was soon able to hum, after the ball, that unavoidable, omnipresent accompaniment of the World's Fair summer. Only one thing puzzled her for the first few days after her arrival, and this perplexity she set at rest one cool evening by watching her opportunity and walking clandestinely to the sands at the back of the Chicago Beach Hotel. Here she stooped to the water's edge, dipped her finger in an incoming wave, and transferred it to her mouth. Tasting it critically, she looked thoughtful, and after a moment repeated the operation. "I suppose I've got to believe it," she murmured, rising. "'Tain't salt." The more cultivated and traveled one was, the more wonderful and beautiful the White City seemed to him. Upon a woman of Miss Barry's narrow worldly experience, its unique characteristics dawned but slowly. For some weeks it is quite certain that the housekeeping duties which Clover at once placed in her hands were more attractive to the good woman than the marvels which lay so near her. She was not insensible to the privilege of being within walking distance of Jackson Park, and now and then she made pilgrimages thither. "It's somethin' like knowin' there's a big plum puddin' standin' nearby, and that whenever I want to, I can go and pull out a plum," she said. "But law, it would take a whole lifetime to see what they've got down there, and every time I go I realize it more." Clover carried out her hospitable intention as soon as Aunt Love was fairly domesticated, and one morning a letter from her was handed to Mrs. Page at her breakfast table. Her family had just been talking about the World's Fair, and Jack had been answering questions concerning the best locality in which to secure accommodations. "There is nothing like having an ardent Chicagoan in the house to make one attend to these matters in time," remarked Mrs. Page. "I am very much afraid you will find you are not in time," returned Jack discouragingly. His advice, given a couple of months before, had not been heeded, and he now proceeded to state a series of facts and figures which were rather appalling. "You will have to do something about it, Jack," remarked Mrs. Page's husband, who was not so designated on account of any inferiority. He was a stout, sandy-haired individual, with a good digestion and disposition, who was accustomed to allow Hilda and Gorham to think for him in all matters not related to the wholesale dry goods business in which he was engaged. "You say we ought to see the exposition," he went on placidly, "and it is your affair, in the interests of hospitality, to tell us where in Chicago we can find the proper quarters." "I impressed upon you some time ago that you ought to attend to it," returned Jack rather stiffly. The air of lightness and condescension with which his cousin always treated the subject of the fair grated upon him. "Yes, he did, you know, Robert," declared Mrs. Page, always inclining, like most of Jack's feminine friends, to side with him. It was at this juncture that the arrival of the mail created a diversion, and Hilda opened Clover's letter. She glanced down its pages. "Why, how lovely! How kind!" she ejaculated from time to time. "Listen to this. You are all interested. It is from Mrs. Van Tassel. My dear Mrs. Page, I have been wishing for some days to find the right moment in which to thank you for your kindness, both to Aunt Love and me in rendering her so much assistance in coming to us. She seems happy and at home already. I am the more pleased to have secured her that it makes it easy for me, in the absence of my old housekeeper, to entertain guests during the coming eventful summer. I hope you and your husband have not already committed yourselves to another plan for seeing the fair, for our house is most conveniently situated, and my sister and I would be pleased to have you come to us. Will you extend my invitation to your brother as well? As for Jack, it is not necessary, I am sure, for me to write a separate invitation to him. His room is ready for him, and I count upon his taking possession of it for as long a time as he can make it convenient. Indeed, I wish you all four to choose your own times and seasons for coming, for I have no plan to entertain anyone else, and I beg you to consider the house always open to you, and a sincere welcome always ready. Mildred wishes me to send you her love, and we both hope soon to receive favorable word of your plans. Cordially yours, Clover B. Van Tassel. Mrs. Page, upon finishing, let her pleased gaze rove from one to another of her three companions. Jack's face was eager and happy, Gorham's interested, but her husband was the first to speak. "I foresee that I am going to fall in love with that woman," he remarked, breaking open his third muffin and handing his cup to the maid for a second cup of coffee. "That is a charming letter." "Just an ordinary Chicago production," said Jack exultantly. "What do you say, old Reliable?" he added, turning toward Gorham. "We are in great luck," returned the latter. "Now, I will admit," said Jack, "that I have been trying to provide for us all at the Chicago beach, but I will cease my struggles gratefully." "When do you want to go, Hilda?" asked Robert Page. "When can you go is a more pertinent question," she answered. "July will, I suppose, be the best time. Would it be heresy, Jack, to inquire if the thermometer in Chicago rises above 65 degrees in July? I have understood that it does." "I know of no city in the country where there is no hot weather in summer," returned Jack shortly. "Chicago is, however, a summer resort." "I suppose you mean a place where summer resorts. That is what I have heard." "Perhaps you would better not risk your life there." "Tut, tut, my boy. I'm going to see the writer of that whole-souled letter." Jack, who had already excused himself from the table, here left the room without deigning a reply, and Mrs. Page immediately looked toward her brother. "What do you think, Gorham? Of course this is a delightful invitation, but ought we to accept it?" "I don't quite see your objection," he answered. "It is charming of Mrs. Van Tassel, but it is so evidently a sense of duty which impels her to give such an invitation to a mere acquaintance like me and a stranger like Robert." "Look here," remarked the latter, looking up vaguely. "I don't think I want any flaws picked in that invitation." "Now you keep still, Robert, like a dear. You don't know her at all, and Gorham does. She is just doing this in Uncle Richard's name. I know it, and I am not willing to impose upon her." "May I see the letter once again?" asked Gorham. "Certainly." Mrs. Page handed it to him with alacrity. He read it through from beginning to end. It sounded like Clover. He could hear her pleasant voice in every phrase. "She is a thoughtful, deliberate sort of person," he said as he handed the letter back. "Whatever her motive is, it is a sufficient one, and one thing that would influence me to advise you to accept is the effect on Jack. Their relations have been a little strained, and I think it would make things still pleasanter than they are now if Mrs. Van Tassel and Miss Bryant were to become better acquainted with his people." "Yes, that is what I think," remarked Mr. Page, but his wife frowned upon him. "You and Robert and Jack go," continued Gorham. "I won't. That would be rather too much of a good thing. But I can get a room at the Beach Hotel, and that is nearby. I propose to spend a good deal of time at the fair. I want to go through it with some degree of thoroughness. Of course, no one will really see half of it. I understand that, giving 1 minute to each exhibit, it is estimated that it would take 32 years for a man to get around." His brother groaned. He was stout and not energetic save in the matter of wholesale dry goods. "Thank heaven it won't take 32 years to see Mrs. Van Tassel," he remarked devoutly. There were no doubts or scruples in Jack's mind as to accepting his invitation, at least for the present. Indeed, this reconciliation between himself and the Bryants, as he still often found himself calling his old friends, altered the whole trend of his life. He felt a new satisfaction in living, a new desire for home, a willingness which amounted to necessity to shake the dust of Boston from his feet, and once more to make of Chicago a permanent abiding place. His sense of loneliness, an aching one still at times, abated. His own place waited for him. The friendship of these cousins, kind and helpful in their way, could never be to him like that of those girls, the only girls he had ever known, who had so long divided with him his father's affection and care. He was going home. It was the first sensation of the sort that he had had for years. He did not try to conceal his satisfaction from Mrs. Page when he said to her his au revoir. He expressed sincere gratitude for her kindness and hospitality, but she saw that he was not sorry to have no plan for returning to Boston, and felt a little piqued despite Jack's enthusiasm over the plan which would soon make them a reunited family party. "I have not seen Jack so gay since Uncle Richard died," she said that night to Gorham. "No, his alienation from Mrs. Van Tassel and her sister has worried him a good deal, I know," responded Page. "This final burial of the hatchet must be a great relief to a fellow so sensitive as Jack is." But this explanation was not sufficient to account to Mrs. Page for Van Tassel's jubilant spirits. He had not sprung up 3 stairs at a time, and whistled and sung over his packing, just because of obtaining the forgiveness of 2 young women whose feelings he had outraged. "Men are stupid," she soliloquized. "I know that Jack is in love." With this truly feminine solution of her cousin's conduct, she was the better satisfied because she would so soon have opportunity of verifying her own perspicacity by ocular proof. But her diagnosis would have been a surprise to Jack. No lover-like haste mingled with the impatience he felt at the lateness of his train on the June afternoon when he reached Chicago. And when finally he found himself on the familiar home street, Even its unfamiliarity seemed representative of the pleasant new state of things which had come into his life. His flying visit during the bad weather of 6 weeks before had not shown the old neighborhood in its present finished condition. Van Tassel smiled as a coach and six rattled by him, the notes of its mellow horn breaking in impertinently upon the strains of an orchestra at the adjacent fashionable hotel. Can this be quiet little Hyde Park? He asked himself. How the long June evenings of his boyhood came back to him as he sauntered down the changed street. How the thrushes used to sing here at this hour. How the boys and girls who could muster anything to navigate, from a scow to a trim canoe or sailboat, used to launch their craft early in these long evenings, and sometimes lashing the boats together, a dozen in a row, would drift over the rocking waves and sing by the hour beneath a moon which electricity had not yet forced out of a long-established business. The wild shore was changed, cultivated, and trimmed into order according to fashion now, like the young people who once disported over it in free country fashion. Jack could not whistle the scrap from Carmen against the insistent rhythm of After the Ball, which was being performed by a uniformed functionary from the hotel who passed him under the old familiar elms. But Clover was on the piazza to meet him, a gracious genius of home in her blue gown, with the welcoming light in her eyes. "I told you not to stay for me," said Jack, coming up the steps, his hat in his hand. "I know," returned Clover, looking down into his happy, handsome face. "I stayed for my own sake as well as yours. I have been at the fair all day and did not feel like going down this evening. Mildred went from town with the Ogdens on their drag to take supper in old Vienna. She wished me to give you an extra shake of the hand for her." "Thank you, Clover," he answered, and he held her hand a moment as they interchanged a look that had in it reminiscence, but reminiscence from which all bitterness was gone. The sweet summer air seemed throbbing with their love for him, with whom every part of this home was connected. Miss Barry appeared at the house door. She started at the pretty tableau she saw, and the pure white Christmas when she pleaded for this woman with a heart-sore man passed like a vision across the fair June scene. She would have withdrawn, but Van Tassel saw her. "How do you do, Aunt Love?" he said, and then she came forward to return his cordial greeting. "Isn't this a queer thing, for me to be in Chicago, Mr. Jack?" "It is just as it should be," he returned. "Now when we get Gorham and Mr. and Mrs. Page here, we shall be a complete party." "Mr. and Mrs. Page promised me July," said Clover, "but your cousin Gorham seems to think he would better stay at the hotel. We won't quarrel with him at this distance." She smiled. "Well, Jack, will you go upstairs? Is it to be hammock or fair this evening?" "I can scarcely wait till tomorrow for the fair, yet I don't like to leave you at once." "Don't mind that. I should enjoy seeing your first view, and should have saved myself for tonight, except that I could not escape personally conducting a friend today who was very kind to us last year." "Come in and eat something first, Mr. Jack," said Miss Barry, so anxiously that Van Tassel laughed. "I am sure, Aunt Love, if I have the good luck to meet you in heaven, the first thing you will do will be to urge upon me some manna or angel's food, or whatever may be on the bill of fare." "Hush, child. Come straight in, for daylight is precious." "Thank you, but I knew that, and so I took lunch in the train. I expected only to carom on the house, as it were, and then make a bee-line for the great show. We did have the first view of it together, Clover, you know." The dimple dipped in Clover's cheek just as of old. "It will seem different to you tonight," she answered. That was impressive and solemn, but now— "No, I won't be so foolish as to try to describe what is incomparable. I will only say go. You will be grateful for whatever feeble standards of comparison you have gained by travel." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 15, The Court of Honor. Jack jumped into a beach wagon as it rolled along from the hotel and drove down East End Avenue, approaching the gigantic failure known as the Spectatorium, whose bulky, half-clothed skeleton upreared against the sky like a type of blighted hope. Following Clover's advice, he entered the park at the 57th Street entrance. A band was playing on its aerial perch above the Eskimo village, and Jack smiled to hear the gay, assured strains of After the Ball soaring above a vigorous drum accompaniment. He walked across the bridge and looked down where the Eskimos in their white robes with the peaked hoods propelled their slender canoes noiselessly amid the darkening shadows of the willows. Straight before him, to Michigan's brink, stretched an electric-lighted avenue, flanked on one side by state buildings, and on the other by that lion-guarded Greek palace of art, whose columns, even pictured, send a thrill of grateful delight to the hearts of those who have passed within its portals. The fresh verdure of the lawns showed living green, as Jack passed on to the right until he gained the water side of the art building, and there paused to gaze across at the edifices on the opposite shores. Towers and domes of all shapes and sizes showed amid the June foliage. Every beauty of form and tint surrounded him, divided by broad spaces of rippling water. He was in a city of preternatural loveliness. What wonder that a noiseless boat came gliding to his feet in answer to his wish to explore these distant fairy vistas. He stepped within, and silently the little craft sped on. The white loveliness of Brazil, the alabaster lacework of the poetical fisheries. Van Tassel glanced over his shoulder as they were left behind, and in a minute more the lofty winged angels of the women's building blessed his sight. The dainty conceits of Puck and the White Star melted from his vision to make way for the glories of the horticultural treasure house, surmounted by its illuminated crystal dome. Lilies, red, yellow, and white, were asleep in the stone-guarded lakelet, upon which smiled the wreathed marble beauty of women and babies on the facade. And in contrast, next sprang to life in electric light the alert equestrian figures of cowboy and Indian controlling restive steed and peering forth into the night. But an exclamation escaped Van Tassel's lips as the transportation building was passed, and the arched grandeur of the golden door shone down upon him. The launch turned, and thus ideally, without sound or effort, he was borne on between Wooded Island and the homes of mines and electricity, approaching the vast expanse of the Liberal Arts Building, only to turn smoothly again beneath the bridge and glide on toward that Mecca of all exposition pilgrims, the unique Court of Honor. Jack had stood there once in a still, chill time of waiting, and had seen the dead marble city quicken to life. Now the heart which began to beat that day had made all the whiteness to glow. He forgot to breathe as, passing beneath the last bridge, he emerged where the seahorses reared wildly above cascades that went splashing down the stone steps beneath Columbia's triumphal barge. Through pink and purple, the rippling opaline water in the Grand Basin was losing its sunset hues and paling as the ferryboat passed on. The gold of the statue of the Republic was turning to silver. The figures on the snowy palaces that faced the four sides of the lagoon still stood white against the darkening background. Angels poised on soft, strong wings seemed vivified as the day died. Jack saw their beckoning hands through a mist. He heard the penetrating tones of their silver trumpets through the lingering sweetness of a serenade that proceeded from a distant pavilion. Strange influences were about him, and he was glad that no mortal friend stood by. His father had worked and planned and striven for this. Did he see the result? Could he know the success that had crowned the efforts of his confreres? Suddenly, across the spontaneous regret that sprang in Jack's heart at the realization of what death had snatched from his loved one, came an idea which was like a glimpse of new light. Since such a miracle of beauty as now lay about him was possible in this lower world, might it not be indeed true? Jack's thoughts became confused. They had followed so long and yearningly out into that unknown country where his father had gone, and about which he had never before troubled himself, that he had grasped for his own consolation a belief that it was a reality. And now something in this stately and beautiful place, built with men's hands, made him recall vaguely the Bible declaration, "Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him." It was with reverence and a species of awe that Van Tassel gazed about him. The court of honor had given him his first approach to a realization of the possibilities of the celestial city. Only gradually the details of his surroundings impressed him. His boat glided toward the peristyle, and he began to notice that the water was picturesque with gondolas, propelled by their bright-sashed oarsmen. Beneath a massive arch, he could look out upon the great lake, his old playmate, now grown grandly alien as guardian of this mystical city. He knew every tone of its voice. He had braved it in its stormy strength, and gone to sleep at night to its lullaby. Now its surf, breaking against the outer stones, appealed to his moved heart in the song of a past gone forever, and he did not know whether its proximity, the voice of this single friend in a place of strangers, gave the crown of pain or of joy to his tender ecstasy. And now the royal palaces, so lavishly decorated with painting and sculpture, began to assume their further nightly decoration of jewels. Tiny incandescent lights ran swiftly in diamond necklaces and diadems about cornice and pediment of buildings, and glittered in long lines close above the waters of the lagoon. The crown of the administration dome shone out in a mobile fire, while torches of flame, yellow, golden, glorious, flared across its facades. Van Tassel had no well-meant descriptions of this view to contend against. No one had endeavored to prepare him for what he was to see. To him these wonders were appearing for the first time, one after another spontaneous, unexpected change of scene, forming a crescendo of loveliness. More and more unreal grew the fairy spectacle. Less and less did he try to realize the impossible fact that he was in a familiar locality. He left the boat mechanically because his quiet fellow passengers, figures also of a dream, did so. And when he paused again, he was standing near a giant horse and ploughboy near the water's edge. Behind him stretched the spaces of lawn in front of the liberal arts edifice, softly green in the rays of many arc-light moons. He gazed westward toward the administration building, before which three great fountains played, and suddenly its regal jeweled dome became more splendid in the surrounding darkness. The cameos upon its surface shone out clear-cut and white in the night. A moment thus, then the carving disappeared, and again the electric jewels stood alone against the sky. That magic, all-revealing light flitted to rest upon the great central fountain, where the muses propelled the barge of progress through musically plashing waters. And while the erect figure in the chair of state still looked proudly out into the night, all other brightness faded. Even the jewels vanished. The palaces stood dark and mysterious beneath the stars. All at once a light was thrown upon the group which surmounted the peristyle. Columbus, in his 4-horse chariot, shone white above the shadowy columns, driving in from the broad waters toward distant, glowing, advancing Columbia. Van Tassel, spellbound, yielded still more to the mystery of the place and hour, and a subdued murmur caused him to glance again westward. The fountains which flanked the great barge on either side had ceased to play, while a strange beam of light shot heavenward from either one. At last, at the foot of the beam, a bright liquid bubbling began, which seemed to gather strength, and at last leapt from both fountains high in the air. This vivid red changed to violet, to gold, to emerald, to molten silver, breaking in brilliant showers and mists. Apart from the lofty middle jet in each one, circled low whirls of bright water, with such swiftness as to stand like sheaves of wheat placed in a ring about the central cascade. Van Tassel wished to have a fairer view of both fountains, and changed his position to another side of the great horse. Around him were other shadowy beings whom he did not regard. Near his new standpoint, and rather in his way, was a woman seated. He did not look to see upon what she sat. In his present state of mind he would have supposed it was a throne had he thought about it at all, but he did not think about it, and the throne was in his way, so he unconsciously leaned slightly upon it in his effort to see. The figure in the chair turned her head. "Did you find them?" she asked, then added coldly, "Excuse me," and turned back again. Van Tassel started like a somnambulist wakened from sleep. Another familiar voice had spoken to him out of the past. At the same moment, the searchlight which had been upon the quadriga sped to the angel above the pediment of the agricultural building. So light her poise, so strong her wings, so beneficent her outstretched arms. It seemed impossible in that mystical irradiation that she should not quit her lightly touched support and float downward to waiting mortals. A need for sympathy upsprang in Van Tassel's heart. Involuntarily he spoke. "Is that not beautiful, Mildred?" "Jack!" The exclamation in amazed tones as the girl sat up alertly in her wheeled chair. "I was just wondering if you had come. When did you arrive?" He took the hand she offered. "I don't know," he answered slowly. "Do you see that angel?" "Indeed I do. That is my angel." "Our angel, then. Let me share it." "You shall," replied the girl generously. She waited a moment in smiling silence. "But that isn't our hand," she added at last. "That is mine. Haven't you had it a good while, considering it is alone?" "Have I? Well," and Jack slowly released it. "I am in dreamland, Mildred. I am glad to meet you here, whether you are a reality or not." "Oh, you remind me of those creepy shades in Vedder's picture, where one asks the other who he is, and the second answers chivalrily that he doesn't know. 'I only died last night,' is what he was inconsiderate enough to reply. I have never forgiven him." Jack stood at her side and leaned an arm on the back of her chair. "This is sort of a no-man's land, too," he answered. "And when it grows dark here, one feels that these marble creatures gain life. See that population on the peristyle. They belong here. We are only strangers. I see the spell of the White City is upon you, else you would certainly express some surprise at finding me alone. It is only one of the good and wonderful things that have befallen me tonight. It seems perfectly natural. I needed you, Mildred. I needed some tie to the time in which life was worth living, to assure me that it is so still, and that there is perhaps more use in it than there would be in sinking into the opal water and dying rapturously in this enchanted place." "Why, Jack, kindred spirit, you have it as severely as we have." The girl extended her gloved hand impetuously, and Van Tassel accepted it with alacrity. "Are you going to take it away again immediately?" he inquired, slowly waking to the situation. "I was enjoying holding it before more than I realized until I was bereft. One must have sympathy in a place like this." "Oh, I know it," she said, speaking hastily as she withdrew her hand and looked over her shoulder apprehensively. "And I am afraid every second that Mr. Ogden will come back. When our party left old Vienna, we separated and promised to rendezvous by the plough horses, I thought, but Mr. Ogden understood that it was to be at the liberal arts entrance, and he has gone now to see if they are there. My chair boy is over yonder resting his weary bones on the steps. I can never endure to have the poor things stand around any more than they have to." "I trust the liberal arts entrance is a sufficiently ambiguous term to detain our friend some time," returned Jack. "Isn't there some white magic that could be practiced on him? Of course no black art would be possible here, but I must say I should have to come down by easy stages before I could converse with Ogden tonight, and I don't want to leave you." "I don't want you to either. I I especially don't. And I told Mr. Ogden that if we met you here, I should have to go with you. Yes, I put it that way, for I told him we expected you, and it wasn't quite the thing for me to come away, but of course I hadn't the least idea we should meet you. And you told him that too, I suppose, remarked Jack dryly, all his dreaminess departed. You declared it would be your duty to go with me if we did meet, but of course such a calamity for Ogden was improbable. I know just how you put it. Girls know how to smooth a man the right way. Now that we have met, and Ogden is out of the way, you tell me you especially want me to remain with you and don't want him. Mildred looked up at the speaker, and after a moment burst into a mirthful laugh. "Where's our angel?" she asked. Jack glanced across the lagoon, but all was shadow save for the rosy glow in the colonnade of the agricultural building. "Vanished!" exclaimed Mildred, frightened back by your naughty temper just as she was about to fly down to us. "I don't like to think of you as the least bit of a coquette," said Van Tassel. "Then don't. It is extremely disrespectful. Oh, Mr. Ogden, you are back again. The unexpected always happens, you see, and truth is stranger than fiction. Here is Mr. Van Tassel after all." "Well, Jack." The two men greeted each other, each endeavoring to conceal his dissatisfaction. "It is possible to find a needle in the haymow, then," said Ogden. "Miss Bryant told me you were expected about now. Your first visit. What do you think of our little show?" "Can't say yet," returned Jack shortly. "I am just going to see another part of it. The fireworks, I suppose. They will start now the fountains have stopped." "Fireworks? No!" exclaimed Van Tassel in genuine repugnance. "What sacrilege for pyrotechnics to paint the lily!" His eyes fell upon a revolving globe of light inside the window of the electricity building. Its color changed with each revolution. "I think I will wander over in that direction," he said. "The fireworks are always fine," remarked Mildred. "Are you sure you would not prefer to come to the lake shore and see them? The reflections in the water give beautiful effects." As she spoke, the girl left her wheeled chair. "Oh, don't rise, Miss Bryant," begged Ogden hastily. "I will find our pusher. The rest of the party did understand that we were to come to the liberal arts entrance. They will meet us at Baker's Chocolate House." "Don't let me detain you," said Van Tassel courteously. The electric jewels were again running in lines of light around the buildings. Jack could see the expression in Mildred's face as she stood before him. She waited a moment, and Ogden stepped aside to find the guide. "I don't want to see a rocket go sputtering over this place," explained Jack, for the girl's eyes demanded something. She gave a short laugh. "You poor provincial Bostonian," she remarked. "Go your way, and when you discover what the fireworks of the White City really are, perhaps your fastidiousness will not be shocked. Certainly, Mr. Ogden, I am ready. Au revoir, Jack." "Goodbye, old fellow," said Ogden, as Mildred resumed her position in the chair. He was beaming again with relief from the apprehended loss of Miss Bryant's society. Van Tassel moved away in the opposite direction from that they took, but no amount of attempted concentration on his surroundings would restore to him the dreamy delight of half an hour ago. He saw continually the reproach and surprise in Mildred's eyes. What right had I to take her away from Ogden? His thoughts protested. It was all nonsense for her to think that hospitality demanded it. Then his reflections passed over from the indignant hazel eyes to Miss Bryant's cavalier. The latter's uneasy devotion had been apparent even in the few phrases Jack had heard him say. The eagerly bent head, the short, nervous laughs with which he interspersed his sentences, told the story. And instantly, curiosity leapt up in Van Tassel's heart as to Mildred's real sentiments toward her admirer. She had said she especially wanted Jack not to leave her tonight. What did that mean? Jack walked a little faster because he suddenly knew that it was the fact that she had said that, coupled with Ogden's lover-like manner, which had made him hold aloof. He had made a point of giving Ogden his chance, and now he felt ashamed of it. Why should he have felt injured because Mildred had a lover? Probably she had a dozen, and what wonder if she had? He felt humiliated and convicted of disloyalty. Millie Bryant had wanted defense from something, and had appealed to him in vain. Jack had passed along the side of the electrical building and crossed the bridge to Wooded Island by this time, and, deciding to postpone further exploration, determined to walk straight up through the Cornell Avenue entrance and go home. But as thousands of people know to the cost of their groaning muscles, getting on Wooded Island and getting off it are two very different things. Jack wandered about for some time before he found another bridge, and when he did so, it led off to the east, and his aimless walk brought him to the lake shore. Cannon-like reports were sounding upon the air, and superb bombs bursting high above the water broke into lavish showers of emeralds, rubies, and diamonds. The shore was black with a watching multitude, and Van Tassel found himself drawn to its outskirts to watch and wonder with the rest. Volcanoes and serpents of flame, bouquets of 100 rockets at once, filled the night with brightness, paling the stars, and illuminating the surging water. And when a succession of fiery white cascades slowly unrolled their graceful curves and stood poised in air, showering a light as of day upon the scene, Jack joined in the cheers that, with whistles from a congregation of boats, saluted the gorgeous spectacle. "I'm a fool," he said, as he resumed his walk northward. "I am sure Mildred would have given me her hand again on that." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 16, A Massachusetts Celebration. "I see by the paper there's some sort of doin's at the Massachusetts house today," observed Miss Barry to Clover, as the two stood in the dining room one morning after breakfast was over. "A day when you ought to visit the fair then, surely," replied her companion. "Why, yes, I don't know but I will," returned Miss Lavina ruminatively. "And you ought to make an early start, Aunt Love. You are not the only loyal Yankee in town." "Just so," said the housekeeper placidly. "Mrs. Van Tassel, we must have a chocolate puddin' pretty soon. Mr. Jack was fond of chocolate from a child. I well remember. Yes, I want to hear all about it some time, but you know how hard it is for you to get an early start for the fair. Let me attend to your department today, and you go down to the Massachusetts house and have a good time." "My dear, I shall get there in good season. Don't you worry a mite. Independence is won. The country's safe, and my being on hand at just such a minute don't signify. I'd rather go through my regular routine. I'm happier that way." Thus it was that when Aunt Love stepped leisurely through the Cornell Avenue turnstile, taking her way down between Kentucky and West Virginia and around Pennsylvania's edifice, she saw that the Massachusetts building was surrounded by a crowd. "That's clever," she murmured, in no wise disturbed by the evident fact that she could not approach near enough to hear the speeches. "There's plenty of folks to show an interest." The wreathed facade of New York's palatial home rose beside her, and she ascended the broad marble steps, passed through the hall, and out upon the eastern porch. A fountain plashed coolly in its center, wicker rocking chairs stood about, dull blue portieres were looped between its pillars. Miss Barry was warm and tired from her walk. The chairs looked inviting. She sank into one of them, and listened to the lulling tone of the fountain while she looked across the street at the more energetic patriots or more curious idlers who lined the way to the Hancock House in the hope of seeing the dignitaries of the occasion pass in and out. A fine band, stationed in the yard of the mansion, began to play inspiringly. As Miss Barry grew refreshed under the influence of the silvery falling water and her comfortable chair, her anxiety to see and hear increased. Her point of view was unsatisfactory, and yet the idea of joining the crowd of spectators was not attractive. "I wonder if they'll let you go upstairs in this grand big place," she pondered. One of those blue fellers'll stop me quick enough if I can't. They know a good deal better what a body can't do than what she can. Miss Barry might be excused for grumbling. She had made her acquaintance with the fair city at a date before the Columbian Guards had learned their points of compass, and she would have to become lighter on her feet before she could forgive them the unnecessary walking which their blundering directions had caused her to perform. She left the shady stone porch, and, passing through the spacious apartment which led to the hall, began to ascend the stairs. No one protested, and she took courage to remark her surroundings. The New Yorkers seem to like any color so it's red, she mused, noting the Pompeian glow of the wall. Of course, a Massachusetts woman on this day must not be uncritical of her neighbor's efforts. But when Miss Lavina entered the banquet hall, she stood amazed. Only for a moment, however. It was an unrighteous place. She felt it. She refused to be dazzled by its prismatic glass and its painted cherubs. There was an unholy luxury, a theatrical suggestion about its velvet boxes. Miss Barry, looking straight before her, hastened swiftly as she dared across its polished floor and through the light room beyond, out upon an upper balcony which overlooked the festivities of her own substantial and respectable state. Yes, Miss Barry could breathe out here. Coming from the seductive shadow of the dim hall, the sunlight seemed doubly clear. The heavenly blue of the firmament bent above snowy and golden domes, flying flags, and winding waterways, while the bewitching sparkle of Lake Michigan's electric blues and peacock greens seemed more vital as one listened to the rhythmic harmonies poured forth on the summer air by the musicians below. It was a season of delight. The whole atmosphere seemed charged with gaiety. A man leaning his elbows on the rail of the balcony was thinking this when Miss Lavina emerged from the doorway. She glanced at him, then glanced again, then gazed. Of course 'tain't him, but if it don't look like him, she mused. The more she looked, the stronger grew the resemblance of that back to the one she knew. The man was interested in the celebration over the way. Why should she not stand beside him a minute? Acting on the impulse, Aunt Love also leaned her arm on the rail and waited a second before stealing a furtive, curious look at her neighbor's face. Their eyes met. In a moment, both her hands were being shaken. "For the land's sake, Mr. Gorham!" "Hurrah for us," he answered, laughing. "To think that I should have come unexpectedly upon this celebration, and you! What more could a Bostonian ask? You might ask to be in the Massachusetts house instead of over here in Gotham. I fancy only invited guests go in there today, but at any rate I have only just arrived, and this is a fine place for the general effect. So that is the old Hancock house. Yes, I remember the real one very well. How well the grounds look. I am anxious to get in. You have visited it, of course." "Yes, I have. I must say to you, Mr. Gorham, I had to laugh to see some of the stuff they've put in a glass case over there. I've got some things in my attic in Pearfield they could have had and welcome." "Perhaps they would have been glad of them," remarked Paige. Miss Barry laughed. "I never thought before of putting Aunt Jerushy's old calash under glass for a show," she said. "It would 'a' looked simple to me, but there's papers in one of the downstairs rooms that are interesting. There's no doubt about it. It does make a body's blood boil to see the old superstitions down in black and white, and think of the past sufferings of innocent folks. There's one paper there making out a case against some poor critter for having dealings with the devil way back in Salem times." "I want to see everything in that house," returned Gorham, with anticipatory relish. "Well, give an account of yourself," said Miss Barry, after a moment's silence. "Have you been to Mrs. Van Tassel's?" "No, not yet." "But you are coming, ain't you?" "To call, certainly. But you've been invited to stay?" "Yes, I know, but I have taken a room at the beach." "Why, what's that for? Mrs. Van Tassel will think that's queer." "She will have guests enough without me." "It is your Uncle Richard's house. persisted Miss Barry. Yes, that is just the trouble, returned Paige quietly. Aunt Love sighed. Well, I was lottin' on helpin' to make you all comfortable. I haven't a doubt of it, you dear soul. Be sure that only stern principle drives me from under your wing. And please get me an invitation to dinner soon, won't you? How is Jack? He's lively. I heard him at breakfast talking about all comin' down to the illumination tonight. I wonder if I might join the party. Of course. Nobody knew you were comin' out so soon. I didn't expect it myself. It was a sudden determination. They are going to have their supper down here at 6 o'clock, I heard him say at breakfast, at the Marine. Cafe, I think they call it. At any rate, I know the house first rate, and if it wa'n't for the art buildin' I could show it to you from here. It's brown, and that's queer enough in this place, and then it's all covered with candle snuffers. Just as soon as I once sensed it, that the Colombian guards were put here to look pretty and didn't know where anything was, I made up my mind if I didn't learn the geography of the place I'd be a cripple. So I buckled down to it, and I'm most ready to stand an examination. Miss Bryant told me when I first came down that if I'd just take the opposite direction to what a guard told me, I'd find myself all right, and that did work pretty well. But it's better yet to know your own way around and not have to make calculations. Paige nodded smilingly. It does beat all, Aunt Love went on, how when you're at this north end of the fair, the art buildin' is just across the street from everything. It does seem sometimes as if it hadn't any end. And when you once get into it, my. Yes, I suppose so, said Paige. But, he added with the courage of a newcomer, I propose to see all that's in it. And speaking of thoroughness, have you looked over this building? I just glanced as I came along, replied Miss Barry cautiously. It's pretty worldly and glitterin', just like the folks that built it. That hall in there with a slippery floor. A ballroom, yes. Let us go back and examine. Oh, it's a ballroom, is it? Said Miss Barry, following the young man back into the lofty apartment, where sunlight sifting through caught in the prismatic chandeliers and lay in rainbows on the floor. They stood at the rope-guarded door of the dainty tea-room. Paige pointed out to his companion the beauties of wreathed pillars and mural decorations in the lofty hall, but he observed that the light of suspicion still shone in her eyes. Let us try the roof, Aunt Love, he remarked. You can see the Hancock house again from there, and I'm sure you will be more comfortable. Oh, I know this is all elegant, Mr. Gorham, and it's a great thing to have riches opened up for everybody to see. Why, downstairs there's a gold piano, and velvet and silk curtains. But folks don't want to set their hearts on gold pianos and diamond chandeliers. You ain't going to take that elevator, are you? She added, dropping her virtuously impersonal tone for one of anxiety. Certainly. You must have learned the importance of economizing steps here. Better get lame from walkin' than break your leg in a fallen elevator, remarked Miss Barry. Accidents in the papers do scare a body. But she consented to run the risk, and soon was standing beside Paige in one of the square towers on the roof, with the fair city spread out around them. I suppose you have visited the Midway, remarked Paige, looking over to where the Ferris wheel revolved, slowly and steadily. Miss Barry threw up both her hands. Yes, all I want to, she returned sonorously. Don't say that. I expect you to pilot me to all the shows. You'll be disappointed then. Civilization's good enough for me. If I'd had a call to minister to naked savages, I suppose I'd have been given grace to conquer. But to listen to 'em yell and see 'em dance is a mighty queer thing for Christians to seek for entertainment, it seems to me. If I could go into that Plaisance with plenty of hot water and Castile soap and some sensible clothes, and could help those poor critters to a more godly way of livin', that would be a different thing. But when I want a good time, I ain't going to try to get it being trod on by camels and yelled at by Turks, all the time smellin' smells I don't know the name of and would be afraid to. No, sir. Paige laughed. Miss Barry looked as though Michigan's breezes were powerless to cool her. Perhaps the Midway Plaisance is an acquired taste, he said. You may like it better later. No, I've seen enough of it if I can't be a missionary, but I'm glad all the natives have got it warm at last, anyway. Which natives? Oh, all those foreign folks. They're all natives of some place, I suppose, and they do say when 'twas rainy and cold and muddy, they had a forlorn time of it in the Plaisance. Yes, we used to read about it, and my brother Robert nicknamed the street then the Midway Nuisance. We all laughed at the joke, but Jack. It is against Jack's principles to jest at sacred things like Chicago and her fair. I shall have to get him to show me the fine points of the Midway. He won't refuse me. No, indeed, there's plenty that like it. The place gets more crowded every day. Why, Mr. Gorham. Miss Barry dropped her rather sad, musing tone and spoke feelingly. That Midway is just a representation of matter, and this great white city is an emblem of mind. In the Midway it's some dirty and all barbaric. It deafens you with noise. The worst folks in there are avaricious and bad, and the best are just children in their ignorance. And when you're feelin' bewildered with the smells and sounds and sights, always changin' like one of these kaleidoscopes, and when you come out of that mile-long babble where you've been elbowed and cheated, you pass under a bridge, and all of a sudden you are in a great, beautiful silence. The angels on that woman's building smile down and bless you, and you know that in what seemed like one step, you've passed out of darkness into light. Aunt Love paused thoughtfully. It's come to me, Mr. Gorham, that perhaps dyin' is going to be somethin' like crossin' the dividin' line that separates the Midway from the White City. I've asked myself when I've passed under that bridge and felt the difference down so deep, what did make it so strong? 'Tain't only the quiet and the grandeur of those buildin's, compared with the fantastic things you've left behind. I believe it's just the fact that the makers of the fair believed in God and put Him and their enlightenment from Him into what they did, and we feel it some like we'd feel an electric shock. Page nodded. You make me more interested than ever in my prospect of sightseeing, he said. Now I propose that you show me the way to that cafe where you say the others will come this evening, and we will take lunch together there. Not a word of objection, Aunt Love. This is a great day. United we stand, divided we fall. Let us charge on the cafe under the candle snuffers. The two friends descended to the street, and Page, submitting to Miss Barry's guidance, was led through the archway running beneath the eastern corridor of the art building. I won't attempt to take you through the building itself, said Miss Barry, 'cause I know well enough I shouldn't get you through before the middle of the afternoon. Partly 'cause you'd stop to look at the statuary, and partly 'cause the first thing I always do when I get in there is to lose myself. I've thought, up to this summer, that I had a pretty good bump of locality, but land, let me turn around in that place a few times and all those signs, east wall, north wall, and the rest, don't mean any more to me than Greek would. You'll see how 'tis when you try it. Page was only half listening. He paused by the brink of the water, fascinated by the sparkling, shining, noonday beauty before him. Gondolas were stealing from beneath the bridges, and electric launches passing and repassing silently and smoothly over the changing waves. We must get into one of those boats, Aunt Love, he said with enthusiasm. You can't sail to the restaurant. That's right over yonder, observed Miss Barry practically, indicating with her parasol the many-towered roof of the Marine Café. Page sighed. Do what you like with me, he answered resignedly. I can see already that the summer will be too short. If your breath ain't, that's all you need fret about, returned Miss Lavina, as they started eastward along the bank of the pond. Many's the time in the last weeks I've wished I only weighed 100. Don't those ducks and swans have it comfortable? Page watched the undulating motions of the pretty birds that eyed them as they passed. No, I didn't bring my lunch. Hadn't the least notion of stayin', replied Miss Barry over her shoulder, to the graceful followers who soon veered away, secure of dining sumptuously every day. These here steps, remarked Aunt Love, as she climbed up to Costa Rica's entrance and down the other side, do seem an awful aggravation when you're tired, which I ain't now, of course. There's no getting out of 'em except by walking all around Robin Hood's barn. Page found his companion surprisingly intelligent as to the names of the buildings they passed lingeringly on the way to the cafe, and once arrived at that haven, they proceeded to take a leisurely lunch, after which Miss Barry allowed herself to be easily persuaded to ride around the lagoon in an electric launch. Page found so much interest to him in this initial trip, the quiet, gliding motion, cool air, and constantly stimulating panorama were so charming that he scarcely knew when to abandon this certain good for one more doubtful. At last, however, he and Miss Barry found themselves roaming beneath the gilded towers of the electricity building. Miss Lavina gazed benevolently and uncomprehendingly upon one and another evidence of marvelous achievement, waiting patiently whenever Page paused to examine and question. "There's one place here," she volunteered at last, "where I will say for 'em they've done a cute thing. They've harnessed chain lightnin' so it pulls up and down a zigzag path just as tame as my cow'll go to pasture. Come and see it, Mr. Gorham." So Page was piloted through the spectacular southeast portion of the building, where color and movement thrilled through every phase of intensity, from the steady glow of the living green pillars of the Egyptian temple to the various whirling globes and wheels, and the racing bubbles of changing light which sped along their irregular tracks. "Ah, here are the telephones," remarked Page. "Yes. Do you know, Mr. Gorham, till I came to Chicago I'd never seen a telephone. I find folks don't make anything of 'em here. Mrs. Van Tassel ain't any more afraid of her telephone than she is of her sewing machine. When I first came I used to jump a foot every time that sharp little bell rung, but I made up my mind that I was having advantages and that I wasn't going to slight 'em. I made up my mind I was going to speak into that box, no matter how fast the chills traveled up my back, and I did it. It makes me as weak as a kitten yet, but I just will be up with the times I live in if I get a chance. And ain't a telephone a perfect wonder now?" "It is indeed, and they are improving them all the time. I see there is a long-distance telephone. How should you like to talk to New York?" "I shouldn't like to make a fool of myself that way or any other, Gorham Page. But really, Aunt Love, save your breath, Mr. Gorham. I know this buildin's full of queer doin's, and it's a good place to play jokes on a body, but there's limits to even a greenhorn's credulity." "I was never more in earnest, I assure you. It is possible to talk to New York." Miss Barry regarded her companion severely. "Then it's blasphemous. That's all I've got to say." "Why, I don't see that. Do you suppose the Lord would have put New York 1,000 miles away from Chicago if he'd expected 'em to talk to each other?" Page laughed. "I never thought of that before as a reason for the antagonism between the two cities. Nonsense, Aunt Love. The world moves, and you must move with it. You shall speak to New York and be proud of yourself ever afterward. You know it is to be expected that science will do everything possible toward annihilating space." Page ascended the steps toward a silk-curtained cabinet. A uniformed boy opened its glass door. After remaining in the closet a minute and speaking a few sentences into the telephone, he beckoned to Miss Barry, who had remained standing at the foot of the steps looking very apprehensive. "Now, Aunt Love," he said encouragingly, as she slowly approached, a do-or-die expression on her face. Had Miss Barry been of the Romish Church, instead of a Congregationalist in good and regular standing, she would assuredly have crossed herself before entering that tasteful little apartment. Page smiled into his mustache as he placed the receiver in her hand, fervently wishing that he might hear both sides of the impending dialogue. "Mr. Gorham," said Miss Barry, addressing him over her shoulder impressively, "think of the miles, the hours I traveled, the rivers and lakes I crossed, the mountains I tunneled. Yes, yes, Aunt Love, but don't keep our New York friend waiting. I feel prickly, Gorham. I think I'm going to faint." "Oh, no, you're not. Just say hello," returned Page cheerily, his eyes twinkling. "Hello," quavered Miss Lavina, and promptly the answer came. "New York. Is this Miss Barry?" "Miss Barry. How did you know my name?" "New York. A gentleman just told me to expect you. I am happy to meet you, or to hear you, all the way from New York." Miss Barry. "Go away." New York. "Aren't you a little unreasonable, madam? I'm a good way off already. Miss Barry. How am I to be sure you ain't in the next room, sir? New York. Do you hear me so distinctly? Miss Barry. It is the most wonderful thing in the world if you are real. New York. Oh, I am real, I assure you, madam. I see you have been making trips to the Midway, and your confidence in human nature is shaken. Miss Barry. You're just right there. I should like to talk to you about the Midway. Have you been to the fair yet? New York. No, and alas, I'm afraid I'm not coming. But if I do, I'm going to the Midway first thing. Miss Barry. Now, young man, you just stand there a minute, and I'll convince you. Hey! For Gorham was pulling her sleeve. There are some more people waiting to speak, Aunt Love. What? Oh. Miss Barry looked dazed, relinquished the receiver, and moved like a somnambulist out of the cabinet. You might have said good-bye to your new friend, suggested Paige. Mr. Gorham, tell me, spoke Aunt Love beseechingly. If I was ever good to you, if you ever liked my cookies, tell me the truth. Was that all hocus-pocus, or was it genuine? Why, it was genuine, Aunt Love. It is done every day in business. Well, Miss Barry stepped off energetically. All is, then, I've capped the climax of my life. I don't calculate to ever call anything wonderful again. But she did. Paige took her upstairs to the gallery, where a door opened by magic when her foot touched the threshold, where the telautograph reproduced a writer's chirography while transmitting his thoughts, where a metal rod, passing along a person's spine, caused blue flames to leap forth, crackling and spitting in Mephistophelian fashion, a cure which Miss Barry thought worse than any known disease. She saw there, too, the smallest steam engine in the world, reposing its miniature perfection in a walnut shell, and displaying its exquisite mechanism only beneath a magnifying glass. But the cooking of food and the hatching of chickens by electricity appealed to Aunt Love so engrossingly that, after repeated vain efforts to woo her away from both these attractions, Paige finally took leave of her there, and his parting view showed Miss Barry gazing through the side of an incubator, where chicks were in every stage of existence, from the first thrust of a yellow beak through the eggshell, to the freed and bedraggled little wretch, whose sole aim in life seemed to be to half hop and half tumble across the incubator, until its wet body rested directly upon an incandescent light. These eventful journeys, with their apparently suicidal goal, so absorbed Miss Barry that she could do little more than wave her hand after Paige as he set briskly off for pastures new. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 17, The Bronze Baby. Somebody says that we only really live when we do not know that time is passing. If that be true, Miss Barry lived intensely during the period she passed in the gallery of the Electricity Building that afternoon. I wonder how late it is, she asked herself at last with a start. The folks'll think I'm lost. I must hurry home directly. But she sighed as she said it. To hurry home from this city of magnificent distances was but a form of words. If I could only borrow the wings off of some of those angels, she murmured as she hastened down the nearest flight of stairs. But doubtful as she was of the lateness of the hour, she could not keep her mind from straying back to the strange scenes in the miniature world she had been watching. Next the incubator had been a little sandy enclosure, in the midst of which stood a small curtained house where the young chickens could be brooded at will, and across whose front ran the defiant legend, "Who cares for mother now?" I wonder how soon electricity'll take the place of folks, she mused. Seems if 'twon't take long. Yes, yes, she went on in answer to a faint peeping that came from beneath her wrap. We'll get home sometime tonight. And she hurried faster still, a pleased smile breaking over her face. For Aunt Love was not alone. She had at the present moment one of those emancipated chicks in a pasteboard box pressed to her side. I believe I'll take the internal road and then the cars, she said to herself. There'll be an awful crowd at 60th Street, but I can stand considerable squeezin'. I know I'm late. She was late. Not that it mattered. She was to dine in solitary state that evening in any case. But she had meant to reach the house in time to carry the information of Mr. Page's arrival and his plan to meet his friends, and in this she was disappointed. Only Blitzen was left at home to give her his customary boisterous greeting, and she had before her the difficult task of explaining and introducing to him her ball of yellow fluff and impressing its sacredness upon his volatile mind. Jack was the first to arrive at the rendezvous that evening, and to his satisfaction Mildred was second. She sauntered up to the steps accompanied by a young army officer, at whom Jack stared down from his post on the balcony. He had, however, sufficient self-control to swallow his discontent. Mildred had somehow taught him this self-control in the short space of a week, and he managed to walk to meet her with an air of nonchalance suited to that with which she slowly mounted the steps after dismissing her escort. "Who is the military?" he asked lightly. "A cousin of Helen Eames. He has been showing us over the battleship." "Indeed, I was there this afternoon, too." "Were you? It is awfully stuffy down below in that museum, isn't it?" Our party was glad to retreat to a private room and have a sherry cobbler. Everything is beginning to be crowded now. "What interests me," said Jack, placing a chair by one of the tables for Mildred as he spoke, "is to know how soon you are going to give me a day." "Oh, any time," returned the girl as she seated herself. "Any time? That is what you always say, but when I try to pin you down you slip away." "Wouldn't anybody?" smiled the other. There was something about the curves at the corners of Mildred's upper lip and its downward dip in the middle that made her smile more provoking than other girls. "There, you are slipping away again." "No, indeed. I am far too tired and this is too comfortable." "You have had an engagement every day since I have been here. You can't deny it. What sort of a way is that to treat a guest?" "You aren't my guest, you are Clover's." "Clover is a daisy and always was," exclaimed Jack, regardless of paradox. "She is the sweetest girl in the world." "Of course," returned Mildred, raising a glass of water to her lips as coolly as though she liked this. "I ought to have gone with you that first evening," said Van Tassel gloomily. Mildred set down her glass and looked at the speaker with an unfathomable expression as she spoke slowly. "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to—" "Would it, Mildred?" Jack broke in with a sort of earnest excitement. "Would it have led on to fortune?" The girl colored under the glowing gaze. "If I had gone with you, would you have had fewer engagements and more time for me since then?" "How can I tell?" she returned, with a low laugh of enjoyment. Jack was fairly dramatic. He was really entertaining. "I didn't know exactly what my feeling was then, but I knew afterward," he went on. "Ogden wasn't any part of our past. I didn't want to share you with him that night." "He didn't want to share me with you either, so you were both satisfied," returned Mildred demurely. "Was he satisfied?" asked Van Tassel savagely. "Methinks not. I notice that whatever your engagements have been this week, he has not been in them." "How observing you are!" "Yes, he is done for. It would be interesting to know how many scalps that makes, Mildred." "Look here, Jack." The girl was not smiling, and her eyes darkened as she met his. "If you will practice conservation of energy now, I will give you a capital opportunity to air your talents in amateur theatricals next winter. You are the very man we have been looking for. Can I make love to you? That depends on your versatility. Or my patience in standing in line. I've been standing in line all the week. Don't you think it is about time I got there? What do you call this?" Mildred gave him a tantalizing glance from under her half-dropped lids. "I arrive early at the rendezvous. We sit tete-a-tete. And how do you make use of the time?" Color flashed all over Jack's face. "I am a fool," he agreed. "That must be why you always speak the truth so indiscreetly. I never thought of that as the reason, really. Now let us decide what to order before Clover comes. What can make her so late?" The fact was that Clover, wanting to stop a minute to look at some pieces of old china and silver in the Louisiana house, had had the usual curious experience in World's Fair minutes. In the city of enchantment, how could it be expected that 60 seconds should be of the conventional length? She had set aside plenty of time also just to walk through the middle of the art building, and as every woman knows, it was always impossible to pass so near the young athlete without pausing, if but for a brief acknowledgment. Gorham Page had just been admiring the bronze, and had stepped aside to look at the photographs on a neighboring table when Clover advanced. He was short-sighted, and she wore an Eton suit and a sailor hat, the garb of 99 out of every 100 women in the summer of '93, but he knew her at once and paused. After a moment's watching, he approached her. She colored faintly with surprise as she returned his greeting. The subtle differences in the nature of man and woman are more interesting than the obvious ones, he said. What are you leading up to now? She asked. I expected your first words to be an explanation or an apology, or both. How does it happen that this is the place where we first meet? You were very, very kind, Mrs. Van Tassel, and I hope I assured you of my appreciation in my letter, but I found I could get a room at the hotel near you, and then affairs taking a favorable turn, I left Boston suddenly, and none too soon. None too soon. I have been here all day. How stupendous it is! You are on your way to the Marine Café. May I go with you? Oh, you have seen Jack, or my sister? No. Then how comes it that you are so well informed? Happily for me, I ran across Aunt Love. Oh, that explains her prolonged absence, perhaps. Usually it is hard for us to persuade her to spend a whole day down here. We must hurry a little, I think. Clover laughed. Hurrying is the normal condition of people who try to keep appointments at the fair. They threaded their way amid groups and figures in plaster and marble, and emerged from the south entrance. What I started to speak of when I first met you was the contrast of a man's and woman's way of approaching that bronze, said Page. I went up to it, and especially noticed the muscles and veins of the man's hand, and the truthful way the fingers sink into the flesh of the baby it supports. You approached it, and took hold of the baby's hand and patted his leg. Now why didn't I want to pat that little fellow's fat leg? I give it up, laughed Clover. I can only say you had very poor taste. No, there is deep reason for the difference. Of course it is a woman's nature to pet a baby. What a deep discovery. I congratulate you on the result of your explorations. Do you think you shall write a book about it? I amuse you, Mrs. Van Tassel. Yes, you do. I won't deny it. Clover was a trifle ashamed of having been caught in her loving ebullition toward the soft bronze, and was willing to laugh it away. Still, it is interesting, Page went on musingly, to observe how affection is outward with women and inward with men. That doesn't sound complimentary to us, Mr. Page. I hope you mean well. Gorham's pensive eyes met her merry ones. Yes, I revere the wise arrangement by which it takes a man and a woman to make one complete being. And the more I observe and understand refined human nature, the more I think I see the possibilities, and what it was intended that marriage should be. You are a good walker, Mrs. Van Tassel. Yes, I am thinking how impatient Mildred and Jack will be with me. I will give you a subject for your analytical mind. Make a record of the broken appointments at the World's Fair and discover the reasons for them. You would have a psychological study of absorbing interest. All phases of human nature are interesting. Even that where vials of righteous wrath are poured out upon you for delinquency when you know you haven't any defense to offer. You are my defense this time. What do you want me to say? Oh, I wouldn't trust you to say anything. I am morally certain that you would tell the truth. That isn't so very damaging, is it? Why, certainly. You would tell them that I stopped to make love to the bronze baby. And if Mildred heard that, hungry as she is by this time, you would soon have to formulate exceptions to your rule that women are all affection outwardly. By the way, what a fortunate experience yours must have been. Page smiled philosophically and looked approvingly at his light-footed companion. They arrived at the café shortly after Mildred had directed her companion's attention to the menu, and the apparition of the unexpected guest entirely diverted from Clover any comment upon her tardiness. The cordiality of his welcome pleased Paige. He could not know the reason for the nervous energy of his cousin's greeting. The four sat for an hour at table, and then took their way by boat to the court of honor, where they remained in the launch during the playing of the fountains. Clover, sitting next Paige, watched his attitude toward this first view of the evening spectacle with some curiosity. He caught her amused gaze once as it rested upon him. "Sumptuous, delicate, wonderful," he said, breaking a long, absorbed silence. "What?" returned Clover. "But you haven't suggested yet going down beneath the electric fountains to find out the why and the how of it all. And I am sure you will not rest until you have been on the roof of the manufacturers building and made friends with the man who manipulates the searchlight." "No." Page smiled vaguely and shook his head. "I do not want to go behind the scenes." "Then the court of honor is a wonderful place," said Clover. "Poetical, marvelous," gasped Page. A gondola decked with soft lanterns stole by. One gondolier swept his oar lazily through the water. The other stood with his hand caught in his bright sash and poured forth the Dame encore from Faust with true musical intensity. Again Clover and Page looked into one another's eyes, but there was no badinage this time in her glance. It was a place of dreams. Showers of golden mist fell beneath the stars. The massive buildings softened away into distant, shadowy suggestion. The sculptor's creations shone out thrillingly. In heavenly beauty stood the agricultural hall, with its foreground of gleaming water, the pure white of its columns defined against the tempered rose color of its inner wall, a vision glowing and pure, as far above its sister palaces in beauty as its use was set apart from theirs. For here were displayed the works of God rather than the imperfect marvels of man's handiwork. Amid the majestic splendor of the night rolled the passionate appeal of the gondolier's love song, become an impersonal voice now as the boats drifted apart. Little wonder that Page forgot to be abstractly analytical, and that the soft, spontaneous sympathy of his companion's eyes exercised enchantment borrowed from the environment. He smiled upon her with a bright tenderness which transfigured his thoughtful face. For a long time they were silent, but when he gave her his hand as she stepped from the launch, he spoke out of the depths of his enjoyment. "That was a never-to-be-forgotten experience for me." "I think no one ever forgets his first evening in the court of honor," returned Clover. "Well, what are we going to do now?" asked Mildred, as they ascended the steps. "My, how the wind has sprung up from the lake! They will hardly dare to have the fireworks." "Then let us take a brisk constitutional home," proposed Jack. "Come, children, follow your leader," commanded Mildred, turning and addressing Clover and her companion. "Hurry her by the chocolate houses, Jack," said Clover. "That is, if you can." "He can't," returned Mildred. "I have my eye on bakers now." She insisted that they all stop and partake of the cup, more potent than tea to cheer when the east wind blows, served by the pretty, uniformed girls, who by this time in the evening were inclined to be pessimistic and severe, small blame to them. They must easily believe that the human body is largely liquid. Leaving the little circular temple, the quartet started up the lake shore on the stone walk. The dark waves were tumbling and dashing, tipped with foam in the sudden gale. The battleship and large excursion boats were gay with electric lights. "Oh, Mrs. Van Tassel!" exclaimed Paige. "See the searchlight on the quadriga." They turned to view the group with its mounted heralds and champing, prancing horses, distinct and unearthly fair in the surrounding blackness. "Could we walk home backward, do you think?" he asked. "No," replied Clover. "I can answer with certainty, for I've tried it more than once." "I suppose we do in course of time get past the manufacturers building. What an incomprehensible, colossal thing it is." "Yes, a good deal more so to me now than it was a month ago." "Have mercy!" exclaimed Paige with a groan. Mildred and Jack were walking in front of them. "Isn't this like old times, Mildred?" asked the latter with a relish, clapping his hat on tighter as the sweep of the wind threatened it. "Just about as unlike as we could imagine. Sorry to disagree with you, Jack." Don't mention it. You don't disagree with me, my child. I have enjoyed this first meeting with you immensely. First evening is pretty good, isn't it? Suggested the girl, and they both laughed. You didn't used to quarrel for my society, she added. I want you to understand that I wasn't quarreling with you there a few hours back at the Marine Cafe. Oh, no, I was merely making the excusable protest of an old friend, speaking in a brotherly way, you know. Oh, it won't do, Jack. He knew exactly how she was smiling in the darkness. It is my unalterable rule never to be a sister to any of them. I can't break over it for you. Them, ejaculated her companion. I don't think you to class me with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and the rest of these late arrivals. Remember, I was the first comer into your friendship. You were a pretty good sort of fellow. Yes, you probably can't conceive of what a healing thought it is to me now that I have snubbed you many a time, young lady. I had to. Your attentions were so persistent in those days. Yes, mademoiselle, I had to hold you off, or I should never have had any peace of my life. I remember it well. Perhaps you don't. Oh, yes, I do, perfectly, sighed Mildred. Wasn't the flirt the staunchest little dear that ever spread a sail? And to think that is all over. I don't feel nearly so much elation over going with Mr. Eames on that yacht party tomorrow as I used to in nagging you into consent that I should sail the flirt. Is that the infantry officer? Yes, and he is very nice. I should like you to meet him. If I knew him a little better, I would have procured you an invitation. You should remember that virtue is its own reward. If you had not preferred smoking in the hammock to coming into the parlor and making yourself agreeable the other evening, when Helen Eames and her mother were calling, they would surely have asked you to join the party. If you would be loved, be lovely. That is what my mother used to tell me. Mildred laughed to herself. Then why don't you obey her? Returned Jack curtly. I don't want to be loved, returned the spoiled girl. I'm loved too much already. After this, they marched in silence for a time, their springy steps carrying them by the foreign buildings, Salon, France with its green fountain-sprayed court, Spain, and Germany. It was not until they turned beside Iowa's pavilion and left behind them the waves dashing on the sea-wall that Mildred spoke again. It gives me the blues, Jack, every time I see our boathouse stranded high and dry behind that nightmare of a spectatorium. I don't see how you can call anything dry that is as full of beer as that is. Oh, exclaimed the girl indignantly, what a fall from its old estate. To think of our playhouse being turned into a saloon. Do you remember the dance it was christened with? I was allowed to go, and you made me perfectly happy by waltzing with me once. Humph, returned the other. And now it is a great question whether you would make me perfectly happy by waltzing with me once. Oh, Jack, Mildred laughed out now. Don't be cross. Don't grudge a girl her little brief authority. My observation of life has taught me that her queenship is brief enough. She blossoms out of awkward childhood into an attractive womanhood, and then after a little space yields up her sweet liberty to some lord of creation whom she has to pacify and wait on ever afterward. Moral: let her keep her authority as long as possible. You seem to have been rather unfortunate in your married masculine acquaintance, returned Van Tassel dryly. A sudden thought sent the color flying to Mildred's face, and her customary complacent poise was shaken. There was one exception, she said, so timidly and meekly that her companion was struck by the change. But she had not the courage to be more specific, and there was no need. Jack understood her. When the four reached home, they found Miss Barry in the sitting-room reading by the light of a lamp. Blitzen was sitting on a rug, and did not, as usual, run to meet them. On a chair reposed a bird-cage with some white stuff in it. "What is this, Aunt Love?" asked Clover. "Have you some new pets?" "I've got one," returned Miss Barry, smiling placidly. "I'll give you all three guesses. It's a World's Fair souvenir." "Tell us, Blitzen," said Mildred, kneeling on the rug beside the small dog and shaking his tousled head. But Blitzen, as soon as he could free himself, withdrew in unwonted dignity. Evidently there was that within him tonight which could not brook flippancy. "A live souvenir?" asked Clover, perplexed. "Mr. Gorham can guess. remarked Miss Lavina, glancing again down the columns of her newspaper and shaking in a comfortable, silent laugh. I? Said Paige. Then, after a moment's cogitation, you surely didn't bring home one of those chickens? I did. In that cage, my dears, there is an electric chicken. Miss Barry looked over her spectacles impressively. That same power that runs the internal railroad and shines in the rainbow fountains don't disdain to hatch a chicken. If you doubt it, there's the chicken. She gestured toward the bird cage. I brought it home in a box, and I said to myself that most everybody had an old cage, so I went up garret, and there I found that one. On Blitzen's account, I thought best to use a cage tonight. Her gaze descended on the terrier, whose head descended beneath it. Blitzen, asked Jack with deliberate, stern solemnity, what do you think of the chicken? Blitzen rose with a crushed air, and slowly, as one who would not attract attention, crept across the room and retired under a remote sofa. A shout of laughter followed his unostentatious disappearance. We've had some words, explained Aunt Love. He barked cruel at the poor little thing when he first saw me with it. Have it out, have the chicken out, said Mildred, and Miss Barry, yielding to the general urgency, produced her prize from the depths of the cotton wool. It began to struggle and peep vigorously as soon as its beady eyes saw the light, and there came a muffled howl from under the sofa. What are you going to name it? Asked Clover. I don't know what name would be good enough for such a smart critter. Why, Electra, of course, remarked Jack. Nothing less for such a star among chickens. Sounds well and suitable, observed Miss Barry placidly, whether it means anything or not. I wonder if it has any unusual springs, said Mildred. If I should touch the button, do you suppose it would give us a rest? She advanced a finger toward one of the bright eyes, but Miss Barry removed her squeaking prize from harm and tucked it away again in the cotton, from which it struggled several times, before finally settling down with a diminuendo of peeps. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 18, Clover's Diplomacy. Mr. and Mrs. Page arrived duly, even a little earlier than they had at first anticipated. Jack met them at the station and drove with them to their destination. You see, it was simply impossible, Mrs. Van Tassel, for my wife to curb her impatience after Gorham began to write home, said Mr. Page to his hostess in explanation of their change of plan. Gorham doesn't very often gush, as perhaps you know. And I assure you that Mr. Page was not difficult to persuade, added Hilda. Your last kind letter determined us, and I am really in Chicago, she went on, looking about her. Jack, congratulate me. I do, sincerely. I think you, Hilda, will appreciate your advantages. Mr. Page gave his contagious, quiet chuckle. That is the way he goes on, he said, turning to Mildred. Jack is very severe on me always. I'm going to show you, Miss Bryant, several lists of adjectives, carefully prepared, very carefully and thoughtfully, one for every day in the week, that I am intending to use on the World's Fair to mollify my cousin. You might have trusted safely to the inspiration of the moment, returned Mildred gaily. Oh, you don't know Jack. One single false move, one expletive out of place, and it would be all over with me. Poor Robert, I feel for you, remarked Van Tassel. Why, that is mysterious, replied his cousin. Anybody who compassionates me just now doesn't understand economizing his emotions. The speaker sank back in his roomy wicker chair and took a glass of lemonade from a salver which Miss Barry was passing to the company. The crushed ice jingled pleasantly against the crystal, and the couple of straws that emerged from each glass were alluring to a stout and thirsty man. Aunt Love, it is very pleasant to see you here, he added. We shall have to renew our old acquaintance. We had no time in Boston. That's so, Mr. Page. I guess I can jog your memory about a good many things. When later the husband and wife were shown to their own room, and the door was closed, Robert looked at Hilda with large eyes. "Whew," he said softly. "Uncle Richard was all right. What pretty women!" "I told you so. I told you that Mildred was a perfect Juno, and that you were very unfortunate to be out of town when she spent that week with me at the beach. As for Mrs. Van Tassel, why, she's an angel. She's an angel. I knew it from her letter. I felt it in my bones." "As if you knew anything about your bones, you dear old cushion. Stop praising those girls, calling one a goddess and one an angel. Come and apostrophize the lake. Isn't it beautiful?" "It was you who called Miss Bryant a goddess, remember? Yes, this is every bit as good as the ocean for all I see," walking to the window and putting an arm around his wife's waist. "We are in great luck, Hilda," continued Page, glancing about their spacious room. "This isn't much like the discomforts we read about in connection with World's Fair visiting. I don't wonder," he added, after a pause, "that Jack was cut up by being at cross purposes with those girls." "Hmm. There is one exhibit I have come out here to see that isn't inside the White City," returned Hilda. "I've come to discover which one of them Jack is in love with." "Both, of course. How can he help it?" replied her husband promptly. Gorham took it upon himself to launch his brother and sister on their fair pilgrimage that very evening. When they came home again, hours later, Clover and Jack were sitting alone in the parlor, and rose to meet them as they entered the room. Their tired, excited faces were a study. Hilda dropped into a chair. "Well," she exclaimed, "I never expected to go to heaven till I died, but I've been there." "Jack," added Robert meekly, "get in your fine work now. I've nothing to say, absolutely nothing. I've dropped my jaw so often since 6 o'clock that it isn't in working order anyway." "Say no more," returned Van Tassel, waving his hand grandiloquently. "We Chicagoans are nothing if not magnanimous." "I thought I knew what I was going to see. That is the queer part of it," said Page, looking perplexed. "But it seems I didn't know anything at all about it. I feel there is an unlimited feast in store for me, Mrs. Van Tassel." Clover smiled at his enthusiastic tone. "You are in the first day frame of mind, I see." "What is that?" "Oh, eagerness and hopefulness." "And what is the second?" "Despair. Yes, overwhelming, stony despair." "What is the third? Suicidal tendency?" "No, indeed. Resignation. At first one expects and determines to see everything, soon finds that to be so impossible that he yields to his bewilderment, and at last accepts the inevitable and sets himself to see what he can and be rapturously content therewith." "Thank you, thank you. Forewarned, forearmed. Perhaps we may even skip the second stage." A few days later, Clover, her guests having scattered on various quests, went to the noon orchestral concert in Festival Hall. This wonderfully generous free exhibit attracted a large audience, many of whom embraced it as an opportunity to rest from the fatigues of sightseeing, while many others, coming perhaps from the country where hearing a band was a rare privilege, were drawn thither by the hope of attractive music. Possibly one half the number came intelligently to the feast, and greeted the conductor when he entered upon the stage. Clover joined in the applause as Theodore Thomas passed before his players with that quiet, characteristic grace which has power to thrill with anticipation a greater number of America's music lovers than the movement of any other man. It interested her, as it had many a time before this summer, to note the effect upon certain of the audience of the number with which the program opened. She saw pleased hopefulness give way to apathy in many faces, as strange harmonies and dissonances fell upon uncultivated ears. She noticed one patient-faced countryman who waited through 2 numbers, evidently discovering nothing but a wilderness of sound. He then examined his program, and not finding "After the Ball" on it, arose and departed from the hall more in sorrow than anger. Blessings on the man, by the way, who introduced the noiseless paper on which those programs were printed. There were 2 girls sitting next to Clover, chewing gum while they listened for some melody they could recognize, and Clover congratulated herself that all the foldings and drummings of their programs were inaudible. But alas, as soon as the maidens discovered that the music they were hearing was unworthy the name, they cheerfully set about doing the next best thing, which was to prepare for the afternoon's campaign. This was a free concert anyway, so no matter if it wasn't worth much. They would not leave at once, because this was a better place to rest than they would be likely to find soon again. So they unfolded their maps of the grounds, not printed on absorbent paper, far from it, and proceeded to discuss their plans. Clover caught sight of Jack standing across the hall. He discovered her at the same moment. His concentrated look flashed into a smile as they exchanged nods. At the close of the number, he came around to where Clover sat in the front row of the circle and leaned his arm on the railing in front of her. How handsome Jack can look when he is happy and interested, she thought, and instantly became aware that her neighbors had ceased their planning and were nudging each other in silent absorption. "Wasn't that great?" he exclaimed. "Are you going over to the music hall this afternoon?" "Indeed I am. They are going to play the Tchaikovsky Symphony." "That settles it. Suppose we go up in the wheel after lunch and then go over to the concert together." "All right, I'd like to. Why, there is Mildred on the left, down there near the front. I didn't know she was coming." "Nor I. Shall I go and speak to her?" In a minute Jack was back, just as the music began again. The girls who had constituted the thorn in Clover's side during the first half of the program had left their seats as soon as he moved away, so he came in and took the place beside Clover. "Mildred says she will go with us," he whispered. When the intermezzo was finished, Clover spoke. "Did you ask Mildred to join us?" she asked. "No, she proposed it," returned Jack, and there was a pleasure in his eyes which did not escape his companion. "You mentioned last night in our talk that you hadn't seen much of Mildred since you came, that she was too much of a belle for your comfort." "Yes, it is simply surprising to find her here alone." Clover's eyes twinkled. She had mentioned to her sister this morning that she meant to meet Jack at the noon concert. "Well, you leave her to me. No matter what I say, don't contradict me. Promise?" "What's up?" asked Van Tassel doubtfully. "Oh, Mildred's conceit and a few other things that ought to come down. I want you to myself a part of the time, Jack." Her companion met her laughing glance. "I am yours to command, Clover, always." "Don't forget, then," she answered. When the concert was over, Mildred came slowly up the aisle, superb as usual in her consciously unconscious carriage. "Well," she said to her sister as they met, "where are we to lunch?" "Are you going to lunch with us?" asked Clover in well-affected surprise. "Of course I am," returned the younger, with a half-pouting smile flung at Jack. "And I'm going in the Ferris Wheel with you, too. I haven't been up in it yet." "Why, I don't see how you possibly can, Mildred," said Clover coolly. "I heard you promise Mr. and Mrs. Page to meet them in the art gallery at 2 o'clock and show Mrs. Page some of our favorite pictures." Mildred expected some protest from Jack and was disconcerted that none came. "I only told them that if I was at the south entrance at 2 o'clock, I would act as their cicerone," she answered. "Well, my dear, having said so much," suggested Clover gravely, "I think the least you could do is be there, considering that they are our guests." Still Jack did not interfere. Mildred could not forbear hurling one glance at him from beneath her eyelashes, but it might have been a gaze. Van Tassel was absently viewing the dispersing audience. Her eyes and cheeks burned as they had on the night he refused to accompany her to witness the fireworks, but as on that occasion she carried the matter with a high hand. "Very well, then you have lost my company at lunch, too. You and Jack would be sure to make me late, dawdling at table. Au revoir." And as they nodded to her, she swept away. Clover looked at her companion and tried to repress the mirthful laugh that bubbled over her lips. "Jack, you wouldn't be human if you hadn't enjoyed that." "Then I must be inhuman," he responded rather ruefully, "for I give you my word I'm scared almost to death." "Don't you worry, mon ami. I know Mildred to the depths of her noble, generous, overbearing, overindulged soul." "I don't suppose you realize, Clover," Van Tassel spoke low and jerkily, "but I care very much. Absurdly much, you might think, considering the shortness of the time." Clover looked into his flushed face, and the merriment in her sweet eyes was quenched. "Dear Jack," she said, laying her hand lightly on his arm, Whatever you wish, I wish. Trust me, no harm has been done. Do you want my advice, the advice of one who knows? Yes, I do. Then don't let Mildred suspect what you have told me. The round world is just a rattle to her now. You are one of the bells on it that jingle for her amusement when she moves you. There are Catherines in existence still, and Petruchios are wholesome teachers for them. Imagine me cracking a horsewhip at Mildred. Out, please, roared a Columbian guard, exasperated by the sight of these two loiterers, after the remainder of the audience had drifted away. As if there wasn't any other place on the grounds to spoon but just this, he muttered. Mildred, to her credit be it said, devoted her afternoon to Mrs. Page with as cheerful courtesy as though she bore no grudge in her mind against the world. Mr. Page left them together and went off somewhere under his brother's guidance. It was nearly dinner time when he drove up to the house in a beach wagon and found Mildred swinging idly in a hammock on the piazza. Your wife is taking a nap, she announced as he came up the steps. Fortunate woman, he responded, sinking wearily upon a wicker divan. The only interest I've had for hours in any exhibit was as to whether there was a chair in it, but Gorham is a terrible fellow, merciless. Each building being 1,000 miles from every other building makes it hard lines. I threatened more than once to trip over those chains that say, keep off the grass, and refuse to get up again. You and your brother should have taken one of those double chairs. Oh, there wouldn't have been any room for Gorham, and the jolly man laughed. I suppose you have done the Plaisance? Partly, yes. Gorham and I went into the Dahomey village this afternoon. Some of those savages were unpleasantly personal. Good afternoon, Aunt Love, as the housekeeper appeared on the veranda. I was just telling Miss Mildred how those children of nature in the Dahomey village injured my finer feelings today. One of them came for me with a big carving knife, yelling, Big man, fat man, and going through the pantomime of taking a slice off my sacred person. Dirty critters, remarked Miss Barry sententiously. Isn't it a funny paradox to see an incandescent light over the door of each hut? Went on Page. There was one big fellow squatted down in the sun, off by himself, playing on a rough sort of a harp, and singing monotonously something that sounded like, come away, Chicago. I tried to write down the pitches he sang, and that amused him immensely. His ivories would have made a perfect dentist's sign. I gave him a dime or so to repeat the performance, a sufficient number of times, and he was delighted and kept saying Chicago beer. Yes, returned Miss Barry bitterly. They have come to a Christian land for that. Wait till you see the South Sea Islanders, said Mildred. We did. Fine, aren't they? There is an exhibition of drill and muscle worth seeing. And that cafe au lait skin, exclaimed Mildred. I am entirely spoiled for white beauties. Let 'em wear something more 'n a straw wreath and a piece of calico, then, remarked Miss Barry. But Aunt Love, suggested Page, you must remember how clothing that brown skin is. I am sure you must admit it is an improving sight to see one of those heavy-eyed beauties sit cross-legged and absently scratch one great toe while she sings. What are you all laughing about? Asked Hilda, coming out upon the piazza in the freshness of a light organdy gown. Your husband has been to the Midway, returned Miss Barry. Don't be surprised at anything he may say or do, and I don't believe we'd better wait for Mr. and Mrs. Van Tassel any longer, for dinner was ready when I came out here. I don't understand Clover's staying so, remarked Mildred, leaving the hammock and trying not to speak severely. I fly, to make myself presentable, said Page, slowly dragging himself up from his comfortable resting place. After dinner, Mildred made an opportunity to address the housekeeper privately. For pity's sake, Aunt Love, when you are going to speak of Jack and Clover as you did this evening, don't say Mr. and Mrs. Van Tassel. Why not? Asked Miss Lavina with exasperating unconsciousness. Why, it sounds so absurdly married. Miss Barry smiled. What shall I say then? Mrs. and Mr. Van Tassel, of course, replied Mildred, making an effort to speak with a suavity she did not feel. Well, if that ain't a new idea, Mrs. and Mr., do tell, said Miss Barry good-naturedly. Oh, I'll learn a deal of etiquette to take back to Pierfield. It's enough to do a body good to see Mr. Jack and your sister so much to each other, ain't it? Seems that they have lots of pleasure together now, just as it should be. I don't know that they are together so very much, returned Mildred coolly. That's 'cause you're off so much of the time. Why, they're just the best friends that ever was. And Mrs. Van Tassel, she's gone back before my eyes from a grave woman, fuller care, to a merry girl just as free as a bird. It does me good, Miss Mildred. It does me so much good, I'm most afraid I shall grow fat on it. Mildred's bright eyes looked thoughtful for a second, as though she were digesting the housekeeper's words. There is Blitzen barking, she exclaimed, and both hastened to see whether Electra's nervous system was reaching some fresh shock. Gorham Page strayed over from the hotel, as was his habit after dinner, and found the family disposed in various comfortable chairs and hammocks about the piazza. The autocratic Miss Bryant was feeling a trifle sore, although she did not dream of acknowledging to herself that it was because Clover and Jack still remained away, and in the present sensitive state of her self-love, it was a new affront that Gorham did not at once seek her side, but after bowing to her, settled down beside Mrs. Page, who closed the book she was reading upon her finger as a marker. Yes, indeed, the afternoon was delightful, she said, in answer to his question. Mildred and I had a charming time among the pictures. You nearly committed fratricide. Do you see poor Robert fast asleep over there? This will do him a world of good, train down his flesh and strengthen his muscle, though the poor old chap did say, before we decided to come home, that he had walked so long his feet splayed out like the camels every time he set them down. Page laughed reminiscently. Camels? Did you go into Cairo Street? No, to the Bedouin village, the Wild East show. Very well, you have just saved your lives. I understand that Cairo Street is one of the plums of the Plaisance, and if Robert had gone without me, I should have been highly offended. Yes, he is well trained. I wonder if my wife will find me as thoughtful. I am afraid not. Hilda laughed at the sincere meekness of his tone. No, I'm sure she won't, for the simple reason that you will never have one. I should be sorry to think that. Then why don't you do as 9 out of every 10 men in your place would do? You mean fall in love. You know, Hilda, how often I've done that. Mrs. Page laughed again at the gently remonstrant tone. Your sort of falling in love isn't worth 2 straws, she declared scoffingly. Don't take that into consideration at all. The next woman you meet, who satisfies you intellectually, propose to her. If she accepts you, marry her. I don't believe you would make her very unhappy. You wouldn't if you were as kind a husband as you are a brother. Thank you. You might have given me a written recommendation. See how handsome Miss Bryant's face looks against that golden pillow. Yes, it is a proof of your hard heart that you withstand her. I don't withstand her. You have no idea how much I enjoyed an afternoon I had with her at the fair last week. But Jack was remarkably short with me that evening, and I fancied I had trespassed on his preserves. Not a bit of it. He must be a dog in the manger. Why, I'm very sure he is hard hit in that direction. Oh, where are a man's eyes, I wonder? I haven't been here very long, but long enough to discover the truth. I suppose you want me to ask you what truth. No, I don't, my dear. Mrs. Page reopened her book. You are not hinting at Mrs. Van Tassel? Gorham spoke in a hushed tone. Just observe for yourself, said Hilda sententiously. You ought not to have such a thought. Mrs. Page looked up, wondering at this severity. Why, if you please? You surely haven't an idea that that young creature is going to sacrifice the rest of her life to a memory of duty done? But, Hilda, that is repugnant. Page rose suddenly, and his sister's gaze followed him as he moved away. It was very unusual for him to show so much feeling. Wouldn't it be a strange, strange thing if, after awaiting all these years, Gorham should love at last and love hopelessly? She banished the query with a sigh. Sober second thought assured her that her brother had not meant more than he said. The idea that Jack might wish to marry his father's widow was distasteful to him, and that was all. Page approached Mildred, little realizing how indefensible she considered it that he had not done so some minutes previous. She was too glad of his presence, however, to punish him. It would never do for Jack to come home and suppose that she had not been holding court. What beautiful evenings you have in Chicago, he began. May I take this chair?" Drawing one near the hammock in which she was sitting against a nest of pillows, her foot touching the floor gently as she rocked. "Yes, I never tire of seeing the moonlight on the water as it is shining tonight. When I was a little girl, it was a great treat to me to be allowed to spend a summer evening on this piazza, and I enjoy it scarcely less now." "You enjoy it very seldom, I observe." "Yes, of course there are lots of engagements this summer, and a quiet evening at home like this seems very welcome occasionally. One likes, too, sometimes, to renew acquaintance with the moon. After living among rosy, violet, pale green, and white searchlights, and all sorts of spectacular electrical effects so much, one comes back to moonlight on the water as to an old friend." The girl clasped her hands above her head upon the down pillow, and allowed Page to look at her, which he was not slow to do. "I miss your sister and Jack this evening. Where are they?" "Columbus knows. Since the authorities have been Barnumizing the fair, as they call it, one is led on to stay and stay and stay, to see this race or that dance or the other illumination. I left them after the noon concert." "You were there, then? Of course you are fond of music." "I enjoy it very much, although Clover says I don't. She and Jack are cranks about it. I am not." "They have one strong predilection in common, then." Mildred did not reply, and Page continued. "The effect of music upon a person who is in sympathy with it is an interesting study. Those involuntary chills that pass over one under the moving influence of good music are rather annoying to me. I do not wish to be moved uncontrollably by anything. I wish to decide just how deeply to feel on any subject. Do you know what I mean?" "Yes, exactly." The decision of the girl's reply rather surprised her companion. She let him look deep into her luminous eyes set in the moonlight fairness of her face. "And further than agreeing with you in the desirability of the principle," she added, "I carry the theory into practice." "Do you mean to say that you are always able to let your head decide what your heart shall feel?" "Invariably." "But that is no common characteristic in a woman. With women, the heart speaks first, usually." "Not in the case of the well-balanced woman." "Then perhaps you can tell me," said Page, much surprised and interested. "Perhaps you will be good enough to tell me what your ideas are concerning love. There, too, do you think it is possible for the head to speak first?" Mildred let a repressed laugh burst its bounds. "Do you mean, do I think it is possible to fall in love head first? Forgive me if I ask too much, but it seems to me very helpful to compare notes with one whose aims and desires are similar to your own." "Oh, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Page," said the girl soberingly. "My ideas on the subject are clearly formulated, and I know of no reason why I should not impart them to one who will be appreciative. I believe a woman can decide what characteristics would be sympathetic with hers, and when she is sufficiently acquainted with a man to discover if he is possessed of those qualities, she can give rein to her heart and love him." The speaker suddenly extended her white hands before her. "Love him with all her soul." The sudden thrill in her movement and in her low contralto voice electrified her listener by its unexpectedness. "But can one always love where the head dictates?" he asked. "That is the question." "Undoubtedly. For when one finds the combination she seeks, she will discover that she has loved it already. I will tell you, Mr. Page, you tempt my confidence because you captivate my judgment. I will describe to you the man I await. He must be good to look upon, for I value beauty of form. But he must be cool and steady of brain, must love to think, to analyze, to look upon life not as a plaything, but as something the laws of which must be studied and explored continually. Incidents which appear trifling to others, to him will suggest 1,000 questions. He must, in short, be a student of human nature, whose researches I may, by and by, as I grow wiser, assist. Oh, proud, happy destiny!" She paused as though overcome, and grasping the sides of the hammock, looked with a quick turn of her head toward the moonlight. Page regarded her in silence, then leaned toward her in his earnestness. "A man like that is not found every day, Miss Bryant, but I congratulate you on your high standard, for the being you describe has surely a great heart to throb for humanity, as well as the head to study it, and your affections will not be starved, I am sure of that." Mildred grasped the hammock closer and caught her lip between her teeth. Page's unconsciousness had turned the tables, and she had sufficient sense of humor, in spite of her vanity, to make it difficult not to smile as he walked unseeing around her net, and it fell, enveloping her own saucy head. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 19, The Ferris Wheel. It was 9:30 when the wagonette bringing Clover and Jack stopped before the house. They were received with a chorus of questions, in which Mildred was too clever not to join. She was glad that Van Tassel must see Gorham seated near her, apart from the others, confidentially discoursing in the moonlight, even though Jack did not seem to observe it. He seated himself on the step near Mrs. Page and leaned against a railing. "We have had a fine time," he exclaimed, with what Mildred's practiced ear recognized as unmistakable sincerity. "Oh, the German village by moonlight, Milly," added Clover, taking a place near her sister. "You really ought to see it." "We ought to have been there, Mr. Page," said Mildred regretfully. "I doubt if I could have had a pleasanter evening anywhere," he returned, and if Miss Bryant had had power to decorate him, she would have done so on the spot for that timely speech. She trusted Jack had heard it. "We sat there at table, you know," went on the latter, "and saw the moon come up over those quaint old gables. Oh, it was fine. I declare, we didn't know where we were, did we, Clover?" "I thought you were quite certain by the alleged German you entertained me with." "Alleged German? Well, if this isn't sad. There I wasted Heine's poems by the yard on you. Ungrateful girl. You will never know all the sweet things that were said to you tonight." "I know you drank a lot of beer and smoked too many cigars." "Of course, being in Rome, I complimented the inhabitants by imitation." "Mr. Jack," spoke Miss Barry reproachfully, "I remember well that you said once you only smoked on holidays and birthdays." "Certainly, Aunt Love, that is my rule still. I never break it." "Whose birthday is this?" demanded Miss Barry, somewhat taken back. "How should I know? Somebody's, surely." Jack looked up innocently. "I never show favoritism." "Oh," groaned Gorham, rising. "I can't stay here. Discipline him, Aunt Love. I'm going to my uncontaminated roof tree." "Let us all take Gorham home," suggested Jack, also rising. "I'm afraid to be left here with Aunt Love's righteous wrath. Come, all of you. Nobody is too tired to walk to that music." For the band on the hotel piazza was playing the Washington Post March, which by midsummer was running neck and neck with After the Ball. "Come, Robert," said Hilda, shaking the somnolent form in the hammock. "Hey, what? Don't disturb me. I can die here as well as anywhere. What? Walk home with Gorham? Do you take me for an idiot? Music and moonlight," with deep scorn. "Oh, go to. Woman, stand aside, or I shall do you an injury. Don't tempt a desperate man." "Dear Robert doesn't seem to care to come with us," laughed Mildred sotto voce to Jack. She was determined that none other than he should walk by her side to the hotel, and of course she had her way. An hour later she came into Clover's bedroom, brushing her long hair. Her white wrapper fell open at the neck, disclosing her handsome throat, and she looked particularly beautiful to her partial sister. "Where else did you and Jack go tonight beside the German village?" she asked. "Nowhere." "You took supper there and stayed all the evening?" "Yes, we really couldn't tear ourselves away. It was like being in some romantic old story." Mildred smiled and hummed her favorite bit from Iolanthe. "No, indeed," answered Clover. "I am not his mother. He doesn't pretend that I am, and he doesn't wish me to be. So your little song doesn't fit the case at all." She did not look at her sister, but went on with her effort to braid her rebellious hair. Mildred ceased humming. "I wish my hair was curly," she said at last. "We all have our gifts," replied Clover. Mildred thought her tone sounded unusually complacent. It was a novel experience to feel aught but compassion or tenderness or reverent admiration for Clover, But now she suddenly found herself regarding her for the first time as another girl like herself, and observing her attractions with new eyes. "What a pretty foot you have, Clover," she said, looking at her sister's slippered feet. "Not a bit better shaped than yours, my dear. Let us have a select little mutual admiration society." "But mine are large," returned Mildred, sitting down and thrusting forth her slippers for inspection. "So are you," suggested Clover. "But isn't it strange that people never consider that in speaking of a woman's foot? She must have small feet, irrespective of her size, or else they had better never be seen or mentioned. In old novels, a man sometimes keeps his beloved slipper under a glass case. What a formidable piece of furniture my lover will have when he gets a glass case for mine." "Foolish child, you are proportioned just right." "Perhaps. But what I say is that the consensus of opinion decides that I ought not to be. Shoe men fall in with that idea. Dainty shoes or small shoes. I tell you, fame and wealth awaits the shoe dealer who becomes inspired with the idea that large women want pretty shoes too." "You seem to have made Mr. Page have a delightful evening," remarked Clover. "Yes, he didn't ask for one of my slippers, though. Fancy Sterling Cousin Page ordering a glass case." Clover smiled in answer to Mildred's laugh. "What did you talk about?" "Oh, weights and measures, as usual. I wasn't in the mood to be good, and I tried conscientiously to make a fool of our friend." "Mildred!" "No harm done. I didn't succeed. He made one of me instead. This has been what you might term an off day for your little sister." "What do you mean? How did he make a fool of you?" Clover turned with so much curiosity in her gaze that Mildred rose quickly. "I'll never tell you, or hardly ever. Perhaps when we are both married." Clover turned back to the glass, and Mildred was a little dismayed. The words had slipped out unthinkingly. Until this evening she had agreed in her sister's acceptance of the fact that her life could not be like that of other girls. "Good night," she said, standing back of Clover and meeting her eyes in the mirror. "Good night," returned the other. Mildred kissed her cheek. "Do you like me?" she asked softly. "Pretty well," Mrs. Van Tassel smiled. "Lots better than you deserve." The younger sister went to her room satisfied. Arrogant and autocratic she might be to her slaves, but Clover's approval was the necessary sunshine in which her life blossomed. Van Tassel had to put a guard upon his lips in the next days. He was trying to follow Clover's advice not to ask Mildred again to go to the fair with him. It made the case harder, inasmuch as he could not help feeling that now she expected it. He noticed that she did not make outside engagements as much as before, but was oftener at home, either sitting about the piazzas in gowns, which Jack thought the most becoming that ever girl wore, or else romping with Blitzen and paying exasperating attention to Electra, who was fast developing into the most self-assured and exacting chicken of the Columbian year. The following sort of scene was sometimes endured in anguish by the lover who was disciplining his lady to order. Jack was one morning reading the newspaper on the piazza, Mildred sitting in the hammock, and Clover and Hilda training the morning glories. "Why don't I go to the fair?" Mildred said, addressing the lake, resplendent with miles of diamonds. Jack's hand closed on his paper in his longing to accept the challenge, not being at all certain that he would not receive a negative if he did, but still yearning to try his luck. "Is it a conundrum?" asked Clover. "I can give a guess if you like." "Thank you. You're always so kind, dear. Come and go up in the Ferris Wheel with me, Clover. If you will, that will decide me." "I couldn't, really. I'm glad I have been. One must go, of course, but twice? No, I couldn't." Clover passed near Jack, who threw an imploring glance at her behind his paper. "I can feel my hair whitening," he murmured, but Mrs. Van Tassel frowned warningly upon him. "What a pity you didn't say something about it before Robert went," said Hilda. "I think he means to go in the wheel today, as that is one of the things I can't bring my mind to do." "But you will have 100 chances, Milly dear. Some of our friends are always going," added Clover comfortingly. "Oh, don't trouble yourself," remarked Mildred with nonchalance. "I assure you I can go when I like." And she rose and sauntered into the house, followed by Hilda. Clover laughed softly into the pink lips of a morning glory which she held in her hand. "This may be very good fun for you," said Van Tassel. His unread paper dropped. "But let me tell you it is making an old man of me." "Do your own way then, Jack, and live to repent of it." "But I don't want to have to repent." "Then behave as though you had some backbone. Remember Petruchio." "Oh, that will do to say. Petruchio was married." "All right, I wash my hands of you." "No, no, don't, Clover." Clover took pity on the clouded face. "I'll give you a little bit of comfort, Jack," she said, gazing down at him knowingly. "Angel." "Oh, it is only a wee bit, but Mildred is uncomfortable." "I should think that was wee," returned Van Tassel, his face falling. "I don't know. It is the first time any man ever affected her that much." "A very poor recommendation, I should think," remarked Van Tassel. "Oh, Jack," Clover laughed, "I can see you would have had an awful time without me." "I am having an awful time with you, Clover." "Then gang your ain gait any time. And may God have mercy on my soul, I suppose you mean," added Jack ruefully. It was his habit to have flowers sent to the house almost daily, and Clover often wore his roses. Mildred never. Van Tassel asked her once if she never wore flowers, and she answered indifferently that she often did. "I have never happened to see you with any on," he said. "Indeed," she returned with one of her characteristic smiles. "Then that must be because you never sent me any. Now, don't look like that, Jack. If you should send me flowers now, do you know what I should do with them?" "Pitch them out the window, probably." "No, for that would disfigure the lawn, and Clover is very particular about the lawn. I should present them to Aunt Love." So Jack only gave one impotent look into her starry eyes, and continued to send his lavish floral gifts impersonally to the house. But one morning, Mildred came down with some sprays of heliotrope fastened in her dress. Van Tassel was delighted, but acting with blind faith in Clover, he did not appear to notice the concession. He had won several words of commendation from his mentor for the manner in which of late he had been playing his role. He had even called upon Mildred's friend, Miss Eames, in response to the latter's invitation, and had gone with her one day to the art gallery, and after coming home, praised her discriminating and intelligent taste. It seemed to him an eternity since he had asked Mildred to go anywhere with him. On this morning she waited for some remark upon her decoration, but none came. Matters had become serious if such condescension was not going to be gratefully received. The family usually sauntered out upon the piazza after breakfast, and Van Tassel took his paper with him today, as usual. He was alive in every nerve to the fact that Mildred had on a street dress, which meant the fair. He wondered profoundly, as he always did, what her plans were and whom she was going with, but he gazed unseeingly into his paper and was dumb. All of a sudden, a sort of electric shock seemed to pervade the air about him. Mildred was standing at his side. "Did you notice how perfect this heliotrope is?" she asked, looking down, not at him, but at the blossoms on the lapel of her jacket. "It is pretty," he answered, wondering how soon his evil star would lure him on to say the wrong thing. His apparently indifferent manner piqued her still further. "If you feel very good, and are sure you are going to be good all day, I will give you a piece," she said, separating one spray from its fellows. Van Tassel sprang to his feet, and in a second Mildred's fingers were upon his coat. "The round world is just a rattle to her, and you are one of the bells on it that jingle when she moves you." Clover's words were sounding warningly in his ears. He could not help it. He only prayed to jingle in tune, for moved he was to the depths of his being. "You like heliotrope very much?" he asked, not daring to look below her cool, fair forehead. "Yes, sometimes I think best of all. But," with a sigh, "it goes quickly." And she dropped her hands and moved back. "Like all the happiest moments of life," said Jack, and something leaped from his brown eyes that actually surprised Mildred, coming out of the long train of indifferent days. "Oh, if Jack is like that," she thought, and a new respect grew in her for the man who ruled himself and refused to submit to her caprice. "It is a clear day, Mildred. Let us go up in the wheel," he said. Have you made the trip yet? No, but I have a new idea about it. I'm sure it will make me dizzy. It did Clover, and I think I shall be afraid, too. Don't give up going. I'm sure you will not be afraid. It is an absolutely steady, safe motion, and the changing view is unique. No, indeed, I wouldn't give up going, only I think I would rather go alone. I don't want anyone to behold my weakness. Oh, very well. Van Tassel made a gesture of indifferent assent, sat down, and returned to his paper. The little incident of the heliotrope had done more to convince him of Clover's wisdom than all her sage words. Its perfume stole up to him as he sat reading the same line over 12 times. Mildred moved away, outwardly calm, inwardly vexed with Jack for his ready acquiescence. She went into the house and met Clover. "Going to the fair?" asked the latter. "Yes, I think so." "Wait half an hour or so, and go with us." "I don't believe you will take my way, for I am going in the wheel." "With Jack?" "No, alone. Mr. Page wants to go again. Let me ask him. He is upstairs writing a letter. Don't speak to him for anything." "But I don't want you to go to the Midway alone, Milly. Hilda and both Mr. Pages and I are going to the anthropological building together. Do put off the wheel and come with us." "No, I thank you. Our friend Gorham will be in his element, getting your mental and physical strength tested up there in the gallery. I wouldn't be in that revel for anything." And Mildred ran upstairs. Clover passed out upon the piazza. "Is Mildred going to the fair?" asked Van Tassel, looking up quickly. "Yes. I do wish for once, Jack, you had asked to go with her, for she is bound for the Ferris Wheel." "I did." "And she refused?" exclaimed Clover, in surprise and exasperation. "Was there ever such an incomprehensible— But she gave me this." Van Tassel exhibited his flower. Clover looked interested. "Well, then, we are getting on," she said, much pleased. "Go on being an icicle, Jack. It is the only way. Don't for the world urge her to let you accompany her, even though I don't like her to go alone. In the first place, she would only retreat as you advanced, and in the second, it would probably be salutary for her to stick among the clouds of heaven for a few hours, so I won't worry about the wheel." Jack took his hat, lying on the chair beside him. "I think I will go on down," he said. "There is a bare possibility, you know, that I may meet Mildred. If she should be later than you expect in coming home, you would better think of me as being the trap than of the wheel." "You won't meet," sighed Clover. "What a foolish girl she is." To tell the truth, Mildred could not resist a certain suspicion of her own foolishness, as she emerged upon the piazza a few seconds later, ready to start. She was conscious of disappointment that Jack was not in sight. It was a warm day, and starting off alone was not inspiriting. It required all her pride to pursue her intention. "You won't have a good time," prophesied Clover, and that strengthened her waning determination. So with a light response, she set forth. The Midway was a seething mass of humanity when she reached it, and she had hardly entered the street when she met her friend Helen Eames. The latter greeted her eagerly, and began to talk about an entertainment Mildred had attended recently with Jack at her house. Helen was voluble, and Mildred resented the tone in which she spoke of Jack, so she parted with her friend as soon as civility permitted, and passed on. She began to feel that she was doing an absurd thing, to be forlornly and doggedly pursuing her way among the motley crowd, to the monotonous, rhythmic beat of the drum and the sing-song of strange voices. Above their village, the South Sea Islanders were pounding out their measures from a hollow log, and across the road the daintier Javanese rang muffled music from gongs and tinkling bells. Scenes and sounds had grown familiar to Mildred, but today she found neither truth nor poetry in them. Indian, Turk, and Bedouin passed her by, but she kept eyes ahead on the mammoth wheel, circling with ponderous deliberation. All she wished was to keep her word, take the skyward trip, and return home. "All the girls are delighted with Mr. Van Tassel," Helen Eames had said. "Silly thing. Does she suppose I will tell him?" thought Mildred, too absorbed in her own cogitations to note the "vera gooda, vera nice, vera cheap" of the jewelry vendors, the stentorian exhortations to enter the dance houses and theaters, or the incessant "hot, hot, hot" of those that offered thin waffle-like zalabia. Mildred did not like to find in her own heart the wish that Van Tassel had been with her, that Helen Eames might see him in his proper place this morning. She must indeed have fallen from her high estate if she could wish to display an admirer to another girl. All men were her admirers. It had been a foregone conclusion so long that she had never been obliged to harbor a thought of jealousy or rivalry, and she instantly challenged and condemned this novel weakness. The Midway Plaisance was a strange place for introspection, yet Mildred's thoughts were sufficiently absorbing. People were always apt to turn and look a second time at her exceptionally vigorous young beauty, but she passed on today, totally unconscious of the glances bent upon her. Might it be true that she had finally alienated Jack by her persistently capricious treatment? All the girls admired him. He did not fancy any of them, she was sure. If he cared for any woman, it was Clover. And then the girl coolly and impartially compared her gentle, sympathetic, tender sister with herself. Mildred possessed a clear head, and as she dwelt upon her own and Clover's characteristics, a sermon seemed preached to her amid that crowded babel, in a small voice which the noisy tongues could not drown. How would it be possible for a man in his senses to prefer me, she thought, raising her eyes to a delicate, bell-hung minaret that pierced the cloudless sky. This novel humility impressed her with gravity. But she had reached her destination. She moved up with a line to the ticket office that lay directly in her path, and bought her bit of pasteboard mechanically. In a moment more, the movement of her fellow passengers had brought her to the base of the wheel. Those who have stood in that position know the effect of looking straight up. Mildred, already feeling small, experienced a painful physical sense of being overwhelmed. The monster had paused for its cars to be filled, and she shrank from the prospect before her with unprecedented sensations. If she allowed herself to be shut up in that glass cab, it meant that 2 flights of 250 feet skyward must be taken ere she could regain her liberty. I believe I am trying to be nervous, she said to herself coldly. I did not know I was speaking truth to Jack this morning. Oh, and if only she were not the vainest and most obstinate of girls, this trip would be a pleasure instead of a pain. The faint, steady color in her cheeks faded, but she walked into the car determinedly, and taking one of its swinging chairs, looked steadily through the glass front. The seats filled, the door was closed, and the scarcely perceptible motion began. The roof of the next car began to swing into view. The inexorableness of the journey began to impress itself upon Mildred's mind. She was trying to turn away from the thought, when a well-known voice set her beating heart to throbbing faster. "Why, this is fortunate," it said, with studied carelessness. She started, and lifted her eager eyes. There was Jack Van Tassel, looking down upon her, triumphant, but as usual uncertain of his reception. It has been said before that Mr. Van Tassel was a good-looking young man, but the radiance which seemed to Mildred now to invest every feature of his face, and each dark hair of his head, was certainly the figment of an excited imagination. "Why, Jack!" she gasped, and clasped her hands tightly in her lap for fear they might tell too much. "You are pale," he said, and stooped with tender concern. "Why, the sun was pretty warm, didn't you think?" she returned. Jack did think so. He had had considerable time in which to test it, dodging from one side of the Plaisance to the other in that crowd, where everyone knows that his best friend had a faculty of dissolving from view, even when he was supposed to be safely at one side. "Our poor heliotrope," he said, glancing down at their decorations. Mildred followed his gaze. The sprays on her jacket looked, she thought, much as she felt 5 minutes ago. "Let us throw them away," she answered, starting to withdraw the pin. "Never," said Jack promptly, and the girl hesitated, then dropped her hand. "Turn this way," he added. "See the university buildings, a fine massive gray city that is going to be. Doesn't it seem strange to think that college will ever be venerable and have traditions?" From this time their attention was fully occupied with a panoramic view. The crowd of sightseers in the Plaisance became a congregation of umbrellas and parasols, ever lessening in size, and whitened in patches where a number of faces were upturned at once to behold the gyration of the wheel. The strange colors and shapes in architecture, brought from many lands, stood in startling conjunction on either hand. Beyond stretched the fair city with its winding waterways, held safe in the great azure crescent of Lake Michigan's embrace. Mildred's eyes sparkled with interest and pleasure. The color had returned to her face, and her spirits to their natural level. When their car again neared earth, she was glad, not sorry, that another circuit was in prospect to help her to a more satisfactory view of what had seemed but a tantalizing glimpse. "The deed is done," said Jack, as at last the exit door of the car was opened, and the passengers passed from under the gigantic steel web and set foot on solid earth once more. "What is next on your program?" "I was going home," answered Mildred, rather hesitatingly. "World's Fair finished?" asked Jack with a smile. "I have seen almost everything in the Plaisance that I care for." "But I haven't." "What do you mean? Are you hinting?" The girl smiled, too, and somehow her expression was not so exasperating as at other times. "Yes, I am hinting." "Out with it, then. Speak up like a little man." "Sometimes when I have spoken up like a little man, you have made me feel like a little donkey." "I don't see how you can like me at all, Jack," returned Mildred naively. "I made up my mind this morning that I was going to try to be more like Clover." "Capital scheme!" exclaimed Van Tassel, with so much enthusiasm that Mildred felt disconcerted. "I don't suppose the leopard can change his spots, though," she returned, rather stiffly. "Let us go to Hagenbeck's and see," suggested Jack. "It is rather far from here if we are going to do the shows with any system. Do you wish to, Mildred? Don't let me bore you." "It only bores me to have you want me to be like somebody else." Jack's lips drew together in an inaudible whistle, and it needed all Clover's warnings to aid him in holding the rein over himself. They were aimlessly walking east. "But I honestly don't blame you," she added. "I have done nothing to make it pleasant for you here. In your own home it didn't seem necessary to treat you like a guest." "You are right. There was no necessity in the matter. There isn't now. Perhaps you really wish to go home." "Clover wouldn't go if she did wish it." Mildred smiled at him with a sidelong glance. "And so I will stay." "Not with me," said Jack, lifting his hat and looking very firm as he paused in the road. "Then you take it back that you wish me to be like little sister?" Mildred also paused, still smiling at him with her chin lifted. "I want you to be honest." "I am honest. I want to stay, you uncivil man." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 20, The Midway Plaisance. The magic carpet in the Arabian Nights, which transported its owner from one country to another, remote in the space of a few seconds, was the property of all visitors to the Midway Plaisance. Mildred and Jack spent a little time amid the Swiss Alps, the former amusing herself by picking out, for Jack's benefit, localities where she and Clover had traveled. Then they looked in at the Bedouin encampment and saw an old woman making bread. She whirled the dough on one hand until it spread into a very thin sheet. This she flapped over a cushion, and from thence transferred it to the top of an inverted iron basin, where it baked above burning sticks. It looked, when cooked, like a delicate cracker, as it was broken up and passed around to the spectators. A gigantic black, clothed entirely in red from his high leather boots to the rope-like twists of cloth about his head, lay stretched on a divan beside another fire smoking a nargileh. "The bread is coming this way," remarked Mildred apprehensively. "Let us go into that door and see what is there." Jack followed her. "This room, Miss Bryant, is taken from a Damascus palace," he said. "I'm surprised that you didn't recognize it at once. Observe these pieces of silver set into the walls, and the lavish number of mirrors. I believe a periodical lecturer appears in here. How much nicer to have it to ourselves and guess about it, I've been standing so long, I can guess very closely what these gold-embroidered velvet divans are for." And Mildred stepped up on the dais at the end of the room and seated herself. The ceiling was lofty, and in the center of the room a fountain played. Beyond it was another dais surrounded by divans. The floors were covered with rugs. Outside, two Bedouins fenced with curious swords, the handles wrapped with twine, waving their small brass shields meanwhile with ostentatious gestures as they deliberately stepped about. Increasing in concentration and swift fury to the climax of the play, they paused unexpectedly, and seating themselves on the ground, fell to rolling cigarettes and making coffee over the small fire, beside which lay the immobile black. Shrill and dull arose the rhythm of the flageolets and the tambours. The click of castanets told that the dark-eyed women were dancing. While Mildred and Jack still rested, an Arab in loose robes came in, and going to the fountain, bathed his face and hands, and dried them on a purple silk towel striped with yellow. "How nice of him," said Mildred, acknowledging this touch added to the picture. As they were passing out, one of the Bedouins, the cloth from his twisted turban hanging about his shoulders, paused near them with a baby in his arms, a curly-headed tot of a year old, around whose big brown eyes were drawn lines of artificial black. Mildred looked gently upon the child, and the father, smiling with pride and pleasure, glanced from one to the other. So she patted the baby. "She is very pretty," she said, and he understood. His large gaze grew soft, and he nodded. Mildred looked at the dancing women with more interest. One of them, her chin tattooed with blue, was pointed out to her as the baby's mother. A realization of the probable hardships and homesickness endured by these people, and all the changes of scene and weather they had undergone, assailed her. But it did not do to dwell too long on that side of life in the Plaisance. She only turned her sweetest smile once more on father and child, patted the baby's cheek, and followed Jack out. To him, it mattered little where they went. Each scene gained a glamour which, could the managers of the various enterprises have purchased it as a permanent adjunct to their attractions, would have ensured their fortunes. Passing from Arabia to the electric-lighted palms of the Moorish palace, Van Tassel was prepared to admire everything. The labyrinth of mirrors, which might in some moods have impressed him as a tiresome device, now triumphantly vindicated their right to be, by presenting him 100 Mildreds, so like the original as to be an embarrassment of riches. Even the wax figures above stairs were interesting. The rise and fall of the sleeping beauty's gentle breast was a marvel. From the various tricks and optical illusions of the Moorish palace, they betook themselves to Hawaii, and stood together in darkness on the borders of a lava lake from whose center shot living flames from the volcano's heart toward the lurid sky. A priest, a shadowy figure, came forth among the gray rocks and chanted a prayer to the dreadful goddess of fire. In the remote distance gleamed the peaceful blue waters of the Pacific. Jack would have been willing to stand for hours here by Mildred, in the weird dusky silence broken only by the monotonous chant, for the longer one lingered, the more perfect grew the illusion. But she took him away presently, and in a trice the island of Hawaii had vanished, and Egypt was gained via the western entrance to Cairo Street. They passed in before the Temple of Luxor, in front of which a brazen-lunged American showman was reeling off a highly colored description of the attractions within. "Mummy of Ramses, about the 5th on your right," repeated Jack, laughing. "Let us postpone Ramses until he can be located a little more definitely." "Yes, I want you to see the Sudanese pickaninny," said Mildred, and they went over to the tent where the jolly black little baby hopped about among her elders, shaking the girdle of feathers and shells about her hips and dimpling with delight in the applause and laughter she called forth. More interesting than the Sudanese were the Nubians, who came in from the dark huts adjoining and danced in the same tent. One of these in particular attracted Jack's eye. "What a splendid woman, Mildred!" he exclaimed. "What an artist's model she would make." The object of his admiration was tall, straight as an arrow, dressed in a long robe of white, and wore large hoop earrings. She had symmetrical features of haughty mold, and was very dark, with thick crinkled black locks free from the feathers, shells, and twine braided among the Sudanese tresses. She was an impressive figure, standing immovable upon the stage among the dancers. "Like a splendid bronze," said Jack, gazing at the delicate proud face with all his eyes. The Nubian smiled, disclosing the most perfect teeth imaginable, and Van Tassel regarded her with growing admiration. "I tell you, Mildred," he said enthusiastically, "if that woman could have been brought up in a different environment, she would have been superb. Fancy having her well trained for a servant. How would you like her to pass you your coffee at breakfast?" Mildred laughed. "What a pity that I am not a reporter," she said as they left the tent. "You could be worked into a taking newspaper article, Jack. A young scion of one of Chicago's well-known families is maturing a plan to abduct the chief of the tribe of Nubians in Cairo Street. It is feared there will be an uprising, and so forth and so forth. A feminine chief? I don't blame them. No, sir. Your superb bronze woman, your artist's model, is Muhammad Ali, the chief of the Nubians." Jack looked incredulous. "You expect me to believe that?" "Not if you wish to go back and inquire. It is true, though. Muhammad is a friend of mine. He was good enough, when Clover and I looked into his hut, to show us how he polishes those perfect teeth of his with a little stick. Did you ever see anything so shining? You can buy his photograph if you like, at one of these booths, and keep it as a memento of Mr. Van Tassel's look out for Mary Anderson," called a donkey boy in a blue gown. "You wouldn't run over me, would you, Toby?" asked Mildred. The boy, trudging by through the crowd, showed his ivories in a smile of recognition, and urged his little white donkey onward in the narrow, crooked, brick-paved street. Such a throng, such a noise, only the memories of the experienced can witness to. Camels swung along between the irregular houses, the warning cries of their drivers mingling with the monotonous sing-song of the vendors in the closely packed booths. Egyptian flower girls, veiled to the eyes, plied their trade. A conjurer pushed his way amid the gazers, a hen's egg sticking in his eye, and another clinging behind his jaw. The rhythm of the Midway sounded from two drums slung at either side of a gaudily caparisoned camel, and was sung monotonously from the booth of the much-vaunted Oriental sweetmeat. "Allah gooda bum bum, vera nice candy. Beautiful bum bum, vera good candy," repeated ad libitum by the swarthy Arab presiding. Mildred and Jack glanced into the showcases as they passed onward, the former restraining her companion from purchasing specimens of brasswork, filigree silver, ornaments, and embroidery. But once Mildred exclaimed with pleasure over a small hanging lamp of dull silver. "I will take it," said Jack to the instantly voluble salesman. "Not for me. No, don't," protested his companion. "You must have a souvenir," returned Van Tassel, smiling over the word which had grown hateful by iteration to all fairgoers. "Please don't get it," said the girl, but the very tassel on their Oriental's fez was active in his zeal to wrap up the parcel for this gentleman who did not bargain. The foreign fashion of changing a price by the beating down process was one with which many Americans amused themselves when they found it was expected. But Jack was in that state of mind when an article which had the rare fortune to please Mildred was above rubies. She dissembled her satisfaction, however. "If I had let you buy everything you have started to since we came into the street, we should have had to charter a donkey," she began. Look out for Yanka Doodoo," bawled Achmet, the donkey boy, directly upon them. "I don't like to feel that I mustn't admire anything," finished the girl, as Jack stepped between her and the little quadruped, who carried a much excited and curled maiden of 5. "I like this lamp so much, I don't know that I shall let you have it," responded Van Tassel serenely, as he took the package. "Look up, Mildred. What a deep blue the sky gets between those irregular roofs." "Only one of us can look up at a time, while the other keeps watch of the menagerie." "There appears to be an extra crowd yonder," remarked Jack. "Oh, that is the camel stand. Hear the people laughing. How can anybody be willing to furnish so much amusement to the public as to mount one of those beasts? There is always just such a crowd there. Well, are we through here? Asked Van Tassel. What? Are you wary of Cairo Street? Not if you are not, but it is rather warm, and there is a good deal of a mob, and I have inhaled enough attar of roses to last until my next incarnation. I thought perhaps you might be tired, standing. I am. There isn't a place to sit down either, said Jack, looking around. That is just what almost everyone thinks. I don't know how soon people will find out my enchanted palace, but they hadn't done so last week. Well now, an enchanted palace is exactly what I am looking for, returned Van Tassel hopefully. How did you learn the open sesame? The open sesame is— Mildred paused apologetically. I am sorry to have to say it, but it is the only prosaic feature. The open sesame is 15 cents. They moved along toward the crowd by the camel stand, and here in the noisiest, busiest portion of the winding street, Mildred led her companion into an open door, which revealed a long, blank corridor. The dragon guarding it was a most commonplace American. Most people whose curiosity led them to look into the uninviting hallway were quickly frightened off by the placard stating the 15-cent admission fee. There was so much to see, and time and money were so limited. Little wonder that the obvious attractions of the street decided them not to explore this sideshow. Mildred and Jack, leaving the din and bustle behind, passed the easily placated dragon, and at the end of the low, empty corridor, found themselves in an open, floored court, out of which led a flight of stairs. A large earthen jar filled with water stood at one side over a smaller vessel, into which the water filtered in crystal drops through the porous clay. Palms and lilies stood about and edged the entire length of the staircase. It was very quiet here, and Van Tassel looked about him curiously. Mildred gave him a smiling glance of mystery. Let us go up and see Said Ibrahim, she said. Look here, returned Jack, frowning and smiling. You are altogether too sophisticated. Said doesn't think so, answered the girl, and they proceeded upstairs. Entering a hallway, where was a heavy bronze door of fabulous age and richness of design, they were met by a tall, handsome Oriental in robes and fez, whose melting eyes lighted as they recognized Mildred. He bowed low. How do you do, Said Ibrahim? I have brought another friend to see the beautiful house. He bowed again and held aside a portiere of cloth of gold. The visitors passed within and found themselves in a spacious, shadowy room with lofty, arched ceiling. The windows were unglazed and shielded by curious hand-carved latticework. Thick rugs were upon the floor, and small tables inlaid with pearl and ivory stood about. On a larger one were a number of tiny and precious coffee cups, held in little brass stands. Long-stemmed pipes hung upon the walls, and divans or cushions upon the floor invited to repose. Rich portieres divided the suite of rooms one from another. The light was dim, coming out of the glaring street, and the colors in rugs and hangings were tempered in the wonderful Oriental weaving. There were no other visitors. Jack looked at the swarthy cicerone who stood ready to answer their questions. I do not wonder, he said to Mildred, that you call this mysterious spot enchanted. It is a chapter out of the Arabian Nights. Yes. Are you ready to come back to the 19th century? The 19th century in Egypt, you know. I wouldn't make your fall too sudden and profound. Mildred moved to the broad window seat which was covered with a rug, and smiled at the Arab. It was a language he understood as clearly as the Harvard graduate, and he hastened forward and threw open the lattice. Van Tassel seated himself opposite Mildred, and together they looked down upon the madding crowd. Their position was just opposite the camel stand, and from their height they commanded a view of the kaleidoscopic life of the street. The bystanders pressed about the cushions upon which the camels knelt to take on or be relieved of their burdens, and seemed to find never-failing entertainment in the behavior of those intrepid passengers who embarked for the adventurous journey to the end of the street and back again. Mildred and Jack, in their romantic eyrie, held their sides with laughter over the absurdities enacted before their eyes. "If any trip ever deserved the name of pleasure exertion, that is the one," said Mildred, wiping her eyes, while she watched two girls who evidently took their lives in their hands as they seated themselves on the cushioned back of one of the patient beasts. The Arab driver cried out and tapped the creature on the neck. "Now then," said Jack, "see the ship of the desert let out the reefs in its legs." Shrieks arose from the maidens at the first ascent, wilder and wilder cries and clutchings at the second and third, and by the time the animal had reached the stature of a camel and swung away, the whole crowd was uproarious, only quieting to observe the next pair embark. "Miss Amelia Edwards says the camel is a beast that hates its rider," said Jack. "I wonder what are the private prejudices of the Cairo Street variety." "As if you couldn't see," answered Mildred. "It wouldn't be half so funny if the camels didn't curl their lips and look so supercilious all the time those idiots are shrieking so. What fools these mortals be, is the sentiment their faces express chronically. Poor things! Just think that they are only intended to kneel once or twice a day, and here they have to go down every 3 minutes. How they would execrate Columbus if they only knew how. Oh, look at that old lady. It is a shame to let her go," added Mildred. "They will laugh at her, too." "Never mind. She will be the heroine of Perkins Point, or wherever it is, all the rest of her life." "She looks scared, Jack. Oh, dear! Her bonnet is falling off. I wish she wouldn't. Why, there are Clover and Mr. Page. Do you see them? Let us go out on the balcony." Mildred left the window seat, and Jack followed. "Is there a balcony? Why didn't you say so?" "Because I am economical of my pleasant surprises." The watchful Saeed threw open double doors of the lattice-work, and revealed a small, square balcony upon which the visitors stepped into the sunlight. The fanciful minarets and spires of the street gleamed against an azure sky. Clover and Gorham had paused just below, also interested in the venturesome old lady, who was followed by cheers as her scornful camel bore her up the street. Jack took advantage of the temporary lull that followed to whistle the bit from Carmen. Clover instantly looked up and called the attention of her companion. Mildred beckoned. "Clover knows the way," said Jack. "Most certainly she does. We Chicagoans aren't fair visitors. We are fair livers." "Don't be so top-lofty, mademoiselle. What am I if not a Chicagoan?" "Oh, a sort of deserter." "I deny the allegation and despise the alligator. I am going to marry a Chicago girl and live here all my days." "Have you asked her?" Van Tassel, perhaps reminded by the neighborhood of his mentor, forbore from replying to the saucy, smiling eyes, and here Clover and Gorham appeared at the door of the balcony. "Come out," said Mildred. "It holds 5. Is this the way you visit the anthropological building?" "Why, this is all right," answered Page. "Midway Plaisance, Department M, Ethnology. Look on the catalogue, and you will see this is all a part of the anthropological exhibit." "And apart from it," suggested Mildred, "which certainly is in its favor. I thought you would see enough ghastly pictures and graveyards and mummies in a short time." "The exhibits in the gallery are wonderful and beautiful," said Clover. "I don't believe you know what you are talking about." "I do, my dear. I have oohed and awed over them all, from the dainty, infinitesimal sea creatures on pink cotton to the mammoth. I felt so much obliged to him. He really made me feel small. Then the realistic cliff, with the birds and beasts artistically disposed, and the waterfall and flowing brook. I've seen them. How long have you been here?" "Not very long. We have been watching the antics of the women on the camels, and the long-legged men on those tiny donkeys." "A great deal of human nature comes out in Cairo Street," said Page with interest. "One sees a great variety of motives, and many grades of self-control by that camel stand. See that little woman going now to take a trip. Is it amusement she's after? Not at all. Note the determination in her face. Duty calls, and she obeys. Dollars to doughnuts she doesn't scream, Jack. I'm out of doughnuts, but I'll bet you the supper she does. I haven't seen a quiet one yet. Done. You will see one now. That girl is from the East, said Mildred. I am sure of it, returned Paige, gazing with pleased curiosity at his protégé, who stood waiting her turn. But what brings you to that conclusion? The trimming of her hat looks as if it were nailed on. They say all Boston women's bonnet trimmings are nailed on. She is a character, said Paige. Now I would like to know what her motive is in riding that camel. Jack guffawed. I am sure you would. You will be asking her the next thing we know. Well, it is no idle one, I'm sure of that. Perhaps she is a school teacher, suggested Van Tassel, and wants to go home and tell her scholars how pitch and toss in Cairo Street differs from the usual game. There she goes, said Clover, and they all watched the fair-faced girl approach and mount a camel, whose expression for utter boredom rather outdid its neighbors. At the driver's cry, it gathered itself convulsively. The rider lurched forward. Her back was to the watchers on the balcony, but they could not hear a sound from her. She lurched backward, still without a cry, and they were not surprised when the camel swung around to see her face still set in its determined and composed lines while the crowd looked on in silence. I shall enjoy that supper very much, Jack, said Gorham. You haven't won it yet. Wait till she comes back. When his nibs kneels down is the time a girl's lungs really come into play. After she thinks every joint in his body has doubled up, there comes one unexpected plunge that fetches the most dignified of them every time. They say a sailor came in here the other day, and after riding one of our humped friends, said that the camel played cup and ball with him the whole length of the street, and only missed him twice. In a few minutes, back came Gorham's heroine, still composed as she rocked back and forth, clinging to the rope which the driver had handed her for a support. Now that supper hangs in the balance, remarked Paige. I'm safe enough, returned Jack nonchalantly, and I assure you my appetite is in prime condition. The camel, slowly winking and holding its nose aloft, approached his cushion and began the series of spasmodic collapses which made its rider look as though at the mercy of a rocking chair gone mad. She pitched wildly, but valiantly held her peace. Even Jack had to admit that she did not make a murmur, and all his protests against playing off a dumb girl on him were unheeded as Paige gazed benignly down on the young woman, who smiled sweetly and triumphantly as she rejoined her friends. 5 minutes of 4, said Mildred. The wedding procession will soon pass. Aren't we fortunate to have the balcony? Do you see, other people are daring to visit the house and taking our window seat. Your window seat? That is pretty good, said Clover, turning toward the speaker with an arch smile. We thought that was our window seat, didn't we, Jack? She saw the color flash over her sister's face in the instant before the girl controlled herself. She wondered if Jack had seen the novel evidence of feeling before Mildred turned to him coolly. So you have been here before, she remarked. Why didn't you mention it? Clover and I looked in a short time only, the evening we took supper in Germany, answered Van Tassel. I did not examine the curious place at all then, so this is really my first view of it. Clover turned away to conceal her amusement. Jack, in his embarrassment, had implied all she could have asked from the disciplinary standpoint. But now the attention of the quartet was claimed by the wedding procession, which was seen coming down the street, the camels nearly hidden under their gaudy, bulky trappings, and the din of the tom-toms filling the air. When the music, dancing, and sword-play were ended, Mildred spoke to her sister. What have you done with Mr. and Mrs. Page? They went to the Chinese theater, and we have promised to meet them in old Vienna and take supper there. Our dear Jack will have to take supper with us now, declared Gorham cordially. I suppose, said Van Tassel, addressing Mildred, that old Vienna is an oft-repeated experience to you. At least I shall not pretend that it is a novelty, she answered, without looking at him, and Jack was silent. He even colored, but it was not with proper contrition. It was a flush of pleasure that overspread his countenance, as his brown eyes sent a quick glance into Clover's. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Sweet Clover, A Romance of the White City, by Clara Louise Burnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by E Tayaban. Chapter 21, Old Vienna. How remarkable that you met Mildred, said Clover to Jack, after the four had wended their way out of Cairo and turned west. It was a lucky chance, replied Van Tassel. Where did you meet? The fun in his face gave Clover her first suspicion. In the Ferris Wheel. Wasn't it a coincidence that we should have chosen the same cab? And I'll tell you in confidence, Clover, that I think Mildred was considerably impressed with his wheelship. Why should you make a confidence of that? Asked Mildred nonchalantly. We are all impressed, aren't we? Not to the verge of pallor, Millie. Don't call me Millie. No one does that but Clover. Were you really frightened, Mildred? Asked her sister with much interest. Why do you ask me? Ask Jack. He evidently knows all about it. No, I insist on referring you to Mildred herself. She scorns petty deceits of all kinds. I cannot be relied on to tell the absolute truth. Mildred looked at the speaker with a dangerous sparkle in her eyes. Why don't you give Clover her present? She asked suddenly. A present for me? Why, hurry! Exclaimed Clover. What new extravagance have you been committing, Millie? It isn't I this time, it is Jack. He has bought you the most adorable little silver hanging lamp you ever saw. Open it, Jack, or shall we wait till we are seated in old Vienna? You told him I wanted it, you naughty girl. No, I didn't. Mildred was bubbling over with mischievous satisfaction in Van Tassel's struggles to look bland. It was purely spontaneous on his part. I even went so far as to urge him not to get it, didn't I, Jack? Van Tassel's reply was scarcely audible, but they had reached the guard, who with puffed sleeves and feathered hat stood motionless, spear in hand, before the entrance to the Vienna of 200 years ago. Inside they found the pages, standing before one of the many open shops which formed the first floors of the weather-stained, peaked, and turreted houses. Hilda is buying a spoon, announced Mr. Page as his friends approached. But that goes without saying. I have kept careful count, and this is the 77th she has purchased while with me. Of course, there may be others. I can't tell what pleasant surprises may be awaiting me when we get home. How is the Chinese theater? Asked Gorham, while Clover and Mildred gravitated naturally to Mrs. Page's side to lend her their aid in deciding between the merits of two spoons she was examining. Immense. You must go. You mustn't go unless you want to be driven crazy with noise, put in Hilda. Robert says I am deficient in the sense of humor, but you positively can't think in that place. There was a Chinese-American in the audience acting as an interpreter, and I suppose he saw that Robert was interested, so he just stayed with us and put the crowning touch to the confusion by explaining the play at a pitch to be heard above the squealing music and the shrieking actors. Women's parts all taken by men, of course, explained her husband, and they jabber in a high, monotonous falsetto, without any change of countenance except an occasional attack of pathetic strabismus. Two lovers meet after a separation of 10 years. They start, then with two simultaneous squeaks fall backward in a swoon, feet to feet, and lie there with their elaborately dressed heads sticking up in the air, while a soup runs in with wooden supports which he tucks under their necks. The interpreter explained, Of course they cannot spoil their hair. Ha, ha! It was great. And as for the costumes and hangings, they would stand alone for the gold and silver embroidery in them. Confess, Hilda, they were consoling. Yes, they were. And so was the baby we saw upstairs in the Joss house. He was 10 months old, with a black tuft of hair on top of his head, exactly like the Chinese dolls, and was dressed in green silk trousers and a red silk shirt. You must have wanted to steal him, said Mildred. That is what his mother thought, I am sure. He lay asleep in a little wagon, and when she heard me exclaim, she flew out from behind a curtain with a very suspicious expression on her pretty face. Yes, she was really pretty, and dimpled, and young, and her hands were loaded with rings. Robert, just look here 1 minute. Don't you think the filigree handle is the prettier? My dear, I ate too many bananas once, and I have never since been able to endure the sight of them. If you knew the sentiments with which a souvenir spoon inspires me, you would tremble. I will take the filigree one, said Mrs. Page, with a sigh of relief. The six ate supper together at a table pleasantly distant from the fine German orchestra. Feathery bits of white clouds scudded over the blue above them. Picturesque gables and weather-beaten facades, illuminated with the decorations of a bygone time, closed them in from the outside world with such an atmosphere of antiquity that even the dignified beauty of Handel's Largo, as its stately measures pealed forth on the evening air, seemed an anachronism. Mildred sat at Jack's right hand. "What shall I put down for you?" he asked, looking up from the order he was writing. I found nothing on the card injurious enough to be appropriate. Mildred smiled slightly as she glanced over the menu. "You deserved a worse punishment than that," she answered. "It is true it was no great punishment. I should like to give Clover all Cairo Street if she wants it." Clover was sitting opposite between the other men, and the music effectually concealed from her the above colloquy. "Hurry up, Jack," she said, leaning forward. "They keep you waiting forever here. Give her the bread and milk if she can't decide. It is good for the young." While the party were waiting for their meal to be brought, Jack, now at ease in the situation, produced the silver lamp, which received much praise as it was passed about. Gorham, Mildred's other neighbor, turned to her. "Your sister suggests that you must have practiced much self-control," he remarked. "She says this is just the sort of lamp you have been searching for." "Do you hear that, Jack?" asked Mildred demurely. "I am afraid Jack does not appreciate me, Mr. Page." Mildred, ever since the evening of her confidential talk with Gorham, had carried the half-nettled, wholly amused consciousness that he was regarding her with considerations of her search for that affinity she had described. She felt sure he would not repeat their talk to Jack. But if he should, the thought brought a stinging red to her cheeks. Page was not thinking of her now, however. This little circumstance of the gift of the lamp impressed him. That Jack should, while with Mildred, buy this bauble which the latter coveted and give it to Clover, looked as though Hilda's convictions might be correct. As he caught a serene glance from Clover's violet eyes, it suddenly seemed to him very improbable that an impressionable fellow like his cousin should not dream by day and night of that pure and beautiful face. Jack was not worthy of her. He could not precisely state to himself why, and he ran over his acquaintances in his mind to see if he could find one the consideration of whom would rouse less antagonism. He had not succeeded when the waiter appeared with the supper. "What are you indefatigable people going to do next?" asked Robert Page, lighting a cigar when their meal was finished. "I am extremely comfortable and good-natured now, but I warn you I shall turn dangerous if anyone suggests the illumination. To be asked just to step over from old Vienna to the court of honor sounds pleasant. It was played on me once when I was a tenderfoot. But I'm not to be roped into any such pilgrimage tonight. If I wasn't a married man, I should sit right here and listen to the music and see the wheel go round until it was time to go to my little bed." "What nonsense," remarked Hilda. "If you weren't married, you would be urging me to go with you in a gondola." "My dear, where would be the use? You know the gondolas are all bespoken by this time. What a sweet consciousness it is, by the way," added Page, sighing restfully. "We are going, though, some night," returned his wife. "Before we leave the White City, you must take me in a gondola and hold my hand. See the lengths to which this woman's frenzy for spoons carries her. Why, I'll hold your hand now, my dear. Any suggestion which presupposes so little exertion as that will find me in an affirmative state of mind every time." Hilda glanced at his offered hand scornfully. We haven't the stage setting, she replied. Be careful, Robert Page, or you will frighten Mildred out of getting married at all. Is that true, Miss Mildred? Oh, I don't believe it. You are so level-headed you must see the situation in the right light. Did you ever hear the simile of the horse car? When a man is trying to catch a horse car, and afraid it is going to escape him, he waves his arms, shouts, hurries, and disturbs himself generally. After he has caught the conveyance, if he continued to behave in the same perturbed fashion, he would be set down as a lunatic. You see the point, of course. Mildred pursed her lips and shook her head. You are a very audacious man, she answered. Now Jack isn't smoking, continued Paige argumentatively. That indicates the restlessness of a man who is afraid he will arrive too late at the street corner. It indicates that I am not going to stay here, returned Van Tassel. Whither away, restless one? You will have to ask Miss Bryant. She is showing me the World's Fair today. Not after your perfidious behavior, said Mildred. I was too sophisticated, was I? Oh, for shame. Do you speak to me of perfidy? Exclaimed Jack. Well, shan't we all go somewhere together? Suggested Gorham. No, I think we shan't, dear brother, replied Robert mildly. Do you want to stay, Hilda? Asked Gorham. Aren't you growing tired of hearing Savai Bea? Come with us. No, thanks. I will stay here until it bores me, and then I will give Robert his choice of selecting another souvenir spoon or taking me out. So the other four left their seats and moved away to the martial strains of Die Wacht am Rhein. Clover found herself beside Jack a moment. It was a shame about the lamp, she murmured. What? Returned Van Tassel, looking uncomfortably into her roguish eyes. I saw how it was. Too bad, but that is another thing she will repent at leisure. How did you know? By Mildred's impish dimple. She has one just above her lip that never shows except when she is in mischief. At first I was taken in, but after a moment I saw the imp, and then I knew. What a wonderful sight the wheel is, with its double row of electric lights, said Mildred to Gorham. What? Yes, it has been rather warm, he replied, this irrelevance being due to the effect upon him of observing Clover's murmured colloquy with Jack. Mildred stared. When she made a remark to a man, she was accustomed to find him attentive. Paige continued with another inexcusable speech. I wonder if perhaps Mrs. Van Tassel would like to go somewhere with Jack. I believe Jack considers himself otherwise engaged this evening, returned Miss Bryant with hauteur. Oh, yes. Gorham's eyes fell upon the speaker with an expression which suggested that he had just become aware of her, and until this moment had been talking to himself. A light broke upon Mildred. There was but one possible explanation of such ignoring of her own preeminent right to homage. They are both in love with her, she thought, and the slight pang that came with the idea surprised her. Clover and Jack, with a laughter on their lips, stepped forward and joined the others. Have you any wish, Mrs. Van Tassel? Asked Paige. No, let us drift until something tempts us. They soon lost sight of Mildred and Jack and that stream of humanity which flowed in both directions along the midway between the soft arc moons. They left behind them the great wheel, slowly revolving in sparkling light, as though, sweeping through the heavens, myriad stars had caught thickly along its edges and were borne on to earth. Let me carry that precious lamp, said Paige, taking Clover's parcel. I would not let Jack keep it, for fear he might give it to Mildred, she explained. Her companion looked surprised. Jack is a little weak and indulgent where Mildred is concerned, said Clover. Paige did not know what to reply. Hilda had assured him in days past that no one could help seeing that Mrs. Van Tassel was unwilling Jack should ask Mildred to go to the fair with him, and now this frank avowal of jealousy perplexed him greatly. But what mystifies me, Mrs. Van Tassel, he said hesitatingly, is that you should care for a gift. But there are limits to a man's right to express his thoughts. Clover laughed out mirthfully. Analyze me. I am perfectly willing, only it will necessitate exposing the fact that my sister is a very saucy girl." Page regarded her so earnestly that he nearly stumbled over a wheeled chair that grazed him. "I don't understand it at all," he said seriously. "Of course not. Well, I will tell you. Jack bought this lamp for Mildred, and she, to punish him for some offense, forced him to give it to me in the way you heard. She doesn't know that I saw through it, but now I do not propose that she shall have the fun and the lamp too." Page found the Midway grow a trifle cheerier under this disclosure. "Of course not," he answered. Then, after a moment's thoughtfulness, "That was a strange prank for your sister to play," he added. "I fear I shouldn't have known how to yield as easily to the joke as Jack did." "Oh, he stuttered a good deal, poor fellow," laughed Clover. "Mildred is a spoiled child." "Not so superficial, though, as one would at first believe," returned Gorham. "There is plenty of depth to her nature. Society educates a girl to seem shallow, that is all." Clover looked surprised and pleased. She glanced at Page with quick, responsive feeling. "It is very nice of you to see through Mildred," she said, and Page felt a strange glow under her approval. The folly of Hilda, he thought, in supposing this woman could be jealous of another. There was something, too, in the quiet joyousness of her sphere, which assured him that, whatever were her sentiments for Jack, she was not longing for his society now. She was content, he felt it, and the knowledge was bliss to him. "I wonder how soon we are going to be attracted," remarked Clover, after they had walked a minute in silence. Page turned to her suddenly. "What do you mean by that?" he asked so eagerly that the surprised color rushed to his companion's face. "Why, we were waiting, weren't we, for one of these sideshows to tempt us beyond the point of resistance," she answered, with the glibness with which a woman can skim over a moment which threatens too much. "Well, to tell the truth, I had forgotten what we were doing beyond sauntering together in this very interesting motley crowd. Isn't it strange how completely alone we are in such a place? Or might be, if it were not for the wheeled chairs," said Clover. "It isn't safe to become introspective here." "Was I?" anxiously. "Have I been silent, Mrs. Van Tassel? My thoughts often play me tricks. Hilda is always saying that I am queer. I don't know just what she means, but if you would be kind enough to mention it, if I do anything you don't like, I should be. It would be a great favor." "You are very flattering," returned Clover, turning away to smile. "What a temptation you offer me." "Then I do offend you?" he exclaimed with frank consternation. "No, no, I didn't mean that. I was only thinking what a temptation you hold out to a woman to mold a fellow creature into the form she likes. But I know what an ignis fatuus that alluring idea is. Men do not alter themselves to please women." "I should say," returned Page ruminatively, "that you were wrong. I know that Hilda has changed Robert in many ways, materially." "By the force of years of influence, yes. But your brother did not know what was going on. I am certain of that." "I should suppose," said Page earnestly, "that a man could not rest in the knowledge that he was doing something offensive to the woman he loves." "Yes, you would suppose so," agreed Clover. "My knowledge of the truth is gathered from observation, not experience, as you know. I reverenced Mr. Van Tassel too completely to think of desiring to change him. In my married life, it was myself I wished to alter. But I have seen a good deal of young married people, and, well, tell me, Mr. Page, did you ever hear Hilda say that she would be glad if her husband did not smoke?" "Yes," replied Gorham, and said no more. "Now I begin to feel a strong temptation, Mr. Page. How is it with you? Are you prepared to resist the Javanese village?" "I have not been in there." "Oh, you mustn't miss that. I wonder you have been able to pass that charming, fantastic bamboo entrance. The lightness and simplicity of this life makes it to me the most charming in the Plaisance." They entered the gateway and came suddenly upon the quiet attractions of the dainty straw village. Yes, it was still here, still enough to hear the muffled music of the water wheel. Clover and Page stood a moment in the hush, listening to its tinkle and the plashing of the wavelets. A small, soft-footed Javanese occasionally passed them. "I wish that I smoked," broke out Gorham suddenly. Here will be an opportunity, returned Clover. You will be offered cigarettes at every turn in Java. Page's seriousness was unmoved. I want you to believe that I would give it up if you asked me. Mrs. Van Tassel's serene heart quickened its pace, but she laughed. Isn't it a pity that I shall have to remain incredulous? Then she hastened on, vaguely afraid of her companion. Don't misunderstand me, please. I was not criticizing your brother a minute ago. Do you know you have formed a shocking habit of frankness in me? You have searched out my thoughts and opinions so many times that now you have only to suggest a subject and I pour out my ideas. I think I ought to have kept my observations to myself on this topic, but since I have said so much, I don't wish to leave you with the notion that I think your brother and men like him monsters of selfishness. A woman makes an absurd mistake to marry a smoking man, and then to be grieved because he refuses when she artlessly requests him to give up the habit. But a girl nearly always thinks that all she need do is to marry a man in order to make him over into anything she likes. I tell you, Mr. Page, it is the result of my observations that all the voluntary changes a man makes at the request of his beloved are made before he catches the horse car. Gorham smiled. But I don't think Robert ought to smoke, since Hilda— Pardon me, I am going to defend the absent. Did he smoke while they were engaged? Yes. Very well. Now, do you wish to hear some words of wisdom? Yes, indeed. Here they are. If Hilda disliked tobacco, she should have said so then, and she probably did. When she found Mr. Page would not give up the habit, she should have weighed the question in her mind as to whether the matter of smoking were going to affect her happiness seriously. If she thought it would, she should have broken her engagement. The great point is that if she decided to marry him, she should have realized that she took him as he was, tobacco and all, and would be likely to have rather more than less of it for the rest of her life. A man is a selfish brute, remarked Gorham. Sometimes, but he has the same right a woman has to choose between his habit and his love. That is, if the woman speaks in time. Hilda does not particularly dislike cigar smoke, said Page, but she thinks smoking is bad for Robert. I wonder if all men are as thick-skinned as you say. Now, there is Jack. Do you believe he would not fling all his cigars into the lake for you? Yes, indeed, so long as there were plenty more to be had. No, Mrs. Van Tassel, be serious, and for the moment pardon personalities. If Jack were engaged to you— He waited, gazing at Clover. She smiled at him and said, Well, if Jack were engaged to me— Page swallowed some impediment to speech. And you should earnestly ask him not to smoke. Can you doubt the result? Clover shrugged her shoulders. No, I am afraid I can't. Jack is a gentleman, and such an impulsive, affectionate fellow. I know pretty well what he would do, supposing, of course, that he were very earnestly and deeply in love with me. Which he is, of course. The dismal exclamation broke from Page unawares. Clover stared at him. Oh, no, he isn't, she said gently after a minute. What? No, indeed. Jack and I always were good comrades, and always will be, I hope. Page suddenly took both her hands excitedly and laughed aloud. Pardon me, he said, sobering suddenly. I was forgetting where we were. He drew her hand within his arm, and they started to walk. Pretty little light things these bamboo houses are, he continued. What a gentle life they suggest. I don't know exactly why I am so glad to hear what you tell me, Mrs. Van Tassel. I was under a mistaken idea that you and Jack were, and it is no reflection upon Jack that I am relieved. He is a fine fellow. There is no man I like better, so it is really difficult for me to explain why— Never mind trying, Mr. Page, returned Clover, smiling softly at a cage of doves outside a cottage door. It isn't necessary, she added demurely, to label every feeling one has. It is a sort of habit of mine, he returned apologetically. What is this long straw building? The theater. Will you come in? Yes, I have not visited it, but I hear it is interesting. So they entered the well-filled hall just as the performance was beginning, and were fortunate enough to find seats near the stage. At both sides of the latter were placed rows of puppets with grotesque faces, featured like the masks worn by most of the actors. At the back of the stage were ranged the musicians, sitting cross-legged in rows before their highly ornamented instruments. These were soft-toned gongs, bells, and strings of strange fashion, and instead of being solely noticeable for rhythm, like most of the music of the Midway, one heard from this orchestra plaintive harmonies and cadences which seemed but an amplification of the minor pleading in the water wheel's play. The curtained entrances at the side back of the stage looked too small and low to admit the actors, but there was room and to spare even for the men, and still more for the dainty brown dancing girls who soon glided forth. They were exceedingly pretty and graceful, dressed in gold-embroidered velvet trousers to the knee and short skirts. Their dimpled shoulders and arms were bare, and their fringed sashes were used to fling over their wrists in the fascinating monotonous gestures with which they pointed their little hands as they stepped about in their white-stockinged feet. The performance was all in pantomime, the lines being read by someone hidden behind a screen in the center of the stage. The orchestra men in their calico gowns and turbans often smiled at some sally of the clown, but Clover and Paige did not need to comprehend in order to be amused. There was something tenderly comical in the pompous movements of the little people, gesturing in stiff, studied fashion. From time to time, the dancing girls would appear, gliding hither and yon, and posing to the tinkling music. "This is surprisingly pretty," said Paige. "I want one of those brown girls to take home as bric-a-brac," returned Clover. "Aren't they the roundest, prettiest little creatures? Really, the whole thing seems strange enough to be a sight in fairyland. And do you hear that enchanting rustle of trees above our heads?" The light summer breeze was stirring the dried straw and grass that thatched the roof, with the lulling effect of wind in a forest. "I am enchanted, I admit," answered Gorham. After the play they walked about the village, among the houses where the little inhabitants sat upon their piazzas and sang, or talked, or rested silently. "I shall never see a reposeful place again," said Gorham, when at last they passed out beneath the bamboo arch into the turbulent street. "I should like to prolong that experience indefinitely." "You can repeat it," suggested Clover. "I should like to believe that, but one seldom has so much enjoyment in the same space of time as I have had this evening. I feel grateful to you for showing me all that." They passed down the remainder of the Midway and under the last viaduct. Walking north around the end of the women's building, they stood a moment arm in arm by the lagoon and watched the quiet boats glide by, then slowly began the homeward walk. "You did not tell me," said Paige, "what you knew Jack would do in our supposed case." "Haven't we finished yet with the sins of smokers?" "I don't know. Perhaps we have. Were you going to say that you believed Jack would give up the habit at the request of the woman he loved?" "I was going to say that he would promise to. Yes, I am quite sure what Jack would do, for I have known men of his kind to do the same thing. His fiancée, I, for example. No, say your sister, although he is not at all her kind." "Why, what is the matter with poor Jack, Mr. Page?" asked Clover rather resentfully. "In what category do you place him, pray?" "I place him high enough," returned Gorham hastily. "I only refer to a woman's fancy, and I have an idea that Miss Bryant would prefer a more sober, studious man." "Why, I can't imagine what makes you think that." "It doesn't matter," said Paige. "It can't hurt her at all for us to engage her to him for a few minutes. You are not going to say that Jack would make a promise and break it. If you think that, you rate him lower than I do." "He wouldn't mean to. This is about the way it goes, or the way I have known it to go. Supposing Mildred to be engaged to Jack, she might tell him she wished he did not smoke, that she disapproved it for many reasons. He would probably reply that he hoped she would not ask him to give it up, for if she insisted, of course, he should comply with her wishes. This would make such an appeal to her tenderness that she would forbear objecting a while, feeling sure, poor thing, that her lover was completely in her power. But after a time, inclination and conviction both urging her, she would return to the subject. She might say, for instance, that she could not help wishing strongly that he would give up this habit, and that Clover had said no man would do it for any woman. At this, Jack would flare up. How could Clover be guilty of such a speech? She had evidently never known any man who loved a woman as he, Jack, adored her, Mildred. He would die for her. It would be a pleasure to him to give up this comparatively slight gratification for the sake of proving his affection for his beloved. Great elation on the part of Mildred, lying low on the part of Clover. Jack stops smoking and is ostentatiously careless and cheerful. Mildred flatters him gratefully. He assures her that he does not care if he never sees a cigar again, and is glad if such a trifling sacrifice pleases her. Some day, perhaps before their marriage, perhaps after, it depends upon the length of the engagement, Jack, after dinner, lights a cigar with a friend. Mildred protests gently. He answers reproachfully. Of course she knows the habit is entirely broken up. She surely is not going to be puritanical and unreasonable, because once in a way he lights a cigar as she would eat confectionery. She still feels uneasy, but is rather ashamed to show it. He puts his arm around her, tells her she is a nice little girl, and came just in time to save him from smoking to excess, and he thanks her for it. "Well?" said Gorham, as she paused. "Well, that occasional cigar soon becomes a daily one, or one of a daily half-dozen." "Mrs. Van Tassel, how cynical you are!" Clover laughed. "Oh no, not cynical." Jack was honest in his expectation to give up his pet indulgence. He reasoned himself into thinking his course was right. "I can't believe it is always so." "Always, Mr. Page," returned Clover, nodding wisely. "Men have died and worms have eaten them, but not for love. Men have given up tobacco and endured the torment it entails, but not for love." "I never wished before that I was a smoker," said Page musingly, "but I suppose it would be rather foolish to cultivate the appetite merely to deny it." "A piece of braggadocio which would be sure to reap the reward of failure," replied Clover. "Don't say that, or you will tempt me to experiment. My first cigar made me dreadfully ill when I was 12 years old, and my father counter-irritated my internal misery with an outward application, so I didn't try it again for some time. In the past year, I have occasionally yielded to Jack's urgency and smoked a cigar, but it doesn't interest me. I forget about it, and it goes out." "By all means, let well enough alone," laughed Clover. "Do you object to the use of tobacco?" asked Page earnestly. "In you I should," answered the other, her eyes shining in the darkness. "I wish I could give it up," he replied simply. End of chapter 21.